1 सेकंड भैया। कनेक्ट कर दिए हैं।
है आया ओनली ऑडियो की आवाज।
अच्छा, ऑडियो मोड में है।
अभी बोलेगा तो सुनाएगा, बोलेगा सुनाएगा।
ये बंद
इसको म्यूटेड बोला।
Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, I'm audible?
आज सुबह
Yes, yes, yes.
Yep.
धन्यवाद। Hello, 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 hello. No, mine not show what it's. दूसरों show करती होगी।
हेलो
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 ओ
हेलो।
हेलो
जी बोला जाए।
हाँ सर, गुड मॉर्निंग।
गुड मॉर्निंग।
ये मेरा चेहरा नहीं दिखा रहा।
दिख रहा है।
जी सर।
हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
मीटिंग है, देख रहे हैं।
जैन सर।
जय हिंद सर।
जय हिंद सर।
जैसे बताएं।
खेलूंगा। हेलो।
बना नहीं रहे, मीटिंग चल रहा है यहाँ है। तब
हेलो, बेगूसराय से बोल रहे हैं।
जी हेलो।
हाँ हाँ, बेगूसराय से
जी
डीएसपी
सर।
टॉपिक जुड़
हाँ
जुड़
जय
गए
हिंद
हैं।
सर।
जय हिंद।
ईयरफोन।
सब ज्वाइन हो गए।
ये क्यों?
क्या
वो कौन है वो? ये निकलता है।
क्या नहीं करते हैं, मुझे बता रहा था।
हम्म।
सब डीएसपी है, कैप्टन है, सब इसमें है। अभी लोग ज्वाइन नहीं कर रहा है।
मैंने लोकेशन ले रहा जैसे वायरलेस में करते उसी का।
बताएगा, हाँ कुछ बताएगा ट्रैफिक के बारे में।
जीव भी बोल।
हेलो।
हेलो।
सब ड्यूटी में है। पता म्यूट कर रहे हैं।
अभी ज्वाइन नहीं कर रहा है सब लड़का यार। कनेक्ट हो गया ना बिल्कुल। कनेक्ट हो ही गया, अभी ज्वाइन नहीं कर रहा है सब। कोई देता डीएसपी तक आने के सर्विस में आए हैं। डीएसपी है, भोपाल का कैप्टन है। वही
हेलो सर, केवल ऑडियो सुनाई दे रहा है।
हेलो।
जी हेलो।
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 चेहरा आ रहा है क्या?
हाँ, किसी का चेहरा नहीं आ रहा है।
ऑडियो केवल जा रहा ना सर?
हाँ, ऑडियो ऑडियो आ रहा है।
जी सर, जी सर।
जैसे ना मीटिंग होती है ऑफिस में ठीक है। हाँ बता रहा मीट किया किया नहीं। ये फोन करने का है कि नहीं कर रहा पता
सही है। बैठ बैठ नहीं रहा है बढ़िया से, बढ़िया से बैठ नहीं रहा है।
हेलो।
हाँ हेलो।
हेलो। हेलो। हेलो।
हाँ हेलो।
हेलो।
हेलो सूरज भाई।
मंडेवाल देखना मेरी आवाज ठीक आ रही मेरी आवाज?
हेलो सर।
सर आपका आवाज आ रही है सर? हाँ ये सही है, अभी सही।
हेलो।
वही बोलूंगा। ये हो सकती है।
अपने आप पता सब वीडियो पॉज हो
तो ठीक स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं, कितना हाल स्टार्ट किए देख रहे हैं।
भाग जाएगा।
ये चालू हो गया है, फिर देखना कितना भी हम किए, 2-3 हाल कर लिए। ज्वाइन हो गए हैं ना, बस दिखा दिए ना बाद में।
कर देना है नहीं कि यहाँ पे क्लास चल रहा है।
जैसे क्लास चलेगा
सब लोग अपना माइक बंद कीजिए।
मुझे सब कुछ ज्वाइन हो रहा, हट जा रहा, ज्वाइन हो रहा, हट जा रहा।
चेयरमैन NHI के हल्का उपाध्याय, क्या है कैप्टन भोपाल का पवन श्रीवास्तव IPS डायरेक्टर कैप्टन भोपाल।
हेलो
कितना
हेलो
वीडियो बंद कर बना।
हेलो,
वीडियो तो बंद है, मेरे खाली चालू है।
हेलो हेलो
पंकज पंकज कुमार वैशाली से।
विजय कुमार नवादा से हैं।
मथुरा से।
सर विजय सिंह जाखड़ हरियाणा से।
रोहतास बिहार।
सर कल्याण दत्ता फ्रॉम NHI गुवाहाटी।
अभिषेक कुमार फ्रॉम बेगूसराय बिहार।
मनोज कुमार औरंगाबाद। खगड़िया।
ये वीडियो किसी का चेहरा आ रहा है क्या?
भाई नहीं आ रहा है चेहरा।
ओके।
आ रहा है, थोड़ा 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 आ रहा है, थोड़ा थोड़ा आ रहा है।
थोड़ा थोड़ा केवल ऑडियो आ रहा है।
नंबर वेस्ट बंगाल।
मनोज कुमार।
कुछ आ रहा है वीडियो।
हैं?
सब डिस्ट्रिक्ट का सर, वहीं से भोपाल से।
हेलो भाई।
हाँ हेलो।
हेलो
हाँ हेलो।
हेलो
हेलो
हेलो सर, गुड मॉर्निंग सर। विजय सिंह जाखड़ हरियाणा से सर। सर उधर लगा।
कितने मित्रों को केवल ऑडियो आ रहा है, नहीं दिखाई दे रहा।
हेलो गौरव जी।
दोनों हो रहा है।
वीडियो तो नहीं हो रहा है सर, वीडियो मेरे पास नहीं दिखाई दे रहा, केवल ऑडियो सुनाई दे रहा है।
स्क्रीन शेयरिंग हो रहा है जिसमें सेंट्रल एकेडमी फॉर भोपाल ट्रेनिंग वाला CAPT वाला पोस्टर दिख रहा है।
हाँ वो तो दिख रहा है।
मेरे में कुछ नहीं दिखा। फिर से ज्वाइन करना पड़ेगा क्या सर?
कीजिए भाई।
है?
चालू नहीं हुआ है, स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है।
लगा दी है।
आवाज साफ नहीं।
Hello.
हेलो
Here, DP Gupta this side.
जुड़िए रहा सब यार।
कुछ हुआ तरह बहुत
किया लो।
हेलो
बिहार का नॉर्थ साइड इसको था।
है पीछे कैमरा खोल दे उड़ी बा कैमरा तो बैकग्राउंड
रंजीत कुमार मुंगेर।
अंकित कुमार मधुबनी।
जैन सर आवाज आ रही सर अम्बाला से?
सर आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
हेलो डीपी गुप्ता।
हेलो
सर अम्बाला से
गुप्ता
आवाज
दिस
है कि मैं
साइड।
सर ऑडियो वीडियो क्लियर है सर?
कुमार दरभंगा।
सर जय हिंद।
डीपी गुप्ता दिस
सर
साइड।
राजेंद्र बोर्डक फ्रॉम राजस्थान। आवाज आ रही सर?
सर कमल किशोर फ्रॉम मुजफ्फरपुर। सर आवाज आ रही है? हेलो
हेलो डीपी गुप्ता, आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
गुड मॉर्निंग ऑल पार्टिसिपेंट्स। आपकी सबकी आवाज आ रही है। एट प्रेजेंट बी म्यूट। अभी आप लोग सब म्यूट रहिएगा।
चाहिए।
मैडम आपकी आवाज बहुत कम आ रही है मैडम।
मुंगेर आ रही है मैम।
हाँ जी ठीक है। वो अभी जब हम शुरू करेंगे तब वो बढ़ जाएगी आवाज।
ओके मैम।
Sir Vijay Singh from Haryana.
Yes, I am Rota Hasser from Mizoram.
Good morning, sir. Sheikh Kumar from Begusarai, Bihar.
Sir, I am Raju PK from Kerala, Calicut. Am I audible? Good morning, sir. I am Raju PK from Kerala. Am I audible?
Good morning, sir. You all are well audible. At present be mute, sir.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, madam. Please explain in English also so that we will be here. Okay. Thank you.
Definitely, sir. Definitely.
Good morning, I am Saravanan from Tamil Nadu.
ऑल ओवर इंडिया से।
हेलो सर। हेलो
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 जी जी बोले सर।
सर वीडियो नहीं दिखा रहा है।
वीडियो वीडियो नहीं दिख
सर
रहा है मैम।
अभी कुछ चलाया नहीं है सर, जब चलाएंगे तब दिखेगा सर।
ओके ओके मैम।
साले दाल फाले।
क्या गौतम बाबू, कहाँ गए रामप्रीत?
क्या गौतम? हेलो
Morning, ma'am. Morning, sir. Am I audible? Good morning. Good morning, ma'am. I am Krishna Kumar from Kerala. Am I audible?
हाँ गुजाइन सर।
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Waiting. Thank you.
हेलो
गुड मॉर्निंग। हाँ समन जी बोलिए। सुपौल जिला बिहार।
Hello. अरे
मॉर्निंग ऑल ऑफ यू। आई एम फ्रॉम बेगूसराय बिहार।
sorry. अरे
गुड इवनिंग।
സഗറിയ സഗറിയ പറഞ്ഞു.
हाँ समन जी बोलिए। कहाँ पर हो भाई?
ഇന്നലെ 2 ഇന്ന് 2 ഇന്നലത്തെ അറിഞ്ഞു. ഇന്നത്തെ എന്ത് സംഭവം? അത് ആരാ കാരണം?
जरूर सेलेक्ट करते हैं खाना कैसे खाए हरियाणा दिन कर लो।
Morning, all of you.
रंजीत कुमार मिस्टर।
हेलो
मॉर्निंग। गुड मॉर्निंग रंजीत जी मुंगेर।
वैसे होते तो आप लोग भेज लेते कि जब बैटरी डाउन होता हो जब अपना सा काम लगे तो भेज देते।
सर सीमा मास्टर कहाँ का?
गुड मॉर्निंग अभिषेक भाई।
गुड मॉर्निंग पंकज भाई। गुड मॉर्निंग।
अरे यार वो चालू हुआ था ना, बोल के हेलो हेलो कर रहे हैं कोई।
सर विजय सिंह फ्रॉम हरियाणा।
गुड मॉर्निंग।
हेलो गुड मॉर्निंग मैम।
और चालू है?
हाँ यूट्यूब पर लाइव।
हेलो मनोज भाई।
कैसे है भाई?
अरे भाई तुम सब अपने अपने
हेलो
कृपया करके आप लोग शांति बनाए रखें।
आप क्या कीजिएगा? आप शांति से रहिएगा का?
हाँ रविंदर भाई, रविंदर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
क्या पंकज भाई?
Gupta sir, good morning. Are you there, sir? Gupta sir, are you able to read me, sir? Gupta sir, you are there? सर आवाज आ रही है उसमें? नहीं सर, आप देखें ना उसको म्यूट अनम्यूट करें सर, उसे अनम्यूट म्यूट होगा वो। सर किस नाम से आप बताते हैं?
अचल गुप्ता दिस साइड।
हाँ गुप्ता सर, आप हैं उस साइड सर?
माई सेल्फ अचल गुप्ता, एक्शन पीडब्ल्यूडी वल्लभ राजस्थान।
No, no, sir, I am searching some other Gupta, sir.
Okay, thank you.
कैसे करें यार? ट्रांसफर ब्लॉक ना पावर है ये।
Sir, namaskaram sir. This is CHG Prasad, DSP Traffic, Srikakulam sir, participated in this conference sir. Thank you sir. Namaskaram. Am I audible, sir?
I am Radhesham, RTO Saharanpur, UP.
This is CHG Prasad.
Sir.
Gupta sir, good morning. Are you there, Gupta sir? Gupta sir from IRC.
सर मुझे प्लीज उनका पूरा नाम बताइएगा क्योंकि इन लोगों को लॉक किया हुआ है, आवाज एक दूसरे की मिक्स हो रही थी।
Full name is Gupta, DP Gupta,
Good morning.
Congress, retired Director General, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways.
Sir, CHGV Prasad sir, DSP Traffic, Srikakulam of Andhra Pradesh. Serial number 107.
हाँ मैं अनम्यूट किया था, अभी दोबारा बोलता हूँ सर।
सर मैं आपको Gupta sir, are you there sir? You are
अब
able
आ
to listen to me?
गया आवाज। हेलो,
सर किस नाम से जुड़े
एम आई ऑडिबल?
सर किस नाम से जुड़े?
डीपी गुप्ता।
किस नाम से नाम से किससे जुड़े आप?
डीपी गुप्ता।
किसी
डी फॉर दिल्ली, पी फॉर पेशावर।
हेलो।
हाँ गुप्ता सर आ गए ठीक है
ठीक है सर।
एक बार अपनी वीडियो ऑन करें।
Good morning, everybody. Myself, Haresh Vora, DYSP State Traffic Branch, Gujarat.
तुम्हें कोई सेट कर पाया? मैं वीडियो प्ले कर दूं?
Hello. Serial number 121.
Hello.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning to you all the ladies and gentlemen, all the officers of different organizations, all the students, all the NGOs presidents, and other allied government services dealing with this traffic technology and road safety. This is BK Sharma, Assistant Director from Central Academy of Police Training. Please somebody confirm that you are able to hear me, or am I audible to you? Please give me confirmation by raising your thumbs. Somebody please speak out also that I am audible to you.
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay, thank you, Savali, thank you. So I welcome all the members, participants, those who have joined so far. Actually, the time will start correct from 10 o'clock, but we prefer to get it joined before 10 o'clock, so that if there is any technical issues from anybody's side, that can be sorted out in time, because correct at 10:10 we'll start the proceeding. Our director will come and the chief guest and other dignitary, they will join by that time. So it is our request, it is our endeavor. If anything wrong is there from your side, any technical issues are there from your side, that can be sorted out in time. Gentlemen, this is the 4th National Conference on Traffic Technology conducted in virtual mode for obvious reason you all know, because of the outbreak of Corona. The main objective of this conference is to provide platform for the presentation research paper. This time you must be knowing that we have scaled up our standard by calling the IITs and NIITs research scholar, those who have submitted their papers for the discussion. And this is the first time in this CAPT that we have got very tremendous response from all these scholars. As well as there are so many other government organizations, those who have very willingly they have participated in this conference. So this is a conference on traffic technology. The organizations which are participating, they are CRRI, ARAI, NHAI, CIRT, other NGOs like PACS, Corps, road safety campaign, Indian road safety campaign, and many other those who are working in this field of traffic safety and road safety and technology. Participant, I have one of the request to you. There is a bit of the points which I wanted to share with you. Actually, this is a WebEx platform which is government sponsored for all the government organizations, a safest platform for sharing any of the service matters and service videos. For the conferences, there are certain instructions which I wanted to pass to you. Firstly, all the participants must ensure that they must have high-speed internet connectivity so that their e-learning goes uninterrupted. Means you should have good bandwidth for this WebEx. If there is any issue of this bandwidth problem is there from your side, then you can switch off your video and you can keep connected in your mute mode. But we will request you to be available with your video so that we can see who all are there participant. The participant and honorable speaker must note that the deliberation during the trading session are restricted and should not be shared on any other social media platform or with any other unauthorized person. You must ensure it, because all are from related services, sister agencies are there, those who are discussing these things. These are quite restricted, so not be circulated to any unauthorized person. All the information officers received from different government departments are supposed to attend the conference for 2 days. Gentlemen, this is my personal request to you. You have been nominated by your organization and request that you be there for these 2 days without without any hindrance, without any other commitment. You please share your views and share the discussion so that we can have some very fruitful outcome of the discussion. And you know, this is the sole purpose of this conference. I must tell you that on this WebEx, the nominations which are coming to us, we are recording for our administrative purpose. We are giving the feedback to your organizations, how many candidates they have participated and what all they have contributed. Means this sort of means actually exactly we want you to be available on this WebEx platform all the time for 2 days. If possible, please keep your videos on. That's my request to you again. Now, these officers and participant speaker, those who are attending this conference should keep their mobile, PC, personal laptops in mute mode all the time. And whenever, because there are more than 300 participants will be joining to this conference. And if you are not mute, then it will unnecessarily create a disturbance or other hindrance during this delivery of lectures or presentations. It is our request that you be cautious that your mic is mute and your video is on. Further, as I said, that there will be more than 300 participants in this conference. To avoid unnecessary noise, disturbance, chaos, participants are requested to raise queries through chat box. All of you are quite technocrat in your field, and there is a chat box. You raise your question, you type your question in the chat box so that we can further put up that question to the speaker, and collectively he will answer that question to you. Means if all of you start asking the question, then it will not be means chaos will be there, and nobody can able to listen to the answer, or means the speaker will not be able to answer all the questions. So this, and one more thing, you can send your question on WhatsApp also. Good morning, sir. Morning, sir. यस पढ़ रहा है स्टॉप शेयरिंग में ना ऊपर यहाँ पे लॉक कर सर। तुम भी यार नहीं बैठे, तुम कुछ बता यार पटेल। क्या मीडिया में जाती है। सर गुड मॉर्निंग सर। कैसे चला गया सर को छुट्टी भी देते हैं, लेकिन करना पड़ेगा तुरंत चलते हैं। ये क्यों कर रहा है पता नहीं, वो लिंक बनाएगी तब तुम करते हो। So, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen, again, I have discontinued my talks at that time. Means, further, I was saying that there are more than 300 participants joining this conference. So my request is there that while asking the question, you please send your question in the chat box, or you can send that question particularly in the WhatsApp number we have provided to you. We are focusing this conference on road safety, traffic technology, traffic management, traffic education, enforcement of traffic rules, and this is being conducted for the sole purpose of discussion and deliberation to come out with some good idea and some innovative idea about this about the technologies which are in vogue nowadays. So it is my personal appeal to all of you that after this opening session, that you be available all the time on this WebEx platform. So and you encourage the speakers, those who are taking part in this conference. I would like to say that most of the students, they are from the IIT and NIT. If you are there with them, that will definitely upgrade their boost their morale of that so many participants or audiences there who is listening to them. And I suggest that you please put on some question so that we can adduce some good ideas for our for taking out the extract and submitting it to our higher headquarters. Those who have joined late, I again welcome them. Very soon we are going to start with our this opening ceremony. Our chief guest is today's chief guest is Srimati Alka Upadhyay, IAS, is 1990 batch Madhya Pradesh cadre officer. Very soon he is about to join. Then we'll start our proceeding.
Very good morning. I have already joined.
Good morning, sir.
Cannot connect to audio बोल रहे हैं.
Morning, madam.
Good morning, all the participants. I'll request all of you to please mute yourself. Please mute yourself because so much noise is coming.
Good morning, sir. I am from Begusarai, Bihar.
Okay, welcome, welcome. Please mute yourself. There is no need of giving introduction.
Good morning, sir. I am Manoj from Bihar,
There is no
Bhagalpur
need
City Office.
There is no need of giving any introduction. There is
Sir,
no
I
need of
am
it.
Gautam Kumar from Bihar.
Please mute yourself. Please mute yourself. No need to give any introduction. No need of giving any introduction. We are running short of time. Very soon our chief guest and our director, worthy director, is coming on the screen. So please mute yourself. Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, very good morning to you. I think our chief guest, he has joined. Yes, our chief guest has joined, and our director sir is also joined. So I will start with this proceeding of today. Sir, good morning to all of you, sir, and good morning, director sir. Sir, may I start, please, sir?
Sir, I am Manoj.
Manoj, please
Bihar,
keep quiet. Manoj, please keep quiet. There is no need of giving an introduction. We are going to start today's proceeding, opening ceremony. So please keep quiet, keep yourself mute. And I'll request director sir to please permit me to start with this.
Everybody,
please go ahead.
Sir,
I'm Arvind Kumar Jain from Rajasthan government.
Please, I'll request all of you to please mute yourself.
Rajasthan.
Arvind Kumar Jain ji and everyone else who has joined, kindly follow webinar discipline. You need not say anything in between. Kindly keep yourself muted. Follow webinar discipline.
So, good morning to all of you. Respected Srimati Alka Upadhyay, Madam, IAS, Chairperson NHAI, Sri Pawan Srivastava, IPS, Director, Central Academy of Police Training, Bhopal, and all respected officers of different government bodies, NGOs, and especially research scholars, educators, and students. On behalf of Director CBT, I, PK Sharma, Assistant Director, extend a warm welcome to you all at the 4th National Conference on Traffic Technology. For this conference, we have invited participation of all stakeholders and people presenting original research work in the field of traffic technology and road safety. We have received following nomination: 136 police officers from 24 states of the rank of IGs, DIGs, SPs, DCPs, and ACPs. 46 PWD officials of the rank of divisional engineer, superintendent engineer, executive engineer, and assistant engineers. 103 officers from State Transport Commission from 12 states of the rank of joint TC, additional TC, road safety vehicle engineers, DTOs, and RDOs. 27 officers from NHAI of the rank of CGM, GM, and of manager level. Other road wings of the ministry who are participating and contributing with their ideas are Central Road Research Institute, Automotive Research Association of India, Central Institute of Road Transport, National Highway Authority of India, Indian Road Congress, Transport Research Group, Kerala State Electronic Development Corporation Limited, non-profit institute like Institute of Road Traffic Education, NGOs like Lifeline Foundation, Traffic Reform, and Advocacy Experts, Indian Road Safety Campaign.
हेलो अब हो गया सही आएगा नहीं आएगा क्या आएगा लगाइए ना डिस्कनेक्ट बैठो आप
सर आपका माइक म्यूट हो गया है शर्मा सर, काइंडली अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ।
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, respected Srimati Alka Upadhyay Madam, IAS, Chairperson NHAI, Sri Pawan Srivastava, IPS, Director, Central Academy for Police Training Bhopal, now respected officers of different government bodies, NGOs, and especially research scholars, educators, and students. On behalf of Director CAPT, I, B.K. Sharma, Assistant Director, extend a warm welcome to you all at the 4th National Conference on Traffic Technology. For this conference, we have invited participation of all the stakeholders and paper research work in the field of traffic technology and road safety. We have received following nomination: 136 police officers from 24 states of the rank of IGs, DIGs, SPs, DCPs, and ACPs. 46 PWD officials of the rank of division engineer, superintendent engineer, executives, and assistant engineers. 3 officers from State Transport Commission from 12 states of the rank of Joint Transport Commission, additional TCs, road safety vehicles engineers, DTOs, and RDOs. 27 officers from NHAI, rank of CGM, GM, and manager levels. Other road wing of the ministry who are participating and contributing with their ideas are Central Road Research Institute, Automotive Research Association of India, Central Institute of Road Transport, National Highway Authority of India, Indian Road Congress, Transport Research Group, Kerala State Electronic Development Corporation Limited, non-profit institutions like Institute of Road Traffic Education, NGOs like Lifeline Foundation, Concern for Roads and Pedestrian Safety, Indian Road Safety Campaign, who play a major role in educating and lobbying for the road safety initiative around the world, are also part of this conference. Their CEOs, presidents are also going to share their views on the assorted issues. Apart from it, this is the first time we have got an overwhelming response from different IITs and NITs, as IIT IIT Delhi, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Dhanbad, IIT Kanpur, IIT Madras, and NIT Hamirpur, NIT Karnataka, NIT Allahabad, NIT Trichy, NIT Bhopal, and other regional government technological institutes such as Sri Rawatpura Sarkari University Raipur, Samrat Ashok Technology Institute Vidisha. They have submitted their research work for the discussion at this platform. Due to constraint of time, we are not able to accommodate all research work in this conference for discussion, but compendium will be made for publication from our headquarters, Bureau of Police Research and Development, New Delhi. This conference will go on at single platform in which presentation on the research paper will be done, followed by discussion on it. Apart from it, the keynote address by one speaker having expertise in the field and presentation of futuristic technology related issues by eminent speakers. The aim of this conference is not only the brainstorming on new technology, but also to create collaboration links between academic and professional by sharing the best practices of respected field. Now, before inviting Honorable Director CAPT Gopal for opening address, I would like to give his brief introduction to you. Shri Pawan Srivastava, IPS officer of the 1992 batch, MP cadre, is alumna of Allahabad University and JNU, where he pursued his MPhil in oceanography in School of Environmental Studies. A highly decorated officer, recipient of President Police Medal for Distinguished Services, President Police Medal for Meritorious Services, Peacekeeping Medal in United Nations Mission Kosovo. Recently, he has been awarded the prestigious Home Minister Trophy for his extraordinary contribution in the field of police training. He is also the recipient of Chief Minister Pixel for excellent work in the eradication of dacoits. Now, without taking much time, I will request Director Sir to present opening remark. Over to Director Sir.
Thank you, BK. I trust I'm audible and visible to everyone. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable Srimati Alka Upadhyay, Madam, the chairperson for today's program, Dr. Rohit Baluja, President, Institute of Road Traffic Education and Director of the College of Traffic Management, and Dr. Subrato Das, Padam Shri, a Managing Trustee and CEO of Lifeline Foundation, and other dignitaries present in this conference, dear colleagues. We at the Central Academy for Police Training, even though we are a police training academy created by the Government of India to recruit directly, to train the directly recruited TSPs of the states, all states of the country, we have expanded our wings and we have 4 national centers here in the Central Academy: the National Center for Prison and Correctional Services, National Center for Prosecution, National Center for Drug Law Enforcement, and National Center for Traffic Technology. So under the aegis of the Traffic Technology Center, we do a lot many things, and this conference is one of the parts of that National Center. So we all must recall that the United Nations had resolved that the decade from 2010 to 2020 was the international decade for action on road safety. Most of us police officers really did not know about it. And in fact, the United Nations saw that not many of us had actually given a focus towards it. And therefore, they extended that decade. Till now, we know that there is a United Nations Day, there is a United Nations year, but a decade, and that decade has been extended now from 2020 to 2030. We also know the number of accidents occurring in the country is the highest in the world. We also know that the number of fatalities in the road accidents is also the highest in the world. Now, we, the policemen, of course, we have to face the flag, because whenever, for whatever reason, an accident occurs, for whatever reason, eventually it is we, the police officers, who have to face the flag. For reasons not attributable to us straight away. It is some agency who has created it is some agency who has created that road. It is some other person or other road users who are using the road. But eventually, if a crash happens and if a death occurs, it is us police officers who have to face the flag. So we have been trying for the past 3 years, and this is the 4th year in succession, that we are trying to call all stakeholders whether it is the road builders, the agencies, whether it is the NGOs who are working in the field of reduction or in road safety, whether it is the academia, we are trying to bring all these agencies on one common platform and trying to find out ways and means through which we can stop the fatalities on the road. So I, as a road user, I personally feel that I am paying toll for two reasons. One is that I want a good road on which I can fly. Second, I want safety, that when I am flying on that road, not only me, myself, but other road users are also safe. So that is the reason why I am paying money to the government to use that road. But what happens on the roads, we all have seen. We have mixed traffic. We have seen people breaking the central verges. We have seen that people creating certain kind of infrastructure right next to the to the road. But we all must have visited some foreign country sometimes or the other, and we see that they have some systems in place where they would not allow mixed traffic on highways. They will not allow any kind of construction near the highways. And I remember very well as a kid that there were certain warning signs by the by the PWD that from the median of the road, no construction is allowed up to 250 meters on either side. But now we don't find that. So we have construction right next to the to the road, and when this happens, it would eventually result into so many traffic problems, so many traffic cures. So for that very reason, we have been trying for the past 4 years to bring all the stakeholders together on one platform, whether it is the highway authorities or the urban planners or the rural planners who are the builders of the road infrastructure, whether it is us police officers, I mean, we are trying to bring in all stakeholders so that we can come to some methods, some resolutions, some rules wherein we can reduce this traffic fatalities. Because eventually, whenever a traffic accident happens, whosoever loses his life is one amongst us. So for that very reason, we organize this and we try to come to some conclusion. And I think that the objective of this conference, by bringing you all together, is being fulfilled. And I think that it would be a learning lesson for all of us, because eventually it is us who are responsible for reduction in road accidents and road fatalities. With these words, I welcome you all here again in this conference, and I trust that this conference is going to not only open our eyes, but also will make some fruitful steps in. Thank you so very much. BK, we can't listen to you. BK, we can't listen to you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the word of encouragement and wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us our distinguished chief guest for inaugural ceremony. It's my pleasure to extend a gracious welcome on behalf of Director CAPT and entire team of CAPT to Srimati Alka Upadhyay, IAS, Chairperson NHI, on the opening ceremony of 4th National Conference on Traffic Technology. Before inviting Honorable Chief Guest on the forum, I would like to give audience a brief introduction. Srimati Alka Upadhyay, a 1990 batch IAS officers of Madhya Pradesh cadre, took charge as chairperson NHAI of India with effect from 6 December 2021. Prior to joining as chairman NHAI, Srimati Upadhyay served as additional secretary in the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, where she worked extensively in the field in regulatory capacity and in implementation of various developmental work of the Government of India. She has served in various positions in the government of Madhya Pradesh and government of India since 2003 as secretary in the state government. She has been involved in policy and decision making in various sectors like personal, finance, health, and rural development. For the past 10 years, she has been working in the rural road sector, first at the state level as CEO of MP, Rural Development Authority, Director General, Rural Road Development Authority, and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development. She has worked extensively on developing robust asset management system in the country with IIT-enabled system, held charge of MD National Rural Livelihood Mission, and worked extensively in creating rural enterprise of women and setting large producer collective registered company. One of the exciting projects has been the use of plastic waste in construction of rural road, along with promotion of other local material for building ecologically sustainable road. Now may I request Honorable Chief Guest of the event, Srimati Alka Upadhyay Madam, to grace this occasion with her most dignified presence. Over to ma'am.
Uh, Thank you very much. A very warm and pleasant good morning to all of you. It is indeed a pleasure to be here amongst the engineers, police officials, academicians, and researchers. I, at the outset, begin by giving a big compliment to the director, CAPT, Mr. Pawan Srivastav, who's also not only a very brilliant and bright officer, but also a very dear friend, for organizing the 4th National Conference on this traffic technology for 2 days. I feel really excited and happy to be given the opportunity to address all of you who are here for this opening ceremony today. I also extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Rohit Baluja, Dr. Subrato Das, Colonel Pradeep Gayola, Mr. Saurabh Deshpande, Mr. Verma Konala, Dr. Mohan Rao, Shri K.C. Tiwari, and Dr. Sanjay Kumar Nirmal, officiating Director General from North. In fact, the guest list itself is very, very inspiring, and I must congratulate you on getting all of these together, all of these people who are important stakeholders in this task of road safety together. I appreciate the dedication and enthusiasm of the Academy under the leadership of Mr. Pawan Srivastav for the commitments of imparting training and education which has gone on in spite of the pandemic situation with which all of are very familiar with now. I must admire that I'm also addressing one of the best training institutions for the police training in the country. I also would like to, at this point in time, mention that as we take up this task of ensuring better commuter facility, we also must ensure public road safety for the public who are using these roads. Day by day, traffic issues as congestions and road safety problem is increasing. Pawan has already said how we are seized with the problem, especially in India with the large population, newer roads, we are seized with this problem. Now, it would not only be important to have proper technology, proper design for the roads, but also to ensure road safety. And above all, we must also ensure that there is education to the commuters on how to drive safely on these roads. I must say that, in fact, it is a complete gamut of these stakeholders who are present here today who should be taking up this task of road safety very, very seriously. I would like to, I'm going by some of these statistics, which I think sometimes is important to put out the gravity of the situation. So national highways in India currently are about 1,30,000 kilometers of road length and carry about 40% of the vehicular traffic. So now, and these are all routes which have very high PCU or very high passenger car unit, which is known as which is the denominator, or in fact the number by which we signify the importance of the road. National Highway Authority of India, which I represent over here, and the chairperson of the NHAI, we have about 65,000 kilometers of total road length in the country on which we are either developing or we have developed the national highways. In fact, going by the numbers, I would just like to mention, and the last count that we have is that of 2019, where about 450,000 road accidents happened, and which claimed about 151,000 lives. 451,000 people were injured. So now you know how important these numbers are. And if we are talking, and it's not only just numbers, we need to bring down these numbers. We also saw a decline between 2018 and 19. The fatalities or the number of incidences reduced by about 4%. But I would say we have to go a very long way if this entire exercise is to be taken up in totality. And we need to put our systems in place. In terms of road accidents, if we see, the national highways themselves account for about 30% of the total road accidents, and 35% of people who unfortunately lose their lives come from these national highway commute. In National Highway Authority of India, National Highways itself, in 2019, there are about 88,000 accidents and about 35,605 fatalities. Now, while I have given the numbers, so there, the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Police Department in the states, and National Highway Authority of India are working together. And basis the data which is collected, some analysis has been done as to what are the real reasons behind these accidents. And some of the reasons which have been pointed out are like overspeeding, overloading of vehicles, drunken driving, mechanical failure of vehicles, pedestrians jaywalking, using the earphones, listening to music, and moving on the national highways. I mean, this is a short way of getting something which is not desired for. Poor vision, negligence of the drivers, non-adherence to lane driving, and of course, to start with the road engineering deficiencies. Now, having seen what are the deficiencies, there are 2 or 3 ways in all by way of which we can handle this entire subject of road safety. The first is engineering provisions. And when we conceptualize roads, we need to conceptualize the elements of road safety. And what are these road safety elements? I'll just name a few of them. Vehicular pedestrian underpasses. In fact, now we also have the animal underpasses. For those who have may know, or some of them you may not know, we have created this beautiful 19-kilometer of underpass near the Page Tiger Reserve, which will serve as an underpass only for the animals, and it has been appreciated at various forums across the country and also abroad. Grade separators, providing flyovers, zebra crossings, intersection improvement, traffic calming measures, and retroreflective road signages, thermoreflective signages, so on. So these, and of course, at the heart of it is traffic channelization, which is very, very important. Now, so after having understood the causes of road, say the causes of fatalities or accidents, what are the engineering provisions we have all analyzed? These are the common elements which can be introduced to road design, which can save a number of lives. The DPRs that are being made have to be made accordingly, including all of this. Now, the Honorable Supreme Court came up with a very important intervention, and they said that any road which is more than 5 kilometers in length should have an element of road safety, which was introduced. And we are doing road safety audits. But let me tell you over here, and which is something which all of us who come from the engineering agencies and who are attending this seminar over here, while it was said that we must do the road safety, but let me also tell you there's a huge deficiency of road safety auditors. Now, when I was looking after rural roads at that point in time, I realized this deficiency, and we were able to, and it all it takes is 2 courses of 15 days each to create road safety auditors. All of us are becoming highly dependent on consultants who do a good job many a times, but sometimes they are also overcrowded with a lot of things. Now, with this, I'm so sorry. Now, with this kind of overcrowding that is happening at the consultant ends and not building expertise within, I think we are heading for a fiasco, because organizationally, if we do not learn these things, then we will also not be able to get the right kind of work done out of the consultants. For this, all of us must get together, each of the engineering schools, civil engineering schools that we have, we must have road safety auditor courses conducted. I started this when I was in the rural roads domain, and we were able to create about 300 to 400 auditors. Now, when we make the DPRs, it has been envisaged that we need to have the road safety provisions inbuilt into the DPR. But nobody who goes and checks whether the exact design has been now implemented at the time of construction or not. So during construction and post-construction phase, the element of road safety audit has to be brought in. In NHI, we have empaneled 53 such people. As I said, we have 60,000 kilometers of road. And with these 53 impaneled officers, I don't think we are really doing it justice. And so for this, even in the NHI, now I have given the task to our engineers to train the young entrants and all the field officials and make them road safety auditors. It not only brings in some expertise, but it also brings in a heightened sense of awareness as far as this subject is concerned. Now, identification of the accident black spots, and this is where I seek indulgence of all the police outfits, the organizations, and especially at the state level, to keep sharing the data with MORTH. If you are not sharing this data, if we are not capturing the accidents, and if we are not reporting this data, then probably we are missing out on what we should be doing. And it is for this reason that I urge all of you who are over here and who would be in the field at some point in time to capture the data for identification of the black spots. There will be some short-term measures, some long-term measures. Some short-term measures are as small as just giving the right kind of signages, the right kind of signage at the right point in time. For example, exit. For example, lane adherence. We need to educate our people and on the short-term measures. Then, of course, the long-term measures on VUPs, foot over bridges, the people's, where only underpass is required for people to move in. All these are small things which can be added. Now, based on the road accident and fatalities data between 2011 to 14, about 506 such spots were identified on the various NH. A lot of these spots have been tackled, while some are under progress. I am happy to share with you that this is a very serious point of review in the ministry. And for improvement of these points, we also give funds from the ministry. For quick action to happen, we have delegated powers to our regional officers. Not everything needs to come to the ministry or to NHI for sanctions. So we've given powers to the regional officers to give sanctions on these. And so I gave you data between 11 to 14, when because we were doing more research, because we were getting more data, this figure increased in the year 2015 to 17 to about identification of about 5,800 such black spots. We are monitoring them, and work has already been done on about 2,505 of these positions, and in rest of the places work is ongoing. Now, and each of these roads now are, most of our roads are now on GIS. This GIS information along with the data which comes in from the police, will be able to help us in identification and treatment of these black spots. Now, one of the common things that happens is the junction of the roads. It is seen that a large number of accidents happen at the junctions of the roads. Now, what is to be done? And since I was on in the rural roads domain earlier, I know what happens when we build in roads which merge onto the national highways. Number one, there is no gradient. Number two, the road just goes on like at a cross angle at 90-degree intervention, whereas the junction should be funnel shaped, there should be proper marking, and the gradient should be matched. So if we are able to do this, the high number of accidents at the junctions can also be reduced. Another activity that we have now started taking up with the help of some voluntary organizations for the state of Maharashtra and UP. The Save Life Foundation is working very actively, proactively with us, and they are not only doing a road safety audit, they are identifying the black spots and also giving us some suggestions, engineering suggestions as to how the road connectivity can be, how the road safety can be built in. Further, with the International Road Assessment Program, IRAP, we are working in 3 states, Tamil Nadu, again Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra, because these are the 3 states where very high number of fatalities do occur. This now brings me to another section of people and about whom we really don't speak about much. And these are the vulnerable users, people with special needs. And somebody's mic is on. So please switch it off. So as you know, because land is becoming scarce, a number of our highways are getting the shape of flyovers or elevated roads in the heart of the city. Now, we, as part of NHA, are very liberal with giving these VUPs, PUPs, or the foot overbridge, but we do not really have a sense of how to make all of these approaches accessible for those who are differently abled or also for pedestrians. I'll give you a small example. Today I'm in Chandigarh, in fact, and joined from here. Yesterday I was reviewing Haryana, and there was a case which was brought about to me that they wanted a change of scope on a national highway. On paper, it looked like this should not have this is not required. So what they were proposing was a vehicular underpass, जबकि एक 100 मीटर पे एक 110 मीटर पे एक अंडरपास ऑलरेडी था और एक 300 मीटर पे था. So I thought it is not required really. But when I spoke with the state government officials, they said it is important for the simple reason that there is a school and the school children can't travel even for 100 meters on that busy highway because there was no service road. Hence, this underpass is required. And it's very genuine. Now, for this, at the time of making the DPR, I think it is oblivion. हम ऐसे जाते हैं सीधे देखते हैं and we really do not understand the needs of the people in the urban areas. And let me tell you, a large number of accidents are happening wherever there is urban interface of the national highway. So we must look at these areas. Now, coming to urban areas, like for example, the two-wheelers, they make up for a large number of accidents that happen on the national highways. Delhi Meerut Expressway, I'll take one example. Now, Delhi Meerut Expressway has been made beautifully, and it has cut down the travel time from Meerut to Delhi to only about 45 minutes to 50 minutes. It's a different matter. There's a choke happening at Delhi. When you enter Delhi, there's a choke happening, and you need another 1 hour to reach wherever in Delhi. Now, on this road, because it is now becoming so easy for daily commute, a large number of two-wheelers are moving onto the national highway. Now, national highway has no exit. It is a linear project. And if there are no speed controls, if there are no, what should I say, if they are not controlled, there will be more and more fatalities. We need to take this issue also. So the vulnerable users, the pedestrians, the two-wheelers, their needs have to be taken into account. Now, speaking more and more about this, I also have to mention over here, we do have the Road Safety Week where we bring in all the stakeholders and try to get people together during the road safety month. I think we need to have a road safety year, as Paman was mentioning right at the very beginning, because we haven't really been able to reach our goals. We need to more and more come to realize the situation that is quite dark, quite bad. We don't want to leave any, we don't want any deaths on the national highways. So the road safety week should be absolutely a 24/7 kind of a thing, or a 365 days intervention. We need to have more and more usage, more and more passenger usage programs, education programs on how to improve the road usage. Now, I'm not getting into what really happens on the roads and how we sometimes actually ourselves invite accidents or lead to accidents. So we have the web-based cameras on one of the sections from the UER section in Delhi, one of the sections in Delhi. And I was seeing we have a very state-of-art command center. I was seeing the kind of roads accidents that are happening. एक गाड़ी बीच में पार्क कर दी, रास्ते में दिखा नहीं, लाइट उसकी टेल लाइट ऑन नहीं है, एंड उसमें जाकर वो दे crash into that गाड़ी. The entry point is there, but they try to do some kind of venturing out, and they try to drive on the opposite section. So all those things are there. We are getting in technology. We are trying to have an integrated system. And now, in fact, now one of the things that we are trying to do is the GIS based or satellite based tolling system. Well, technology exists, and a number of countries are using the technology-based system. And why I have brought in the technology part, because there is something that I want to lead on to from here. That technology exists, but what about the enforcement? So all of this has to be seen together: road designing, usage, education, and enforcement. Speed limit तोड़ रहे हैं, wrong direction travel हो रहा है. So we need to really find these people. So I was just mentioning to all of you that we need to have an integrated system. So we will now remove the toll plazas. The commuter experience is quite bad at the toll plazas, where they say they are stuck for about 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or 4 minutes. But we want to have good experience through the satellite-based tolling system. But we will have to come to a good enforcement system also. As part of NHAI, we have tried to do a lot of things, in fact, as incident management. So, and why I was talking about technology over here, because you need technology for quick response. And I will take a minute to share a personal experience. Many years back, I think in the year 2007, we were studying in the US. And at that point in time, we as a family were traveling from Washington, D.C. to somewhere. There was unprecedented, very heavy snowfall, and our car skid. And it was just by grace of God that we didn't move on to the car didn't move to the heavy traffic section. It just moved on to the left side of the road and hit the wall on the side, a divider on the side. We called up 911 because the car just stopped. We called 911. The guys came within 3 or 4 minutes. The first thing that they did was they asked us, "How are you all? Are you all safe?" My son had got hurt. They went to him and asked him specifically, "Do you need medical attention? Are you all right?" Their first concern was, "How are you? How is you fine?" Whereas here, if you end up in a crash, or if you end up into the first thing somebody asks is, a police person comes in or somebody, तुम्हारा license कहाँ है? तुम क्या कर रहे थे? ठीक है, आप उसमें regulation आप लाइए, but sensitivity to the situation is a must. Thereafter, immediately after this was done with, a tow vehicle was called, Our car was towed back to wherever it was to be because it was a rented car. They took us to another location where we could take another car and drive to wherever we had to go. So I'm just talking about the mitigation system or the incident management system. So as part of NHAI, we are putting ambulances at every 40 kilometers. We also have the a high response, we call them the high surveillance vehicles also. We also have the tow vehicles at the toll plazas. All that system is there. But in spite of that, there is a lack in synchronicity, and we are not able to take it up at the right time. As all of you are aware, if you attend to a crash victim in the first 10 or 15 minutes, you are likely to save his life. You are likely to save a family. So this integrated technology, common toll numbers, common numbers for response system, I think this is very, very important. And we do need to bring this up, integrate technology at a higher level. I think I have taken enough of your time, and it was indeed a delight to be here with you. We are all working towards a common cause of saving lives. We must put out the best foot forward and try and do whatever is the best from each one of our ends. So we have the voluntary organizations over here, we have the academicians. We would want you to design cheaper solutions. We would want you to give us inputs in the NHAI or the national highways, even the state roads, as to if we do this, this is going to reduce the fatality. I again thank CAPT and the director for bringing us all together, and we hope to work continuously on this topic, which is of great public interest. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I'll request DIG Sri Chandraprakash Saxena, Deputy Director, CAPT, to deliver vote of thanks. Over to DIG, sir.
Thank you, Bridge. Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Alka Upadhyay, IAS, Chairperson, National Highways Authority of India. Shri Pawan Srivastav, IPS, Director CAPT, Dr. Rohit Bolija, President, Institute of Road Traffic Education, Director of the College of Traffic Management, research scholars and esteemed participants. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I express my deep gratitude and hearty thanks to our Chief Guest, Srimati Alka Upadhyay, IAS, for accepting our request for chairing this 4th National Conference on Traffic Technologies. Madam, your presence has been very motivating and enlightening for all of us. I thank you for sparing your precious time out of very busy schedule for this occasion. I also thank our Director CAPT, Shri Pawan Srivastav, IPS, for providing us vision, direction, and guidance to achieve excellence in everything that we do here at CAPT. This 4th National Conference is a constant persuasion and motivation from our Director CAPT. I would like to convey my gratitude to Dr. Rohit Baluja, Padma Shri Dr. Subrata Das, Managing Trustee and CEO, Lifeline Foundation, Colonel Pradeep Karola, GM NHIDCL, Mr. Saurabh Deshpande, Mr. Verma, S. Konala, CEO of INI, National Institute for Transparency, Dr. Amudapuram Mohan Rao, Senior Principal Scientist, Shri K.C. Tiwari, International Safety Consultant, Dr. S. Velu Murugan, Chief Scientist, CSIR, Co-Convener, G7. I also acknowledge the presence of other eminent persons who have joined this online conference and whose name I have not called. My sincere thanks to them as well. My heartfelt thanks to all the participants of 4th National Conference on Traffic Technology for finding out time out of their commitment to attend this special occasion. Without you, this event just cannot take off. Finally, a special thanks to Team CAPT, who have relentlessly worked behind the scene to make today's event happen. Thank you all. Stay healthy and stay safe. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we'll start our this today's program with the ice-breaking session from Dr. Rohit Baluja. He will be delivering this session on. He will delivering talks on the technology as a enabler of sustainable development rather than a total solution capacity building of manpower and indigenous research should be given precedence. Now, before handing over this forum to Mr. Baluja, I will give a brief introduction to you. Mr. Rohit Baluja is the president of Institute of Roads Traffic Acquisition and director of the College of Traffic Management. His PhD in civil engineering from University of Birmingham. His research has been in the area of understanding road traffic violation, especially due to faulty road environment. He is a visiting lecturer at the School of Civil Engineering, University of Birmingham, and teaching traffic management. Mr. Baluja established the IRTE in 1991, which is non-profit institution researching in all areas of traffic management, including the domains of traffic engineering, traffic enforcement, accident investigation, driving training, and road safety education. This non-profit organization was the first recipient of the National Award for Road Safety by the Government of India. In recognition of his contribution to the road safety, Mr. Baluja was elected Fellow of ASOCA, the Global Association of Leading Social Entrepreneurs. He has received national and international recognition, including the Prince Michael International Road Safety Award, UK, and the first award for distinguished service conferred by the Royal Society for the Prevention of Accident, United Kingdom. Now I will request Mr. Baluja sir to please start with his session. Over to Mr. Baluja sir.
Namaskar, Mr. Pavan Shilkar, Chairperson NHI, Srimati Upadhyay, Mr. Sharma, all team of BPR&D-CAPT, and all the participants. मैं बहुत जल्दी सेशन आगे थोड़ा तेज चलूँगा और थोड़ा सा क्रिटिकल रहेगा, लेकिन उसके लिए मेरे को माफ़ कीजिएगा बिकॉज माई आइडिया भारत और मेरा ये कहना है कि लेट टेक्नोलॉजी सर्व एज एन एनेबलर, बट उसके गुलाम ना बन जाए हम एज टेक्नोलॉजीज। हम जानते हैं कि आज हम कंसल्टेंट्स और कंसल्टेंसीज के बगैर काम नहीं कर सकते, बट आई बिलीव दैट नेशन शुड नॉट बी इंस्लेव्ड बाय देम। और तीसरी चीज़ जो हम भूल चुके हैं कि हमें ह्यूमन कैपेसिटी कैपेबिलिटी का पहले ध्यान रखना है, बाद में टेक्नोलॉजी का। देयर इज नो डाउट दैट टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल in transportation management, data gathering, administrative solutions, intelligence। एक छोटी सी चीज शुरू करते हैं कि एक हमारे भारत में we have about 1.9 lakh hospitals and one hospital for about 7,000 population। और अगर हम जाते हैं into doctors, so we have one doctor for about 1,500 for population। और अगर अब हमारे को we need to revolutionize the medical system, like our doctors are in Ukraine, etc. But can we do that with technology? Can we just not have doctors but technology? Can we use nurses, chemists, drivers, and put technology and say that we'll run the hospitals? So this would be a doctor. Would you allow him to do that? If you would consult a doctor and say, and the doctor gives you medicine, would you accept it? Would you allow a technology robot to perform surgeries onto you? And you wouldn't like to do that. Today we have a population of 1.35 billion. ये अभी का है. So this is going on as a live program. Today births are about 27,000 and deaths are about 10,000. This is today's thing. So what is happening is that 20,000 people are added additionally to the transport system every day, which is in addition. And so we need to be prepared. So in the field of traffic and transportation, can only technology solve this problem? So we have a lot of domains in technology. Let us say traffic enforcement, traffic engineering, transportation planning, ITS, ITMS, accident investigation, data management, etc. So many areas where we need technology. Surely we need them. Pavan ji mentioned कर रहे थे decade of action. I have been representing India at the United Nations Road Safety Collaboration since 2004. And in 2010, in 2011, 100 nations, including India, हमारे भारत सरकार ने न्यूयॉर्क में जाके बोला कि हम 100 नेशंस मिलके इसका commit that we will reduce the the burden of fatalities by 50%. तब 1,34,000 लोग मरते थे. We committed to 70,000. But what happened? It went to 1,54,000. The other way around. We made all things, everybody. And then the World Health Organization says, no, this is not the right figure. You are double because you're underreporting. We have 17.7% of the world population, but we kill 23% people in road accidents as far as it is concerned. So what happened? We opened gates to technology. We opened the World Bank support, but where did we go wrong? आज तो हमें ऑडिट चाहिए इस चीज का कि हम गलत कहाँ गए, कितना पैसा खर्च किया, कितना मैन पावर्स लगे, क्या चीज लगी, किसने गलत किया, क्यों हम नीचे नहीं उठ पाए जबकि बाकी नेशंस आर राइजिंग अप. वी केम अप विद अ स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन. 100 सिटीज हैं, हमने स्मार्ट सिटी को बताया, प्रमोटिंग वेराइटी ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्ट, ओरिएंटेड डेवलपमेंट, पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट, लाइफ माइल कनेक्टिविटी, और ये देखिए कितने सारे हैं. तो आज टुडे friends, are we introducing technology to replace transportation planners? We are introducing technology to replace traffic engineers. We don't need traffic enforcers because we want to put cameras. We don't need accident investigators or driver trainers or first responders or public health experts. So this is the fallacy which we need to address today. Our belief is that today, that consultants को ले आइए. Consultants will help us resolve the vacuum. अब consultants सब कुछ कर देंगे. Consultancy based and promoted technologies will replace human needs. यही हम इस चीज के ऊपर अगर हमारा बिलीफ है तो ये बिलीफ ठीक नहीं है और इसको बदलना है. 2.5 साल, 2.5 years ago, I was at the Moscow Traffic Management Center. Now this center is of all, I mean the police, the transport, the road authorities, the medical authorities, and we asked a question, we were answered, everything. There was nothing which we couldn't answer. It was an excellently. We took the Honorable Minister Gadkari to the New York Traffic Transportation Department. This is the Traffic Management Center. Here, the police is sitting behind and the road authorities are doing the entire work, connected with everybody. So we now are trying to actually leap from the developed countries to our straight without thinking in between what we need to build. The first traffic map by Praveen Sood in Bangalore. Excellent job, wonderful job, because that was the first one. Then came the smart city missions like Surat, Faridabad, and so many, all these, Kochi. But look at the center and then and then in the center we brought in, now today also, if I speak to a police officer he says, I'm bringing ANPR, automatic number plate recognition. अरे भाई 1976 में 1976 it was introduced in United Kingdom. We are 42 years late. It is nothing new. So this is basis of recognizing a number plate of what he's doing. But अब ये देखिए Bangalore आज का. This is Bangalore and the traffic management center is working. What would you do? You look at Surat. This is Surat. There are so many police officers standing here. What would they do? Is it organized? Is it laned? Is it engineered? No. You look at Delhi. This is last week. On a 3-lane, 4-lane road, there are 18 lanes. What do you want me to do with technology? Or do you want to settle the road first before you bring in technology? This is Kanpur. बताइए, ये सब खड़े हैं, 4 पुलिस के ऑफिसर्स यहाँ खड़े हैं यहाँ पे. But what do I do with vulnerable road users? Technology. कर दीजिए टेक्नोलॉजी, लगा दीजिए कैमरा, सब ठीक हो जाएगा. This is the National Highway 44, Delhi to Ambala. Just give a thought that can the police go to each place? You need something behind it. I mean, every vehicle violates on a national highway, every vehicle. Now you come down with red light violation and evidential technology. All the 100 cities, smart city missions को इतना पैसा मिला है कि सबसे पहले कैमरा लगा दो. Now camera लग गए. Camera is based upon a stop line. When you cross the stop line, it takes a film. Where are the stop लाइन, स्टॉप लाइन ही नहीं है और कैमरास लग गए। इसको देखिए, how many people are not crossing the entire well of the junction, but they have crossed the stop line, and all these are being booked. They don't know that they are being booked for stop line because traffic engineering is poor. Look at this. A blinking green is not acceptable as a standard today, but we are doing it because we want to do it. This is Delhi. This is Delhi. There are 4 police officers standing, 4 times it blinks. He'll catch 1%, but there are at least 800 violations happening every 2 minutes. Do the police realize it? Then we put speed cameras. We put speed cameras. Wonderful. Speed cameras. Are the speed limits fixed properly? Are the signs as per the IRC standard? Are they gazetted, notified? No. Mostly not. Look at the small part of it. He puts a speed camera and he writes that, there is a speed camera and then you can actually catch this one. See, speed cameras and a small 50-40. कौन पढ़ेगा इसको? So millions of challans are generated. People are innocently not aware of what it is. Speed limits are not set properly. Lane violation, बताइए क्या करेंगे इसमें? lane violation बताइए। मैंने कैमरा लगा दिया, बताइए क्या लेन वायलेशन है? Everybody is violating. So in 2007 we did a study of how many violations happen in Delhi, national capital territory of Delhi every day. 146 million, 14 crore 60 lakh. 34 million because of faulty environment. We sent this report to the governor. The governor was shocked. He called all the police and every authority, and the Unified Traffic Transportation Planning and Engineering Center, UTPEC, was created by the Delhi Development Authority. But it remained only as a coordination mechanism, not as a efficiency mechanism. Then again, we did a study in 2017. ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल डिवाइसेस, यातायात नियंत्रण के साधन, साइन, सिग्नल, रोड मार्किंग्स कितने स्टैंडर्ड से हैं? Unbelievable. 75% of these signs did not meet standard. 70% of the signals did not meet standard. यही तो साधन है हमारे. The whole traffic legislation is based upon these. मैं आपको एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ. स्टॉप साइन है. This is the most important sign in the world. Right of way sign. IRC says it can only be installed on a major road. It should be installed on a minor road, जहाँ पे सिग्नल ना हो. ये सिग्नल को रिप्लेस करता है, माइनर रोड पे लगा होगा और इसको राइट ऑफ वे है. और नियम आ गया 184 सेक्शन 2019 के एक्ट में कि whoever violates this stop line, उसकी 1000 रुपए की मिनिमम पेनल्टी है, 6 महीने की सजा है. हमारे इंजीनियर्स ने रेड को ब्लू में डाल दिया पहले तो, और उसके बाद आप देखिए कि सारे साइंस दिल्ली में एक भी साइन माइनर रोड पे नहीं है, सब मेजर रोड पे हैं, सिग्नल्स पे हैं. क्या करेगी पुलिस इसमें? Everybody is violating because it is the engineer who did not understand what was the regulation and what were the. अब हम ले आए एक्सीडेंट इन्वेस्टिगेशन सॉफ्टवेयर, integrated road accident database, IRAD. Now सारी पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट्स हैव टू पुट दिस. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वे में हमें करना है. इसके अंदर पुलिस को क्या करना है कि जो आईपैड लेके उसमें क्लिक कीजिए, फोटोग्राफ्स भरिए, सारा कुछ कीजिए. बढ़िया है. वी नीड डेटा राइट अवे. हमें डेटा हाथ के हाथ मिलना चाहिए. बट अगर हम इसको कहें कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है एक्सीडेंट से, दिस इज एन इन्वेस्टिगेशन, देन प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड दिस इज नॉट एन इन्वेस्टिगेशन. This is just a data capture. But here you write accused victim. So the police officer IO has to write who's the accused. How does he know he is the accused? How does he know he is the accused? Friends, आज हमारी पुलिस ऑफिसर्स जो IOs हैं have no knowledge, almost no knowledge of driving regulations. No knowledge. और यही तो चीज़ है जो accused को बताता है. He no knowledge of traffic control devices. He doesn't believe in supportive hypothesis. He doesn't have a forensic mindset. He just blames the vehicle and the heavy vehicle. So if the process adopted is false, then the data collection may be improved, but individual mindset without basis will lead to wrongful convictions. Friends, understand technology is not, it is an enabler. हम ले आए innovative driving drivers हैं. 30 million drivers have to take a test every year. 30 million. in the country. तो गवर्नमेंट ने बोला अरे साहब इतने सारे तो एमएलओज हैं नहीं, आरटीओज हैं नहीं, तो ऑटोमेटिक ट्रैक्स बना दीजिए। अब इस ट्रैक पे चलिए और लाइसेंस मिल जाएगा आपको फाइनल। तो यहाँ पे फॉर एग्जांपल ये दिल्ली का ट्रैक है और इसमें ये चल रहे हैं और लाइसेंस मिल जाएगा, ऐसे रिवर्स 8 है वगैरह वगैरह, साइंस भी गलत हैं। बट इज दिस, आई मीन स्किल्स इज डिफरेंट। ये है हमारा बाहर का वातावरण, इसमें लेना है टेस्ट। कौन सी डेवलप्ड कंट्री है जो कि ऑटोमेटिक देती है? दे हैव टू गो आउट एंड अंडरस्टैंड दैट स्किल्स एंड विजडम लॉ नीड्स टू बी इंटीग्रेटेड। नहीं है, हम टेस्ट दे रहे हैं और एक लाइसेंस नहीं होगा, एक लाइसेंस नहीं होगा जो एज पर लॉ विच इज गिवन। ये हम गए आंध्र प्रदेश, दिस इज अ स्कूल, ड्राइविंग स्कूल, ये ड्राइविंग स्कूल है। हम अंदर गए, हमने पूछा भी लाइसेंस चाहिए, हमने कहा कि लीजिए, ये इंस्ट्रक्टर है। सारा कुछ हमने देखा जो आपके नियम से होना चाहिए, बिल्कुल सही है। बाहर पे साइंस लगे हुए थे, हमने कहा साइंस का मतलब बता दीजिए,
जाने के लिए
सब गलत है, साइंस भी गलत लगे हैं, बता भी गलत रही हैं। शी इज द मैनेजर। अब चले आइए, आपको हमने इंस्ट्रूमेंट दे दिए पुलिस को कि भाई इसमें दवाई, फाइन। डज द पुलिस नो कि लॉ क्या है? कि सिर्फ वो नंबर जानता है की का। फॉर एग्जाम्पल 56 नंबर है, उसको पता है तो 56 मीन्स रेड लाइट जंपिंग, बट डजंट नो व्हाट द रेड लाइट मीन्स। इज इट अ स्टॉप लाइन जंपिंग, इज इट व्हाट? दिल्ली पुलिस ने ये लेके इसको लगाया इन 2017 में। 60 crores was the revenue by or sort of chalaning money, and in 2018 they collected 100 crores by these machines. And what happened? The fatalities also went up. में 1584 to 18 में 1690. What happened? अरे, is the chalaning for the purpose of revenue collection or is it for the purpose of understanding what safety it is? So friends, today the issue is that we need to also understand that now we have been, whenever we do training, we do a pre-assessment. You know, today engineers of roads, their assessment, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
you are audible.
Fine. So, you know, what we did was that we do a pre-test. Now,
Okay, sir.
Mostly we have civil engineers. But screen is not visible. How do I happen? No, but I'm already there. But where is it? I was switched off the screen. I didn't switch it off.
So you are audible and visible both.
Both, okay. So we tried to see what is the level of knowledge. You won't believe that maintenance of roads, traffic engineering, you need the science, traffic engineering. We just took simple tests of all the people. Civil engineers have as low a knowledge of signs, signal, road markings and regulations as low as 14%. Transport department officers, MLOs, RTOs, 17%, and police 11%. So today, please friends, road safety has become a business. It is consultants, consultancies, road safety advisors, specialists. Our intelligence should be a little higher. Every day, our government offices are preparing what? What are the government officers actually preparing? RFPs, DPRs, EOIs. Most of our time is going into that. And that also the consultants have to prepare. Design, approve, build, operate, maintain, and then audit, and then further audit. We should get out of this. We should actually have our recommendations like vehicle technology, excellent. We are now at the ARAI and other regions, we are crashing vehicles. Fine, we need this technology. It knows what standard, how much this vehicle can take an impact. Excellent, that's what we need to do. The World Forum for Regulations. So technology in transportation should be designed and adapted keeping in mind the culture, road infrastructure, economic viability. Cut pasting should be avoided. Knee-jerk applications should be avoided. Technology is advancing so fast that you don't believe. The age of acceleration is there. And so the speed is there. So don't believe. So today we need in Atmanirbhar Bharat, we need to invest in indigenous research in all domains of road and transport management. This is what is the first part of it. We need capacity building of the police, traffic engineers, transport engineers, traffic police, MLOs, RTOs. That's what we need, development of traffic engineering centers. Technology is an answer for tomorrow, but you cannot replace it by artificial intelligence. I give you an example of a need-based technology, Interceptor. In 1995, I just took a video camera and I started to capture how many violations a police officer books on a road. And I then showed this to the police commissioner, Mr. Nikhil Kumar, that 60% of what a police cop is booking is 60% is false because he doesn't understand the legislation nor the devices. And that led to the starting of the mobile enforcement vehicle, which I called it the Interceptor.
Your
And
screen
this
is not
Interceptor,
visible. Your screen, your presentation is not visible.
that's what I was trying to say. Just 1 second.
Sir, you are audible and visible. Please carry on.
Okay. No, okay, fine. And so, fine. So this we made, and this mobile enforcement laboratory, I called it the Interceptor. Today, this Interceptor is in 25 states, 500 vehicles. No, it is co-produced with an organization called Integra, who's actually working into all other details of what is happening.
Actualized and created the Interceptor in the year 1995. Interceptor is a registered trademark of IRTE. It participated in the Republic Day Parade in the year 1996 and 2001. With years of research and development, deployment experience, Interceptor V8 is equipped with a primary laser-based speed video enforcement system, and a roof-mount PTZ HD camera can also be captured through these devices. The defaulters can then be penalized basis the evidence collected. With the presence of video recorders, video monitors, communications, and telematics, the driver-passenger violations such as non-use of seat belts and helmets, lab system in place.
In traffic enforcement, this Interceptor crash lab is equipped to gather all necessary.
So today we have 25 states and 500 interceptors, but friends, our College of Traffic Management, they say the college is dedicated to capacity building. Have been given a consultative status by the United Nations and recognized by UN as the Center for Excellence for Road Safety. And with 6 departments, we are now training police from across the country, including the IPS officers, the neighboring countries of the police. We are training highway engineers from across after conducting 65,000 kilometers of road safety audit by camera, 65 cities of audit. And recently for the NHI, we have developed the laboratory from Ambala to Wagah border as a lab which can be replicated across the country. We have the Department of Driver Training where we are training RTOs, MLOs, and the Department of Public Health for Road Safety, Department of Law. The Department of Law has a Road Safety Court of Justice which has now started to train prosecutors and judicial officers in why road accidents are happening in road safety investigation. 2 courses, MSc in Traffic Management and MSc in Forensic Science, is dedicated to building capacity of the country. Once again, to close, I want to say that all our effort should be to respect the Prime Minister's call towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Let technology serve as an enabler, and let us not become a slave to technologies. Consultants and consultancies should serve the cause, but the nation should not be enslaved by them. And the way forward is building human capacity and capability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you,
Sir, thank you very much for giving a good insight about this, giving a true picture about this technology and about empowering human resources in the face of technology that you have said. Very good lecture taken by you, sir. Thank you very much for spending time with me. Thank you very much, Mr. Balucha, sir. Now for the participant, let's have a break of 5 to 10 minutes. Let's have a break of 10 minutes. Thereafter, we will come back again for our next session that will be taken by Dr.
ये सर जो 16 पे कॉपी लाना है ना सर
Keep
लाएगा फिजिकल कॉपी
yourself mute. Means so much noise is coming. This is creating disturbance for the speaker. Please keep yourself mute.
लिंक
So let's take for 10 minutes. It is now 11:25 rather. So we'll come back again at 11:35. By the time being, please be connected. Don't quit. Thank you.
Hello.
हेलो संदीप जी, नमस्कार नमस्कार। बोल रहे हैं क्या आपका गाड़ी ऑनलाइन हो गया है? तो एक काम कीजिए, ठीक है, ये बुक जो हो गया है इसका आरसी के लिए तुरंत अप्लाई करवाएं।
चर्चा कर रहे हैं और ये
वैसे कौन सी टास्क हो सकता है?
अभिषेक जी अभिषेक जी हैं?
Yes, all the officers and participants, I request you again on this WebEx platform for our in the continuation of this lecture and presentation. Now we are having with us Dr. Lisa Malik, an assistant professor from Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Dhanbad. So she is coming shortly. Dr. Lisa Malik, you are there on the screen. Are you ready for your presentation, Dr. Lisa Malik?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Namaste, sir. Namaste.
Again, it's my humble request to all of the participants to please keep yourself mute. It is too much noise is coming and
अगर मोटरसाइकिल कौन सी गाड़ी है बताओ ना उसकी। तो टोयोटा 4 व्हीलर 9% होगा।
Ambakapur Sahab, RTO Ambakapur Sahab, please give yourself.
Okay.
RTO Ambikapur, please mute yourself. Now, all these honorable participants and officers, we are going to have a paper presentation on development of safety performance function using surrogate variables for network screening on Indian national highways. This presentation of the papers, this is original research work by Dr. Lisa Malik. I'll give a brief introduction of her to you. Dr. Lisa Malik is an assistant professor at Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, ISM Dhanbad. She is PhD in Transportation Engineering from IIT New Delhi, India. Her core specialization is in the field of transportation, including urban transportation planning and modeling. So without taking much of your time, I'll request Dr. Lisa Malik to please start with her presentation. Over to Dr. Lisa.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and good morning to all of you. So nice kickoff of the session from the morning. So let's begin today's presentation without any wait and delay. So just sharing my screen. So I hope the screen is visible to all of you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. So I'm going to discuss with you on the topic of how to develop safety performance function using some surrogate variables for our network screening on Indian national highways. So I'll be discussing all these keywords in my next subsequent slide. And as Mr. B.K. Sharma has already introduced, that I am Dr. Lisa Malik, Assistant Professor at IIT Dhanbad. The work has been done in collaboration with IIT Delhi with Professor Geetam Tiwari. So let's begin the presentation. So if we go ahead. Yeah. So the first keyword that I've used in my topic is about safety performance function. To begin with the presentation, I'll just explain you the brief concept of what is safety performance function and how is it useful. So if we just look at the term of safety performance function, it is essentially the crash prediction models. So it is basically a mathematical equation which will help us to understand that what are the expected number of accidents at different sites based on maybe one way is that if we have this variable that is annual average daily traffic, or other variable is that are called as full safety performance function, which is basically this one, that is AADT, that is annual average traffic, plus the other on-site geometric variables. It can be in terms of whether that particular road or road segment is a curve, or whether it is a 2-lane or a 4-lane highway. So all other geometric elements are basically considered in this full SPF. Okay, so now the next question arises that, okay, if SPF is basically that we are kind of trying to predict that number of accidents is a function of either the traffic volume and the geometric characteristics, then what it can be used for. So basically there are three purposes of developing safety performance function. First one is for network screening, where we try to understand that what are the likely black spot locations. So it will help us to identify the locations with promise. Okay, so those locations where will benefit the most if we give some safety treatment. Second important aspect of developing this safety performance function is it will help us to predict that what is the expected accident frequency at a particular site or a project for a project. And the third function for developing the safety performance function is if we are actually coming up with the safety countermeasure to reduce the number of crashes for a particular site. So it will help us that, okay, what is the effect of that? So given this background, now what was the problem? What is the problem for Indian scenario? So even if we want to develop these two simple models, that is simple safety performance function and even the full safety performance function, we need the information of traffic volume. We need the geometric details of roads, which is not really easily, available for Indian conditions. So then the second question arises, like, what is the motivation of that particular study? When we talk about the motivation of this study, so we are aware of the fact that a lot of efforts are spent on the data collection to come up with the analysis for the safety performance function. First, the accident records, they are not kind of computerized as of now. So we have to actually collect the FIR copies from each police stations and then decode back in the laboratory. So that is the first step. The second one is, for example, we need the information for traffic volume or maybe speed or maybe some other geometric details for the roads. That kind of information is only, first of all, it is limitedly available in the public domain. Secondly, the idea is that particular traffic volume or speed is measured only for a limited section on a particular stretch of road. So with these kind of problems, then we thought of that, is it possible that we can minimize that field data collection procedure? So then we thought of that, why don't we come up with a study that we are developing this safety performance function where we're trying to predict the number of accidents based on three variables. That is first, that is travel speed. Second is excess density. So basically there are median openings along the national highways. So keep that variable because this is one of the most important discussed variable when we in all the conferences and whenever there's the discussions in the meeting. And third is what is the local land use variables for that particular road stretch. So keeping these three variables in mind, we try to develop simple SPFs. So now let's try and understand that what are the data sources and preparation, how it went. So first one was the accident data. So in the accident data, we collected for this stretch, the Udaipur one, you can see in the figure. So it is a 36-kilometer stretch. We collected 3 years of data. We collected the FIRs for all the police stations that are lying along this stretch. We actually collected this FIRs in a physical format by going manually at the site, and then again coming back in the laboratory, we tried to geocode it based on the information given in the FIRs, kind of tried to compute that what would be the likely latitude and longitude of those accidents and try to display on the Google map. And this is what you're seeing in the figure as well. So in this case, we were able to, we were actually focusing on the fatal crashes, not on the injuries, because as all of you are aware of the fact that injuries are underreported in India. So if we come up with the SPF, which we are including the injuries as a variable, so in that case, it's very difficult for us to, to check the validity of those models. So in that case, we were able to find that there were a total 95 crashes on this 36 kilometer in 3 years. And for this 36 kilometer, we divided the whole road into 500 to 800 meter stretches. So let's go ahead.
Yes, no.
Second information that we needed for the development of safety performance function was travel speed. So to compute travel speed, is someone saying something? I'm sorry.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, the second information that we were looking forward to is how do we calculate the traffic speed for this 36 kilometer of stretch, which is divided into 59 segments of 500 to 800 meter length. So one way out is you go for each of the stretch and with a speed gun, or maybe if you have speed cameras at some locations, you collect the data from there. But it is not possible to install cameras everywhere because it's very cost intensive process. So then another idea was that these mapping services, for example, Google. So as of now, you all you might be aware of the fact that when you use Google, you get to come to know that, okay, what is the congestion points and all those things. So it means that many of the information as of now is being recorded by our mapping services. So we can actually use their APIs. So APIs is an application programming interface, which essentially that even if I'm sitting here, I can ask the information from these mapping services through APIs. For example, if I want to compute that, okay, what is my travel time from A place to B place at this point of time, I can capture that information from mapping services. So this is what we did in this study as well. So we developed a Python program to understand that, okay, if you look at on the right hand side, there are two tables. One is showing that the list of those 59 segments. What is the origin and what is the destination latitude, longitude, and what is the distance between those points. The second figure that you're seeing is basically that this is the output of the program, or this is what we are actually capturing from the Google, that at 7:25 a.m. in the morning, the duration of point 1, which is the first point in the first table, which is 104 meter, it takes 6 minutes, or maybe whatever is the seconds of unit. This much time is taken to travel that 104 meters, right? So this, likewise, we collected this speed information at every 15 minutes for 21 days continuously for those all 59 segments of that 36 kilometer stretch. So it help us to give an idea that during congestion time, this is the situation for that road. During lean period in the night, this is the speed on the road at that point of time. So just sitting in the lab. So this was something new that we introduced in capturing the average link travel speed in our model. The third variable I discussed about that, for example, if you see in the figure on the right hand side, this is the 36 kilometer stretch that we were looking into, and we were trying to understand that what is the local land use on that particular road. So what we did was, the green shade that you see on both sides of the road is basically we draw a buffer of a buffer of 500 meter on each side of this particular road, and try to understand that what kind of land use is there, whether it is a residential land use, whether it is a commercial land use, whether it is an industrial, or maybe what is the agricultural. So this is how we captured the third variable in our model. Now let's try and understand what are the model results. So you see two equations over here. The first one says that crash counts, number of crashes in 3 years for that particular road, is a function of what is the length of the road segment, what is the speed that we have already captured, and the other land use variables, the beta naught and beta A and xi. So this is, we do not have to go much into the equation if you do not understand as of now, but the main concept is how do we capture that information, that is important. So based on these two models, we computed, so this is the results of that, where we say that the number of crashes in 3 years is a function of, so this model 2 basically, model 2 performed the best, which said that with speed, which essentially the model is trying to predict the coefficients. You can see the red rectangle, if you focus on, you see the coefficient 2.0.40. See, these coefficients actually will help us to try and understand that, okay, if the speed is increased by this much amount, my number of crashes will increase. So it has a positive coefficient. It means that with speed, my number of accidents increases. Again, for access points per kilometer, that is number of median openings in our national highways per kilometer, that is also having a positive sign. It means that with increment in the number of access points, this is the amount of which the number of accidents are going to, that is the expected number of increase in the accidents. So if we have more number of access points per kilometer. If we go to the last model, that is fourth model, we have also tried to capture the understanding of different land use, that is commercial, industrial, and access points. Access points I've already discussed, speed is already discussed. If you go to the commercial and industrial, you see a negative coefficient. If you look at the fourth model, that is minus 0.244. So it is essentially saying that on national highway, wherever there is a commercial land use over there, so there the number of accidents are less. Why is it so? Because the speed are reduced automatically in that area. But that was not essentially in the case of industrial. Even though speeds are less in the industrial area, because then there is a heavy vehicle. And we figured out that the type of accidents that are happening in the land use, where the industrial land use is there, is basically between freight and a pedestrian. So even if the speed is low, for example, 30 km per hour, but that 30 km per hour is sufficient to kill a pedestrian. So that's the important finding. So this is just the same thing, the results of the model that I've already discussed in the table. So now let me just quickly go to the conclusions and future scope of this work. So first, we have tried to understand that if the traffic information is not available, what are the other variables that we can just maybe replace that ADT information with? First was speed that we can capture through our map services, for example, Google. It can be other any kind of mapping services. Second is excess density and land use that we can actually capture from the Google imagery. So this is what we have tried to replace the ADT information from, and we have to try simple SPFs. The good part was that as far as the speed information is concerned for a particular stretch of road, we can get that speed for both congested and lean period. And the third one is that I think so, that is a future scope for this particular study is that if any one of you over here has developed some SPF, that is safety performance function, trying to understand the expected number of crashes on a particular stretch, if you have some database on that, so we can compare if we have the exact information of ADT and if we have this kind of information, how these two models compare in identifying our black spot locations or maybe some any other, whatever is the application. So this is what the future scope of the study is. I just want to also focus, apart from this study, on two aspects that we are actually working on. First, we have actually developed an Excel-based road crash entry form that is based on MOTS guidelines. So that is a very simple Excel-based form, and you can see over here. Mr. BK Sharma, my cursor is not working. Is it under your control?
Yes, madam, there is a question from the side of engineer Manoj Kumar.
Sorry, I was just wondering, I had just one slide to complete. So is my cursor under your control? Actually, I was going to show something.
Okay. Just a minute, ma'am.
Yeah.
Madam, you are presenter from our side. You can share the things.
Okay. Actually, I'm sharing it, but somehow my cursor is not working. Okay. So okay, let's go ahead. So basically, we have developed an Excel-based road accident form that is based on MOTS guideline. I just wanted to show that, but unfortunately, the cursor is not working, so I'm not able to show. The second thing that we're working on is to move that particular format in the web-based form. And the next part is like, for example, we have speed cameras as I mean, a lot of information is gathered from the speed camera, so we can try and understand that, okay, if we are capturing the speed from the mapping services and something that is captured from the speed camera, so how the comparison is there between these two things. So with that note, I would like to say thank you to all of you, and I'm ready for the questions. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. So somehow my cursor is again not working. Let's see if it works with other part of it. Yeah, now it is working. So I'll stop sharing and come back on the main page. So thank you very much, everyone. So any questions, please?
Madam, engineer Manoj has asked one question on chat box.
In the chat box, okay.
Yes, ma'am, you can see it. Udaipur TD part is on National Highway 48 Golden Quadrilateral having 28 life-threatening sharp curves upon Ambaji Gujarat border where your study was.
So the question is, without examining life-threatening sharp curves having radii 200 to 300 against minimum 400 meter needed for 100 km/h, can you please include this aspect in your study? So is engineer Manoj Kumar over here? So we can take his question from there if he's there, because that would be much better. From the chat, it's not really clear that what he wants to ask.
Mr. Manoj, you can speak on, please. Mr. Manoj, you can speak on. Mr. Manoj, you please speak on.
Okay, his mic is not working actually. He's actually.
Well, he's there in listening mode, I think. His name is there, he's in listening mode, but I don't know why he's not responding.
So any one of you is able to comprehend his question? If it is possible, I can then just answer that.
Hello, can I?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, actually, he's simply asking that there are almost 30 to 40 sharp curves
Yes, sir.
with a radii of 200 to 300 meters.
Okay.
But it must be around 400 meters needed for the speed of 100 kilometer per hour. So can you include this thing in your study also? Because 200 to 300 meter radii is very dangerous for the speed of 100 kilometer per hour. But it must be 400 meter radii.
So basically what we have tried, so I just like to point out over here as this, I think so 100 kilometer per hour is the design speed, is it?
Yes, yes.
So basically in our study, we have not included the design speed. That is the good part of it. We are actually considering the speeds that are actually at that point of time. So we can do a kind of comparison that, okay, if these are the different types of curves and maybe the design speed is this 100 kilometer per hour. So what actually the vehicles are traveling at? So that part can be included. Yes.
Yes, actually he is having a serious concern. Should we start treating on these curves after the making it a black spot after like 40 or 100 deaths? Why not at starting level? He's asking this.
Why not? Why not at?
Why not at the initial phase before starting?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely. This is if I mean at the design step, definitely this has to be scrutinized. That okay, this is the design problem. It's not that after implementation and after that particular site has become a black spot, we have to get into action. That is not the way out. Definitely, yeah. That concern is definitely a good concern, I would say.
So he's just asking to include this thing also in your study.
Definitely, definitely. Okay, sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the audience? Other dignitaries who are already there, joined over here?
Can I ask one question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
I'm Arvind Kumar Jain, SCPWD, Rajasthan.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Lisa, and good morning, everybody.
Just
one query. You have written a formula of having accident occurred, alpha plus beta, length of the section, it depends on length of the section and velocity of the vehicle.
Yes.
I think there are some other factors which can be included, like though they have not the direct numerical effect, but it has a psychological effect, like vehicle characteristics and the trend of the driver perception, driver emotions, driver physical condition, driver psychological conditions. How can we include that particular thing which are creating the accident much more in figure also, rather only dependent on length and the velocity of the vehicle? There are so many other factors. You have taken a factor, something other land use, that is included in that or not?
Yeah. So to answer your question, I would like to start that, as you said, as you have yourself answered the question, there are two types of models. So one is called as simple models, which include just the simple information. The second one is full models, where you can include other aspects. But if you want to build a model which includes all these variables that you've spoken about, you should be able to give me information on that for that, right? So if you're able to provide me that information, the problem as of now is again the same thing. The data that we are collecting, even if we are collecting, we are not analyzing. So yes, if the data is provided, those things can definitely be included. Driver characteristics and all these things for a particular site, definitely, and all those things can be included. So that is basically a part of full safety performance function. In this particular study, because of the data constraint, we have tried to just attack on the problem of getting the information from the traffic information, especially, and the speed information. But yes, other variables, as you suggested, can be definitely included if the data is available. Yes. So yeah.
That's what my concern, madam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Online. Tagala long.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Yang mana? Stora.
So any more questions?
Okay, Madam, I hope there is no further questions from the side of audience. Madam, I thank you very much that you have covered your topic in a very nice manner on a very selective studies you have done about different vector of speeds, road condition and other ambiances. You have covered your topic in a very nice manner. And I hope that all the participants they have got benefit from this lecture. Thank you very much, ma'am, for sparing time for CAPT.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you to all audience. And I would request that if you have something to work ahead with, we can go go ahead with other studies. So I will be more happy to work in some practical conditions with you guys. So thank you, everyone, and thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, in the series of this presentation and lectures, we are going to discuss one case study about the Jabalpur. This will be covered by Sri Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, Additional SP. So, Mr. Agarwal, sir, you are there on the screen. Sanjay Agarwal, sir, please confirm you are there. Yes, sir, he's here. He has started sharing the video. Sanjay, sir, am I audible? Please confirm. By the time, it is my humble request to all the participants to please keep your mic mute. It is creating a lot of difference in between somebody inadvertently forgetting his mic on. So that is creating a lot of disturbance. Please be cautious towards that side. And again, my request is there that you keep your videos on so that we can see the speaker. He will get motivated that by seeing your faces, by seeing you that you are listening to them, listening to him. Keep your videos on. Sanjay sir, you are able to listen to me.
सभी प्रतिभागियों को मेरा सादर नमस्कार।
संजय सर एक मिनट, संजय सर एक मिनट। तो अभी हमारा नेक्स्ट जो टॉपिक है वो एनफोर्समेंट चैलेंजेस फॉर पुलिस ऑफिसर्स एंड केस स्टडी ऑन एविडेंस बेस्ड रोड एक्सीडेंट एनालिसिस। ये मिस्टर संजय कुमार, डॉक्टर संजय कुमार अग्रवाल, जिसका मैं संक्षिप्त परिचय आपको देना चाहूंगा। संजय कुमार अग्रवाल अतिरिक्त पुलिस अधीक्षक सह उत्तर एवं जिला यातायात जबलपुर देख रहे हैं। ये BAMS और LLB क्वालिफाइड हैं। वर्ष 1997 बैच के डायरेक्ट DSP मध्य प्रदेश पुलिस राज्य सेवा के संवर्ग के, और इनके जो पोस्टिंग्स रही है CID SAF में रहे हैं और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ में भी काम कर चुके हैं। मध्य प्रदेश इन्होंने जो कई पुरस्कार लिए उनमें से कुछ एक मैं बताना चाहूंगा। मध्य प्रदेश शासन के KF रुस्तम जी पुरस्कार लिया हुआ है विशिष्ट सेवाओं के लिए वर्ष 2017 का। वर्ष 2018 में दोबारा से उन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश शासन KF रुस्तम जी पुरस्कार लिया हुआ है और सराहनीय सेवाओं के लिए राष्ट्रपति पुलिस पदक से भी अलंकृत किए गए हैं। संजय सर, मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन शुरू करें। ओवर टू संजय सर।
थैंक यू सर। सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। मैं बात करूंगा जबलपुर जिले के बारे में ही, रोड एक्सीडेंट्स के बारे में। ये इसलिए महत्वपूर्ण है कि पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में जबलपुर एक ऐसा जिला है जो कि नंबर 1 चल रहा है रोड एक्सीडेंट्स पर। तो ये बहुत आवश्यक हो जाता है कि हम उसको एनालिसिस करें कि वो रोड एक्सीडेंट्स क्यों हो रहे हैं, क्योंकि हर साल 3000 एक्सीडेंट्स हो जाते हैं, जो कि अगर हम कोरोना, टीबी, डेंगू से बीमारी से जितने होने वाली डेथ्स हैं उससे भी ज़्यादा ये होती है। और हमारे यहाँ जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट कमेटी ऑन रोड एक्सीडेंट्स के चेयरमैन भी रहते हैं, तो ये और आवश्यक हो जाता है कि हम इसको कम करने के लिए काम करें। ये थोड़ा सा जबलपुर ज़िले का रोड मैप है। जबलपुर ज़िले की जनसंख्या जो है करीबन 28 लाख है और यहाँ से जो नेशनल हाईवे और स्टेट हाईवे निकलते हैं वो दिखाई दे रहे हैं रोड मैप। कृपया अपना माइक अनम्यूट करेंगे। और जबलपुर ज़िले में करीबन हर साल मतलब पूरे जनवरी 22 तक 10 लाख से ज़्यादा जो वाहन हैं वो रजिस्टर्ड हैं, और हर महीने करीबन 3000 टू व्हीलर्स और 4 व्हीलर्स बढ़ जाते हैं। इनमें सबसे ज़्यादा बढ़ने वाले 2 व्हीलर्स की संख्या होती है। मैं एक बहुत शॉर्ट में बता रहा हूँ, उसके बाद में थोड़ा सा एनालाइज करूँगा। ये अगर हम पिछले 3 वर्षों की रोड एक्सीडेंट्स के बारे में देखें तो इसमें हमारे यहाँ 36 थाना हैं और उसमें 17 थाना क्षेत्रों में सबसे अधिक दुर्घटनाएं हुई हैं। इसमें से 31 जो स्पॉट्स हमने चुने हैं उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा 637 दुर्घटनाएं हुई हैं, जिसमें कि 300 के करीबन ग्रीवियस प्रकार की हैं और 79 जो हैं फैटल हैं। इन पर बाद में एक एक चर्चा करेंगे कि पूरे स्थान पे और क्या है। इस स्लाइड से देख रहे हैं कि हम 3000 से हमारा एवरेज है एक्सीडेंट्स का, और 400 करीबन इसमें मारे जाते हैं। एक्सीडेंट्स के जो हमारे एरिया हैं तो मैं बता चुका हूँ कि किन एरिया में है। अब इस पूरे रोड एक्सीडेंट्स का हमने जब एनालिसिस किया तो हमने इसमें कुछ कारण पाए जो कि कॉमन रूप से सभी में सामान्य हैं। कि जो चौराहे हैं, लेफ्ट टर्न हैं, ये देखिए, ये जैसे लेफ्ट टर्न हैं, चौराहे हैं, इनमें पूरा एनक्रोचमेंट है। ये आगे एनक्रोचमेंट है चौराहे के सामने। ये सारी फोटोज हैं जबलपुर शहर की हैं जहाँ पर एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं, और ये इस प्रकार पूरा रोड्स कवर हुआ है बाजार से। ये पूरा एनक्रोचमेंट है, और जो पार्किंग में गलत वाहन पार्क कर देना, पार्किंग को कवर कर लेना, ये हाईवेज की फोटो है। ये पूरे रोड खड़े हैं यहाँ पे एक्सीडेंट्स के कारण। ये अभी जैसे हमारे एक स्पीकर बता रहे थे कि कहीं भी अलका उपाध्याय मैडम बता रही थी कि 20 सड़क पे ट्रक खड़े कर दिए, ऐसे बहुत सारे एक्सीडेंट्स हुए हैं। ये देखिए पूरे बीच में है। अगला हमारा जो मेन कारण है कि रोड्स खराब होना है, रोड पर गड्ढे होना है, और ये देखिए कि ये ब्रेकर बना हुआ है, ड्राइवर को दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है, और वो एकदम से आएगा और पहली बार आया है तो उसको समझ नहीं आएगा कि वो क्या करेगा। इसी प्रकार हाईवे पे जो मीडियन वगैरह तोड़ दिए जाते हैं, ये मीडियन तोड़ा हुआ है बीच में, यहाँ से कभी भी अचानक निकलना, ये दूसरा अपनी सुविधा के हिसाब से तोड़ देते हैं। हाईवे पे बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं इस पे। आखिरी जो कॉमन कारण है ये डीप कर्व है इस प्रकार का, ये रोड इंजीनियरिंग का फॉल्ट है। ये ब्लैक स्पॉट हैं कई ऐसे जहाँ की हम इसको सुधरवाने का काम करते हैं। हमने ये देखा कि ये कहा जाता है कि ठंड में और बरसात में ज़्यादा दुर्घटनाएं होती हैं, और मैंने जब वर्ष 2021 का पूरा डाटा देखा तो मुझे लगा कि ये तो पूरा हर महीने देखिए पूरी बराबर एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहे हैं, और ये ऑल सीजन फिनोमेना टाइप का है ये। और समय इसमें समय जो है शाम को 1800 से लेकर के 2100 बजे तक, उसी समय ज़्यादा दुर्घटनाएं हुई हैं, और उसी समय लोगों की डेथ भी ज़्यादा हुई हैं। अब हम अगर टक्कर की बात करें तो स्वाभाविक रूप से व्हीकल टू व्हीकल की टक्कर है, पर यहाँ पे एक डाटा देखने लायक है। ये इंडिया में देखने लायक है ये चीज़, व्हीकल टू पेडेस्ट्रियन सेकंड नंबर पे है। यानी कि हम पैदल चलने वालों की कोई परवाह नहीं पालते। यानी ये सीधा सीधा मुद्दा जुड़ा हुआ है व्यक्ति के सिविक सेंस से, व्यक्ति के ट्रैफिक सेंस से। यानी हम पैदल चलने वालों को बिल्कुल जगह नहीं देते, हम बिल्कुल अपनी गाड़ी नहीं रोकते, ये सब लोग अनुभव करते हैं, और ये स्टेब्लिश हो रहा है हमारी डाटा से। हमने ये जबलपुर में देखा कि शहरों में दुर्घटनाएं हो रही है कि गाँव में हो रही हैं। शहरों में ट्रैफिक बहुत रहता है तो दुर्घटनाएं हमें मान के चलते हैं कि शहरों में होंगी, ठीक है। और तो शहर और ग्रामों में जो दुर्घटनाओं का प्रतिशत है वो शहरों में तो ज़्यादा है ही है, पर गांव में फैटल और ग्रीवियस इंजरी ज़्यादा है। रूरल एरियाज में एक्सीडेंट्स थोड़े से कम हैं, परंतु उनमें डेथ्स की संख्या फैटिलिटीज बहुत ज़्यादा है। तो इसका एक कारण हम ये बता सकते हैं, या मुझे जो लगता है कि एक्सीडेंट्स के बाद प्रॉपर मेडिकल केयर ना होना, गोल्डन आवर्स में ना मिलना, और इसके कुछ कारण भी हम कह सकते हैं कि ट्रैफिक अवेयरनेस बिल्कुल नहीं है। एक यहाँ पे मैं सभी का ध्यान चाहूँगा, अभी हमारे पूरे पहले स्पीकर्स ने भी ये बात कही थी कि ट्रैफिक वायलेशन में सबसे ज़्यादा हाई स्पीड ओवर स्पीडिंग कारण है। ये ठीक है, ये मेरे डाटा से भी सामने दिख रहा है कि सबसे ज़्यादा ओवर स्पीडिंग है, परंतु क्या सिर्फ ओवर स्पीडिंग ही एक कारण है इस दुर्घटनाओं का? होता क्या है कि जो पुलिस ऑफिसर्स थानों में काम करते हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट पुलिस में काम करते हैं, वो जानते होंगे कि एफआईआर में तेज गति एवं लापरवाही चलाना बड़ा कॉमन है। जो हमारा एफआईआर लेखक है, हेड कांस्टेबल मोहर्रिर है, वो जो है आंख बंद करके दुर्घटना का कारण ये लिख देता है कि तेज गति से वाहन चलाते हुए आया, लापरवाही से चलाते हुए आया और दुर्घटना हो गई। तो जब वो डाटा में जाता है, सब में ओवर स्पीडिंग जाता है। तो ये मेरे ख्याल से इस पे हमें ट्रैफिक पुलिस थाने की पुलिस को सेंसिटाइज करना होगा, इसमें कुछ गाइडलाइंस जारी करनी होंगी। इस पे एक सेशन हो सकता है पूरा कि हम एफआईआर में दुर्घटना का सही कारण लिखें, सिर्फ अपने आप से प्रिज्यूम करके नहीं लिखें। हम ये प्रिज्यूम मान लेते हैं कि तेज गति से ही चलाने से ही दुर्घटना हुई है। ठीक इसी प्रकार से एक और है कि जैसे देखा होगा आपने कि छोटे वाहन और बड़े वाहन में टक्कर होती है, तो स्मॉलर और बिगर के बीच में हम मान लेते हैं कि दोस्त बड़ी मछली गई है, बिगर व्हीकल गई है, पर ऐसा नहीं होता। बहुत बार हाईवे पर और टू व्हीलर्स की गलती होती है, टू व्हीलर्स गलत घुस जाता है, और जबकि वो सीसीटीवी कैमरे में भी आ रहा होता है, पर हमारा प्रिजम्पशन रहता है कि नहीं। एफआईआर में भी ऐसा होता है कि बड़े वाहन के खिलाफ ही एफआईआर होती है। इस पर भी विचार किया जाना आवश्यक है, क्योंकि इससे भी जो है हमारा जो निष्कर्ष है वो गलत निकलता है, और जो हमारे मेजरमेंट्स जो हमें रेमेडीज करनी होती है उस पर अंतर पड़ता है। अब हमने ये देखा जबलपुर में कि क्या नेशनल हाईवे पे दुर्घटनाएं ज़्यादा हो रही हैं, स्टेट हाईवे पे ज़्यादा हो रही है? तो नेशनल हाईवे पे दुर्घटनाएं ज़्यादा हैं और थोड़ी सी कम है स्टेट हाईवे पे। पर नेशनल हाईवे पे डेथ्स की संख्या बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो नेशनल हाईवे पर ट्रैफिक भी ज़्यादा रहता है। अब नेशनल हाईवे पे दुर्घटनाओं के क्या कारण हैं? एक सबसे मेन कारण है टी जंक्शन। टी जंक्शन नेशनल हाईवे के पास जो रोड आके मिलती हैं गांवों से, जैसा अभी NHAI के चेयरपर्सन मैडम ने बताया था इस बारे में कि इस पे हमें बहुत ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सीडेंट्स इन्हीं क्षेत्रों में होते हैं। ये सब जो है टी जंक्शन है, और ये वो स्पॉट है जहाँ पे दुर्घटनाएं अधिक होती हैं। होता यह है कि गांव से आने वाला मोटरसाइकिल पे तेजी से आ रहा है, ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली तेजी से आ रही है, वो तैयारी नहीं होता है कि उसको वो ऊपर नेशनल हाईवे से जुड़ने वाला है, और ऐसे मेजरमेंट्स नहीं होते वहाँ पे कि हम उसकी स्पीड को लिमिट कर सकें। स्पीड ब्रेकर वगैरह बनाना, साइन बोर्ड्स लगाना, सबसे ज़्यादा दुर्घटनाएं जो हैं ये पूरे टी जंक्शन पे देखी गई हैं। ये सबको मालूम है कि हम अपनी सुविधा के अनुसार चलते हैं, सुविधा में रोड कहीं भी तोड़ देना। अब ये बना लिया भाई साहब ने, इधर से मीडियन तोड़ दिया, यहाँ से आराम से निकलेंगे, और सामने से जो आ रहा है वो तेज गति से आएगा ही आएगा, उसकी अपनी स्पीड है, उसकी अपनी रोड है, उसकी साइड है, और दूसरी तरफ से आने वाला ध्यान नहीं देता है और वो एक्सीडेंट्स हो जाते हैं। एक आपने देखा होगा नेशनल हाईवेज पर पेट्रोल पंप तो नेशनल हाईवे बने हुए हैं, और ना उनकी एंट्री है ना उनकी एग्जिट है ना। ये देखिए, ये ब्लैक स्पॉट है, इसका सिर्फ कारण पेट्रोल पंप है। इसको कई बार बताया गया और ये बिल्कुल नहीं मानता, यानी इसने कोई मेजरमेंट नहीं करे हैं, और नतीजा ये होता है कि कहीं से भी गाड़ी घुस जाती है, कहीं से भी एग्जिट हो जाती है, और सामने से जो ट्रैफिक आ रहा होता है उससे टकरा जाती है। एक जो स्पीडिंग तो ठीक है, अभी इंटरसेप्टर व्हीकल की बात हुई थी, इंटरसेप्टर व्हीकल हमारे पास है और हम उससे बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। तो ये देखिए, ये भी परसों का फोटो है, अच्छी स्पीड है इनकी, और ये हम चालान बना रहे हैं। ओवर स्पीडिंग तो खैर एक कारण है ही। पार्किंग नेशनल हाईवे पे ट्रक चाहे कहीं भी खड़ा कर देता है, और ऐसी बहुत सी दुर्घटनाएं हुई हैं। रोजाना हर सप्ताह एक दुर्घटना हो जाती है, गाड़ी खड़ी कहीं कर दी, ना पार्किंग लाइट जलाई, और अपना पीछे से आने वाला वाहन अपनी स्पीड से आ रहा है और वो टकरा जाता है और उससे दुर्घटनाएं हो जाती हैं। अब कई बार हमने ये सुना है कि भाई खराब रोड है इसलिए दुर्घटनाएं ज़्यादा हो रही हैं। तो इस पर हमने एक स्टडी की मैंने, ये आप राइट साइड में देख रहे हैं, आधारताल रोड पर बड़े बड़े पॉटहोल्स से गड्ढे बने हुए हैं, बहुत एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहे हैं, बहुत एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहे हैं। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है, खराब सड़क पे होती होंगी एक्सीडेंट्स, तो भाई नेशनल हाईवे तो इतना ब्यूटीफुल बना हुआ है, इतना अच्छा बना हुआ, वहाँ क्यों हो रही हैं? तो इसका एक कारण ये आया, दोनों जगह चाहे रोड अच्छी हो चाहे खराब हो, एक्सीडेंट्स का कारण ये नहीं है। एक्सीडेंट्स का कारण कुछ और है, वो है ड्राइवर की नेग्लिजेंसी। अगर ड्राइवर सजग है तो रोड एक्सीडेंट्स खराब होने का कोई भी कारण नहीं नजर आता। अब शहरों में बिना प्लानिंग के आपने अच्छे अच्छे चौराहे बना दिए, आइलैंड बना दिए सुंदरता के लिए, और ये ध्यान दिया नहीं कि ट्रैफिक का उसमें क्या स्थिति हो रही है। तो ये ऐसे चौराहे हैं जहाँ पर, ये तो इस फोटो में भी कम ट्रैफिक है, बहुत ट्रैफिक होता है यहाँ पर, और वो ट्रैफिक जो है सही नहीं बना है। तो मेरा कहना ये है कि हम सौंदर्यीकरण चौराहों का करें, ब्यूटीफाई करें, पर वो ट्रैफिक की इंजीनियरिंग के द्वारा करवाएं और उनको ध्यान में रख के कराएं। अभी हमारे एक स्पीकर ने और ये बात कही थी कि इतने चालान कर रहे हैं हम भी बहुत चालान कर रहे हैं। आप देखिए 17 से लेके हम हर साल 50 से 70 हज़ार चालान हाँ हर साल 70 हज़ार चालान करीबन कर रहे हैं, एक 1.5 करोड़ रुपए लोगों से इकट्ठे कर रहे हैं। पर क्या हो रहा है आप देखिए, वहीं चालान बढ़ा रहे हैं हम तो एक्सीडेंट भी बढ़ रहे हैं। यानी कि चालान बढ़ाने से, चालान यानी कि स्पॉट फाइन करने से उस पर कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा। ड्राइवर तो अपना 200-400-500 रुपये दिए और वो निकल जाता है। तो क्या सिर्फ चालान एक्सीडेंट को रोक पाने में सक्षम है? आप देखिए मैंने ये बनाया है, चालान कितना हो रहा है और एक्सीडेंट्स कितने हो रहे हैं। तो एक्सीडेंट्स भी बढ़ रहे हैं और हम एनफोर्समेंट भी बढ़ा रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि स्पॉट फाइन, समन शुल्क करने से हमारे रोड एक्सीडेंट्स पे कोई असर नहीं हो रहा है, लोगों के डर में डेटरेंस का काम नहीं कर रहा है ये। तो आखिर फिर हम क्या करें? अगर फाइन करते हैं तो भी असर नहीं हो रहा है, तो फिर एक उपाय ये आता है कि हम ट्रैफिक अवेयरनेस के प्रोग्राम चलाएं। हमने जबलपुर में बहुत सारे ट्रैफिक अवेयरनेस के प्रोग्राम चलाए हैं, हर तरह से चलाए हैं, हर प्रकार के चलाए हैं, और उसके बाद भी एक्सीडेंट्स काफ़ी हो रहे हैं। और मेरा मानना है ट्रैफिक अवेयरनेस के प्रोग्राम लगातार चलाते रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि कुछ ना कुछ असर तो उनके सबकॉन्शियस माइंड पे आएगा ही आएगा। ये कुछ काम करेगा, और हमें कुछ अच्छी अच्छी चीज़ें ना दिखा करके कुछ खतरनाक एक्सीडेंट्स के फोटो भी दिखाना चाहिए। लोगों के दिलों में भय पैदा होगा, इससे डर पैदा होगा, और वो जब रोड पे आएंगे तो अपने आप ही ट्रैफिक के रूल्स का पालन करेंगे। अब अभी एक बात आ रही थी ये भी कि वो ड्राइविंग सेंटर्स कुछ दिखाए थे आंध्र प्रदेश के, वहाँ साइन गलत लगे हुए हैं। तो ये समस्या तो हमारे यहाँ भी है कि अच्छे ड्राइविंग सेंटर नहीं हैं। सेंटर होने चाहिए, लोगों को सब बताया जाना चाहिए सीखने के लिए। और हमारी ट्रैफिक पुलिस भी जो है बहुत कम संख्या में उनके ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस कैंसिल करने के लिए RTOs को भेजती है। और लाइसेंस जो है बहुत सख्ती से बनना चाहिए, बिना ट्रायल के बिल्कुल नहीं बनना चाहिए। और जो सीखने वाले हैं आजकल, जो मैं देखा रोड पे ही सिखा रहे हैं गाड़ी, रोड पे ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस वाले अपने गाड़ी सिखा रहे हैं, और वो ट्रैफिक इतना हेवी चल रहा है। ये जो स्लाइड दिख रही है एजुकेशन 4E की, ये जितने ट्रैफिक के बारे में जो जानते हैं बहुत अच्छे से अवेयर हैं इसके। तो इसमें मैंने ये देखा कि इसमें सबसे जरूरी कौन है। अगर मैं ट्रैफिक पुलिस की दृष्टि से बोलूं तो मैं बोलूँगा भैया एनफोर्समेंट बहुत जरूरी है, तो सब इंजीनियरिंग की गलती है ना। एजुकेशन वाले का काम है, अगर वो सही से गाड़ी चलाता तो एक्सीडेंट्स नहीं होता। तो इसमें कौन सा इम्पोर्टेंट है? देखिए एजुकेशन तो इम्पोर्टेंट है ही है। आपको एक व्यक्ति को, किसी नागरिकों को लगातार बताना होगा, भले ही वो हेलमेट ना पहने, पर हम जो है लगातार हेलमेट का अभियान चलाते रहते हैं, सीट बेल्ट का चलाते रहते हैं। तो होता क्या है, एजुकेशन तो हमें हर लेवल पे, एजुकेशन लेवल पे चलाते रहनी होगी। और एनफोर्समेंट में डर बहुत आवश्यक है ही। डेटरेंस का काम भी चाहिए, उसके सबकॉन्शियस माइंड पे काम भी कराना है हमें। और इन चारों में कोई महत्वपूर्ण है या उसका इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है। सबका अपना अपना इम्पोर्टेंस है, कोई कहीं महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है, कोई कहीं महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है। तो ये चारों चीज़ें साथ साथ चलना चाहिए। इमरजेंसी केयर की तो अपने यहाँ इंडिया में है ही है। अमेरिका में देखिए बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं पर वहाँ डेथ कम होती है, यहाँ पे एक्सीडेंट उससे कम है पर यहाँ एक्सपायर ज़्यादा होते हैं। तो इमरजेंसी केयर वाली कमी तो है ही। मैं अभी इतना समय नहीं है कि मैं एक एक पे चर्चा करूँ, तो मैं इसको बढ़ा रहा हूँ अभी। एक एक एक्सीडेंट पे मैंने चर्चा वो पूरा बनाया हुआ है। अब मैं थोड़ा सा ले लेता हूँ 5 मिनट कि हमारे चैलेंजेस क्या हैं। मैं सिर्फ बात कर रहा हूँ ट्रैफिक पुलिस के चैलेंजेस की। अब देखिए, जब मैं रात को पेट्रोल पे होता हूँ, गश्त पे होता हूँ, तो मैं ऐसी रोड देखता हूँ, तब मुझे लगता है यार ये वही रोड है जो ऐसी थी दिन में, जहाँ से मैं तो निकल ही नहीं सकता, कोई भी निकल नहीं सकता। अब ट्रैफिक पुलिस वाला खड़ा हुआ है वहाँ पे, जैम हो गया, चौक हो गया पूरा। अब वो फिर मुझे फ़ोन करता है, एसपी साहब को फ़ोन करता है, कोई नेता का फ़ोन आता है। अब मेरे सामने समस्या हो जाती है कि मैं करूँ तो करूँ क्या। अब देखिए कुछ और फोटो हैं ये जबलपुर शहर के, जो कोर एरिया है। ये दिन में देखिए पूरे बगल में दुकानें लगा दी हैं, रात में देखिए, अब ये रात में देखिए ये रोड है। ऐसे देखिए दिन में ये रोड है एक, और रात में देखिए ये रोड है। ये देखिए दिन में सब ठेले वाले, रास्ते वाले, दुकान के सामने वाले सब लगे हुए हैं। ये रात में देखिए ये रोड है। तो इस प्रकार के चैलेंज हमारे यहाँ हैं। और मेरे पास, अगर हम ट्रैफिक पुलिस, अभी जैसे एक वक्ता ने बोला था कि ट्रैफिक की अवेयरनेस नहीं है, ट्रैफिक पुलिस को भी कुछ मालूम नहीं है, ये बात सही है। तो ट्रैफिक देखिए मेरे यहाँ कितने कम लोग हैं। अगर 200 में 200 आदमी है, मेरे यहाँ 3 थाने हैं, तो उसका काम देखिए। मैंने ये सिर्फ इसी रिसर्च पेपर के लिए बनाया है ये काम। इसमें मैंने ये दिखाया है कि वर्ष 2021 में हमने 89 बड़ी बड़ी वीआईपी ड्यूटी करी, जिसमें इतने पॉइंट लगे 336। और एलओडीटी देखिए 2000 से ऊपर ज़्यादा पॉइंट लगे हुए हैं। 2 बार इतने बार हुई है और 6000 से इतने ज़्यादा पॉइंट लगे हैं। मतलब ट्रैफिक पुलिस जो है वीआईपी ड्यूटी और एलओ ड्यूटी के से ही दबी रहती है, इतनी ड्यूटीज होती हैं। और एलओ ड्यूटी और वीआईपी ड्यूटी जिला पुलिस बल का, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एग्जीक्यूटिव फोर्स का प्रायोरिटी वर्क है, उसको आप छोड़ नहीं सकते। उसके बाद जो भी कुछ समय बचता है, उस समय को फिर हम एनफोर्समेंट में लेते हैं। एनफोर्समेंट के बाद जो कुछ समय बचता है तो हम उसको थोड़ा अवेयरनेस में लगा देते हैं। तो आप ये सोचिए कि ट्रैफिक पुलिस ट्रैफिक के लिए कितना काम कर पाती है। अब हम, जो हमारे चैलेंज हैं, हम रोड इंजीनियरिंग काम नहीं करते, और रोड इंजीनियरिंग के फॉल्ट के ये कुछ मैं चौराहे दिखा रहा हूँ, जो कि गलत चौराहे बने हैं। ये जो मैंने अभी दिखाया अभी, ये गलत ट्रायंगल्स बने हैं। एक ये देखिए माड़ोताल तिराहा है हमारे यहाँ, उसका सेंटर देखिए कहाँ है। ये वाई शेप रोड है, ये बिल्कुल टोटली गलत बना हुआ है। इसका हम रोड सेफ्टी ऑडिट कराने वाले हैं। बस मैं बहुत जल्दी ले रहा हूँ। और पार्किंग एरिया तो आपने जगह खाली छोड़ दी तो समझ लीजिए या तो दुकान वाला सामान रख लेगा या ठेले वाला खड़ा हो जाएगा। तो पार्किंग पे तो कब्जा, ये जो है, मुझे लगता है जितने भी प्रतिभागी सुन रहे हैं, ये सब अपने शहर से कनेक्ट कर पा रहे होंगे, क्योंकि कमोबेश सब जगह यही स्थिति है। अब पार्किंग एरिया है। अब ये देखिए हर शहर में होता है, दिल्ली से लेके मेट्रो से आइए भोपाल तक, भोपाल से जबलपुर तक, सब जगह आपने रेड लाइट में गाड़ी खड़ी की और बीच में मांगने वाले आ गए, बच्चे आ गए। मेरी हैंग हो गया, क्या बात है।
ऑल सिटी में सर, ये सर प्रॉब्लम्स ऑल सिटी में चल रही है।
हाँ, मुझे थोड़ा हैंग हो गया मेरा। सर थोड़ा देखें कि हैंग हो गया क्या, मेरे हाथ में ही कंट्रोल तो।
जस्ट मिनट में चेक करता हूँ। आप जब तक कंटिन्यू जारी रखिए, वर्बली बोलते रहिए।
हाँ, तो ये जो सफाई करने वाले हैं मैं दिखा रहा हूँ। अब देखिए अनफिट वाहन अभी कितने सड़कों पे आ रहे हैं। अभी मेरा एक अगला पिक्चर दिखाऊंगा। बिल्कुल ऐसा धुआं छोड़ रहा है। अब हालांकि अब स्क्रैप पॉलिसी आ गई है तो इसका फ़ायदा कुछ होगा। स्ट्रे एनिमल्स की समस्या सबको पता है, जहाँ तहाँ बैठ जाते हैं। अब वो तो म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन के हाथ में भी नहीं है कि वो भी कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाते हैं। हैंग हो गया, मेरा सिस्टम नहीं चल रहा है। आ गया। ये बच्चा मैंने बताया था, ये मेरी ये है। ये देखिए अनफिट वाहन है ना, ये आवारा पशु हैं, सब जगह बैठे रहते हैं, इन्हीं का राज है। ट्रैफिक पुलिस तो यही है, इनकी मर्जी से चलता है रोड पूरा, है ना। और गड्ढे और खराब रोड तो खैर सब जगह है ही हैं। ये छोटे छोटे, अच्छा, दुर्घटनाओं का कारण बहुत छोटे छोटे, ये जो दिखा रहे हैं यहाँ पे 22 एक्सीडेंट्स हुए एक साल में, जिसमें 8 लोग मारे गए। तब मैं खड़े होकर देख रहा हूँ कि है क्या, तो पता चला कि ये छोटा सा गड्ढा है, इसको मैंने खुद खड़े होकर भरवाया फिर, और उसके बाद वहाँ पे अब कंट्रोल होगा, है ना। अब अभी एक टेक्नोलॉजी की बात आ रही थी, ये मेरा भी मानना है कि आदमी जो है कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाता। आप वन वे पे जब तक हमारा ट्रैफिक पुलिस वाला खड़ा है तब तक उसका पालन होता है, उसके बाद वो सब ध्वस्त हो जाती है व्यवस्था। तो यहाँ पे जो कुछ नए टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं उनका उपयोग होना ही चाहिए, वही उपाय है आज की डेट में। हालांकि वो ठीक है, आईटीएमएस में काफ़ी पैसा खर्च हुआ है और लोग रेड लाइट जंप कर रहे हैं, गलत नंबर प्लेट लगा रहे हैं, सीट बेल्ट नहीं लगा रहे हैं, मोबाइल पे बात कर रहे हैं, उसके फोटो कैप्चर हो रहे हैं और घर पे जा रहे हैं, और परंतु वो पैसा नहीं भरते हैं। हालांकि वहाँ भी थोड़ी सी कमी है। अभी अपनी मन मर्जी से भाई साहब निकल गए डिवाइडर तोड़ के, है ना। ये सबने देखा है कि सरियों की कैसे आवाजाही होती है, निकला हुआ आता है, किसी की परवाह नहीं होती सुरक्षा की। ये सब चैलेंज ट्रैफिक पुलिस के हैं, यानी ट्रैफिक पुलिस के हाथ में बहुत सारी चीजें नहीं हैं, इसलिए वो सारी दिक्कतें होती हैं। हम ये बताना चाह रहे हैं, स्पीड ब्रेकर लोग अपने मन से बना लेते हैं, कहीं भी कोई स्टैंडर्ड नहीं होता उसका, और ऊंचा नीचा जैसे बना लिया, वहाँ पे ना कोई पहले से कोई पहचान है कि सामने वाले को दिखे आप आओगे, आप बहुत एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं, है ना। ये सब कब्जे हैं साइट्स में, ये सब मेरी स्लाइड पे हैंग हुई है। रोडों पे जहाँ जहाँ दुकान लगा लेना, ये सब कुछ है। अब एक फैशन सा बन गया है राजनीतिक कार्यक्रमों का, लोगों का, कि वहाँ भीड़ मिल जाती है सड़क पे, जहाँ पंडाल लगाए और अपने कार्यक्रम शुरू कर दिए, है ना। ये भी होना चाहिए। अभी मैं इससे पहले मैंने एक स्लाइड दिखाई थी कि हम बहुत सारे चालान कर रहे हैं, है ना, इतना पैसा इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली में भी यही डाटा दिखाया गया था। तो मेरा ये मानना है, हम चालान किसके कर रहे हैं? हम बहुत जो प्रभावशाली और बड़े लोग होते हैं ना, ट्रैफिक पुलिस उनके चालान नहीं करती है।
सर
जिसके
थोड़ा सा जल्दी कंक्लूड करें प्लीज।
बस 2 मिनट में बस कर दो, तो बस 3 मिनट में। ये मेरी स्लाइड हैंग हो गई है। तो जो इफेक्ट जो प्रभावशाली लोग हैं समाज के, उनके चालान नहीं बन पाते। आपने देखा होगा गाड़ियों पे हूटर लगे हैं, नेम प्लेट पे जहाँ नंबर लिखा होना चाहिए वहाँ पे अपना पद लिखा हुआ है। ट्रैक्टर ट्रालियों में जो लोग बैठ जाते हैं, खूब सारे वहाँ एक्सीडेंट होते हैं, वहाँ ख़त्म होते हैं। मेरी स्लाइड नहीं चल रही है असल में। अच्छा, तो मेरा इसमें कहना ये है, ये ट्रैफिक पुलिस के रोजाना के चैलेंज हैं, जिससे ट्रैफिक पुलिस को रोजाना दो चार होना पड़ता है। अब बहुत सारे पावर जो है म्यूनिसिपल एक्ट में है। स्क्वाइड फाइन करने के अधिकार है नगर म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन एक्ट में। तो और म्यूनिसिपल इसमें अभी हमारे चैलेंजेस बहुत सारे हैं, तो इसी में हमारे सोल्यूशंस भी हैं। अब चैलेंजेस निकालना इसलिए जरूरी है कि अगर हमें चैलेंज नहीं पता होंगे, हमारी प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं पता होंगी, तो हम उसका सोल्यूशन क्या करेंगे। इसी में सोल्यूशन है कि आपको ट्रैफिक अवेयरनेस के प्रोग्राम चलाने हैं, आपको शॉर्ट टर्म लॉन्ग टर्म पूरे कामों को बांटना है कि कौन से छोटे छोटे काम हैं जो हम बहुत जल्दी जल्दी कर सकते हैं, है ना। जिससे कि बहुत दुर्घटनाएं रुक जाएं, और लॉन्ग टर्म काम में थोड़ा टाइम लगता ही है। मैं ये दिखाना चाह रहा था म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन एक्ट का जो सेक्शन है 322, इसमें इन सब चीज़ों के लिए उन्हीं को अधिकार है। हालांकि पुलिस एक्ट 34 में अधिकार है और वो बहुत ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव नहीं होते, तो इस पर कुछ विचार होना चाहिए कि ये पुलिस को भी इसमें अधिकार दिया जाना चाहिए। अब टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग हमें इसमें करना ही चाहिए। टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग अभी भी नहीं कर रही है पुलिस, अभी भी एक बी और सी क्लास सिटी में ही चालान नहीं हो रहे हैं। बॉडी ऑन कैमरे पुलिस के पास आ गए हैं, पर लोग उनको पहन नहीं रहे हैं, उनका यूज कर रहे हैं, तो उसकी फिल्म को जो है उसकी स्टोर करके नहीं रखते हैं। सीसीटीवी कैमरा की पूरी तरह हेल्प नहीं ले रहे हैं, और सिग्नल जो है प्रॉपर और मॉडर्न तरीके से जो सेंसर वाले हैं वो नहीं लगे हुए हैं। और जो हाईवे पे पेट्रोलिंग चलती है, इमरजेंसी केयर सिस्टम वहाँ बहुत मजबूत नहीं है। और जो आरटीओ के पास जो अपनी अपनी गाड़ी की डिटेल रहती है वो अपडेट नहीं होती है, जिससे कि अगर कोई चालान जा रहा है तो वो जो है गलत जगह चला जाता है। और बजट वाली बात तो है ही। तो मेरा कहना इस प्रकार ये है कि बहुत छोटे छोटे चैलेंज ट्रैफिक पुलिस के पास हैं, अगर वो उन चैलेंज को निकाल के पूरा कर लेती है तो हम रोड एक्सीडेंट्स को कम करने में बहुत ज़्यादा हेल्पफुल होंगे। और हमें समय समय पर पीरियोडिकली इसका असेसमेंट करते रहना चाहिए। थैंक यू।
कोई शॉर्ट में एक कोई सवाल अगर पूछना चाहें?
गुड आफ्टरनून सर, आई एम कृष्ण कुमार, एडिशनल एसपी रोहतक। सर, जो सर ने बहुत ही वैल्यूएबल बातें बताई, तो मेरा एक इसमें एडिशन है कि अगर जो हम लाइसेंस जो इश्यूइंग अथॉरिटी है सर, वो टेक्निकल आदमी होने चाहिए, या जो उसमें पुलिस अफसर्स को ये देनी चाहिए पावर, या कोई अलग से कोई एजेंसी बनाई जानी चाहिए। अब ये नॉन टेक्निकल अधिकारी हैं जो डीटीओ वगैरह ये जारी कर देते हैं और उसके बाद वो प्रोफेशनली वो जारी नहीं करते, तो इसको थोड़ा इस इट शुड बी लुक्ड इन सर। थैंक यू।
अब जैसे मान लीजिए मैं ट्रैफिक पुलिस को हैंडल कर रहा हूँ, तो मुझे माना जाना चाहिए कि मैं ट्रैफिक एक्सपर्ट हूँ। उसी प्रकार अगर ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट का कोई अधिकारी है तो हम ये मानते हैं ट्रैफिक डिपार्टमेंट का एक्सपर्ट है। अगर वो नॉन टेक्निकल है भी तो उसको वो टेक्निकलिटीज एक्सपर्टीज हासिल करनी चाहिए, ये मेरा मानना है। जैसे मैं ट्रैफिक में नहीं देखता हूँ, मैं शहर भी देखता हूँ, पर ट्रैफिक काम करता हूँ, ट्रैफिक को भी स्टडी करता हूँ।
सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
मेरे मिस्टर जैन से एक दो क्वेश्चंस हैं।
जी
मैं आई
सर पूछिए।
जैन साहब, आपने दो चीजें कही कि ये जो शहर के बीच में जो कंजेशन और बाकी सब के बारे में मैं समझने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। क्या आपके जिले में डिस्ट्रिक्ट रोड सेफ्टी कमेटी बनाई गई है? उसमें इस प्रकार के निर्णय संभव नहीं है या नहीं हो पाते हैं? दूसरा पॉइंट ये था मेरा कि जो ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट को आप ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस कैंसलेशन के लिए भेजते हैं या सस्पेंशन के लिए भेजते हैं, हमने उनको सेंड तो कर दिया, उसके बाद में क्या एक भी ऐसा केसेस आइडेंटिफाई किया है जिसमें सस्पेंशन पीरियड में कोई गाड़ी चला रहा हो और उसमें आपने कार्रवाई की है?
पहले तो मैं बताना चाहूँगा DRSC जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट रोड सेफ्टी कमेटी है वो बनी हुई है, पर इसमें यहाँ दिक्कत यह है कि सांसद महोदय के समय नहीं मिल पाता मीटिंग के लिए, अभी बहुत मुश्किल है। कल मैंने रखी है मीटिंग और कलेक्टर साहब से समय लेना भी काफी मुश्किल होता। तो ट्रैफिक जो है आपकी प्रायोरिटी होता ही नहीं है, उसके जो वहाँ पे लोग काम कर रहे हैं वो काम कर रहे हैं। दूसरी बात आपने कही ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस को निरस्त करने वाली बात। ट्रैफिक पुलिस भी बहुत कम संख्या में RTO को कैंसिलेशन के लिए भेजती है। जैसे मेरे यहाँ एक वर्ष में करीबन 150 तक भेजे और उसके बाद हम खुद फॉलो नहीं कर पाते हैं। बिल्कुल सही है।
मतलब इन्फोर्समेंट में भी काफी कुछ किए जाने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन दूसरी और प्राथमिकताओं के कारण में हम शायद उतना पर्याप्त ध्यान नहीं दे पा रहे हैं। इज इट?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मैंने एक चार्ट में एक स्लाइड दिखाई थी मैंने।
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर। नेक्स्ट ले लें, काफी स्पीकर से समय कम है।
वेरी प्लीज
जी गो अहेड
सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आई मीन टू से आपने इतना अच्छा प्रैक्टिकल एस्पेक्ट्स बताए ऑपरेशन के और इसके इन्फोर्समेंट के। एक इम्पॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट जो मैंने ज्यादातर देखा है और काफी अर्बनाइज एरिया में सिटीज में है, अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिल्ली को छोड़ दें, एक्सेप्ट फ्रॉम दिल्ली, कि लाइक जो मिनी बसेस हैं और रोडे जो बसें हैं, स्टेट रोडेज बसेस हैं, प्लाई करती हैं, वो अचानक ही किसी जगह पर आकर रोक देती हैं, बीच सड़क पर रोक देती हैं, आगे रोक देती हैं, तो पीछे से आने वाले व्हीकल को एक साथ एक्सीडेंट की स्थिति हो जाती है, कोलिशन हो जाता है, क्रैश की स्थिति आ जाती है। और वो अमूमन अर्बनाइज एरिया में होता है, वहां स्पीडिंग तो कम होती है, लेकिन ये प्राय देखा जाता है कि वो अचानक वहां रोक दिए बीच सड़क पे, तो देयर इज नो प्रॉपर स्टॉपेज फॉर देम। दिल्ली में है ये पूरी सुविधा दे रखी है जगह जगह, लेकिन ऐसी स्थिति के कारण क्या आपने कभी अध्ययन किया होगा कि कितने एक्सीडेंट्स बढ़े हैं अर्बनाइज एरिया में, और उसको इसमें अपनी उसमें एक्शन में इन्फोर्समेंट में शामिल करें, नॉट फॉर दी व्यू पॉइंट ऑफ चालान करने से तो उसका नहीं होगा। एजुकेशन टू द पर्सन, एजुकेशन टू नियर बाई पर्सन, टू व्हीकल ड्राइवर एंड अदर पर्संस की उसको रोकें और उस आदमी को समझाएं। ऐसी कोई चीज को इन्फोर्समेंट करना, इन्वॉल्व करना आपकी स्टडी में कहां तक उचित है और कितना उचित है? प्लीज।
सिर्फ एक लाइन में उत्तर देना चाहूंगा। कि जो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट हैं इन पे चालान करना बहुत इफेक्टिव है। मैंने जब जितने चालान ज़्यादा किए हैं, रोड बिल्कुल सही रही है, किसी ने बीच में रोड पे गाड़ी या टेम्पो खड़ा नहीं किए।
हो रहा है सर, बहुत हो रहा है।
हो रहा है,
इसलिए हो
उसका
रहा है,
तरीका वही है,
सारी अर्बनाइज्ड एरिया में हो रहा है।
पॉलिटिव एक्शन ही है, समझाने से नहीं मानते हैं।
We much more need education plus enforcement.
बहुत कर लिया एजुकेशन, नहीं मानते टेम्पो और बस
Then
वाले।
there is some way out.
सिर्फ जो है उनकी जब्ती कीजिए,
सब learned
चालान कीजिए, वही
person
तरीका है।
अपन सब लर्नेड पर्सन ने इसका वे आउट कोई निकालने की कोशिश करें।
नहीं, मुझे मैंने किया है ना, मैंने सब मीटिंग्स भी की ऑटो वालों की, बस वालों की, और जब मैंने सख्ती दिखाई है और जब जब्त की है ना, बिल्कुल रोड सही रहा, मिला मिले। अभी मेरा बस स्टैंड में यही कर रहा हूँ मैं, जब तक कर रहा हूँ बस से।
Very nice, but we need much more improvement in that particular thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay sir, for covering your topic in a very best manner, and you have brought out a very practical case study of the Jabalpur city and discussed among us, and very valid questions were raised by the honorable participants. Also, we need to educate public more, sensitize public more than to uh, bring the challan, understand challan and all. So thank you very much, sir, for sparing your time for presenting your case study. Now, with this, I request my next speaker. He is Astos Pandey from IIT BHU Varanasi. Astos, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Astos, you can please you be ready, and let me give a brief introduction of Astos Pandey to you. He is Astos Pandey, Department of Civil Engineering, IIT BHU. He is currently working as a project assistant at Department of Civil Engineering, IIT BHU, Varanasi. He has completed Master's in Technology in Transportation System Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Hamirpur. And he has done his research work under Dr. Ankit Gupta, presently serves as Associate Professor and MORTH Chair Professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, IIT BHU, Varanasi. Ankit, you please start sharing your presentation, and you can please start with. And again, my humble request to all the participants, please keep your videos up so that the speaker will get a good motivation that you are there paying attention to him. Over to Ankit.
Okay. First of all, good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Astos Pandey. I am currently working as a project assistant of civil engineering at IIT. And the topic of my today's presentation, as well as my research article, is the black spot analysis and identifying potential risk factors through road safety audit. Now, first of all, the main thing is is to identify why is the road safety is becoming the primary concern. Because the roads that are currently the road infrastructure are constantly developing, and due to that the road safety is the engineers are more focusing on how to improve the safety of this road. But the major reason is the approximately 1.35 million people die every year in road accidents globally, and almost 90% of these fatalities that are happening in these accidents that happen in the developing countries or the developing nations. And the India has even worse scenario than the other countries. Across the 199 countries, India is in is first in terms of the number of people killed in these accidents, and it is in on third rank in terms of the people injured in these accidents. And it also accounts for the 11% of the global accident related deaths overall across these 199 countries. And now the other thing is what are the risk factors that are associated with the road accidents? Although there are several factors that are associated which
आशुतोष पांडे कोई है, कोई क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा है.
okay, sir. Hello. Sir, there is a question or what? Hello. Okay.
Proceed,
So
sir.
I'm going to continue. Okay. So now the first thing is like the identification of the risk factors that are associated with these road accidents. Although there are several factors that that are associated with a particular traffic accident, but most of the factors can be majorly categorized into four categories. Those are the first one is the vehicle defects. That is like the bursting of tire or the failure of brakes or the failure of the steering system, or the other factor is like the road infrastructure, that is the damaged pavement or the improper shoulder or improper geometry of the roads. And the third major factor is the road user, like the dangerous driving or the not following the proper protocols, or like uh, ignoring the signs and drunk driving, over speeding, those kind of things. And the fourth factor is the environmental factor, that is like heavy rain or storm or the snow. So basically all the major categories can be categorized into these four categories, and the road accident can happen either due to the one of this factor or due to the two or more factors. More than two or more factors can contribute in the occurrence of a traffic accident. So now the method that are used in the past studies are like crash prediction, developing the crash prediction model, developing the probability of what will be the probability of happening a crash on a particular road stretch, or developing the models for the accident severity, what is the severity of the accident that is happening on a particular road, or the factor analysis theory is also used for analyzing the probability of the crashes that are happening in a road, or the factors that are associated with the road accidents. And another approach is the machine learning approach, which is rapidly growing in the past few years. And there is also a one multivariate regression analysis in which we can do the sensitivity analysis and try to find which factor are more influential or has the more potential which can influence the road traffic accident. And the last one is the road safety audit. Now what is the road safety audit and why to use it? So first of all, road safety audit, according to the IRC road safety audit manual, the road safety audit can be defined as a formal procedure for assessing accident potential and safety performance in the provision of new road schemes, improvement and rehabilitation of existing roads, and in the maintenance of existing roads. Now, the road safety audit can be implemented in different stages. Basically, these are the four stages. It can be done in the done for the projects who are going to be built in the future, or for those we only have the design details available. And the road safety audit can also be done for the projects that are currently under construction, and it can also be done after the road or the road project has been completed. But the road safety audit is all the most feasible in only first and its second case, because we can easily implement the suitable measures to reduce the chances of accident, because the project is still in design phase, or it's still half completed. So implementing those measures are relatively easy. Even after completion, we can easily we have the sufficient funds, we can properly implement the sufficient measures even after the completion of a road. And the final stage is doing the RSA for the existing roadway facilities, what we call the black spot safety audit. We identify the black spot, and then we do the road safety audit on that particular black spot. Now, why to use it? As you have already discussed in the first presentation, that crash prediction. Hello. Okay. Crash prediction and severity modeling, as we have already discussed in the first presentation, developing these models require a huge amount of data, because to develop a severity model or the crash model, we need the sufficient amount of data so that we can properly model the crash, the probability of crash that is going to happen or in that road, or what will be the severity of the crash that is going to be happen. And also that data also required to be comprehensive in nature. What this means is we need to know like what type of collision is happening between the vehicles, or which type of vehicles were involved in the collision, or at what time the collision happened. So these things are required to develop these crash prediction and severity models. But like for conducting the RSA, we just need to identify the black spots based on the crash data and predefined criteria, like how we are identifying the black spots. So for our study, we conducted the RSA in the Uttar Pradesh state, and like for in the Uttar Pradesh state, the RSA was carried out for 216 black spots, which was identified by the PUPPWD between the year 2017 and 2019. And these black spots were located in like 35 different districts in the Uttar Pradesh. And the black spots identification criteria was like the if 5 road accidents have been happened in a particular road segment in a calendar 3 year, or like the 10 number of fatalities have been happened in a calendar 3 year, then that particular spot was classified as a black spot. So this is the map on which this is the black spot location that on where we conducted the road safety audit, and most of the locations are located at the eastern part of the UP. And this is the district-wide data of the black spot crash and as crash details, as well as the fatalities, like in all the 35 districts. As you can see, like the Prayagraj had the most number of crashes as well as the most number of fatalities, but like Banda district has the most number of black spots, that is 33. So and this was the list that was provided by the UPPWD, like for auditing the black spots, and the list contained like the first the black spot name, the district at which the black spot was located, and the road stretch that like we had to audit, the name of the road stretch, and the location of the latitude and the longitude, like where the black spot is located, and like the number of crashes and the number of fatalities that are that has happened on that particular black spot. So and this was the data that we collected through the road safety audit, like for each of the black spot, like what was the land use pattern for the particular black spot, or what was the type of the facility of that like at where the black spot was located, what was the category of the major road, or the carriageway type of the major road, and the number of lanes of the major road, and like the category of the minor road, the carriageway type of the minor road, and the number of lanes of the minor road, and like accident details were already provided by the PWD. And additional to this, like the causes for the accidents was also like identified through the road safety audit. All the causes were like I am going to discuss this in a later segment, but like all the major factors were categorized into 3 major categories, like the hazardous infrastructure facilities, which included like the pavement surface condition and the geometric features, and the hazardous roadside condition that included the shoulder condition, footpath facility, non-availability of footpath facility, or the drainage condition, or non-availability of driveway or other facilities, or the heavy roadside activities. And the third one, the hazardous road furniture elements, included the speed calming measures, like deficiency of speed calming measures, deficiency of road signal and signages, deficiency of pavement markings, deficiency of crash barrier and crash cushions, and the side distance obstruction, and the visibility and the lightning, improper visibility and lightning conditions. So based on that, it was found that like most of the black spots were located at the T intersection, and as well as like the crashes, most of the crashes and the fatalities happened on a T intersection, which was again like discussed in the previous presentation. And the second most fatalities happened in the crossing intersection, which also had the second most number of black spots, as well as the number of fatalities. And most of the black spots were located on the intersection, like all kind of intersection, like the X intersection, Y intersection, T intersection, or staggered intersection. So now the data analysis based on the facility type and the land use pattern. Now the most of the like intersection had either most of the intersection had either agriculture or commercial land use pattern. and like most of the straight roads residential also residential land use pattern was also found in the intersection at intersection as well, and like the curve curve and for the curve and for the RCF the black spots a few number of black spots were identified on these two particular facility type. So for these two particular type of facility the residential the black spots were a little bit less, and data analysis based on the land use pattern. Now the residential land use pattern has the commercial land use pattern has the most number of fatalities, and the agricultural land use pattern has the most number of crashes. And agriculture, both agricultural and residential areas where have where had the most number of crashes as well as the fatalities. And residential land use pattern also had some also had the third most number of crashes as well as the fatalities. Now the data analysis based on the number of lanes and the road classification. Most of the black spots were located on two-lane roads, and most of them were identified on the assets. As you can see, 87 number of black spots were identified on the assets, and the second most number of black spots were identified on the MDR having the two-lane, and the third most was the NH with a two-lane. Now, data analysis based on road classification. As you can see, most of the crashes and the fatalities, both most of the fatalities happened on a. It was almost four times in number than compared to the second most category road classification, like the NH and the MDR. So data analysis based on the carriageway type, most of the black spot as well as the crashes as well as fatalities. All these things were mostly present on the undivided carriageway. And for the divided carriageway, only the SH had the significant number of crashes as well as the fatalities. Now, the identified potential factors we found the risk factors that were potential and or had the influence over the road traffic accidents where the pavement surface condition, the presence of potholes or the damaged road surface condition of the carriageway. And the second factor was the geometric feature, like having a sharp turn or improper designing of a particular intersection, or the improper provision of the crash barrier. As you can see, the crash barrier, the W beam barrier or the semi-rigid barrier is not properly overlapped with the rigid barrier, which can create a large gap through which vehicle can pocket out of the road. So this is also a major hazard in the in a particular road segment. And the improper shoulder condition, if there are some holes present or the damaged part present in the shoulder, or whether the shoulder is not properly maintained or not properly developed. So those kind of condition is also a hazard for the for a roadway segment. And the drainage condition, like the presence of open drainage in the side of the road or in the shoulder, or not proper drainage provision for a particular segment. And the other factor was the driveway and the other facilities, improper provision of the driveway facilities for petrol pumps, or for other facilities like college or colleges or hospitals or hotels. For that also, if we do not provide a proper adequate driveway facilities, then that can also contribute to major of the road accidents. And the other factor was the presence of heavy roadside activities. That is presence of the street side vendor or the presence of pedestrian on the side of the road. And yes, sir. Hello. And the other factor was the improper provision of the calming measures, like the improper provision of the rumble strip, or improper provision of the traverse bar marking, or improper provision of speed hump. So those can also contribute to large number of accidents. And the other major factor was the Hello. Yes. So other major factor was the improper provision of the road signal and signages, like whether during the audit we found like some of the road signages were either damaged or tilted or not properly provided, or like the improper provision of the road signs, like providing giveaway sign as well as the stop sign on a single road stretch, and providing the giveaway sign or stop sign on a major road segment. So that can also be cause some issues for the oncoming traffic on a road. And another factor that we found during the road safety, potential factor that influence the road accident during our road safety audit, was like the size distance obstruction for the traffic coming out of the VR village roads. Like if they cannot see, if they cannot properly see the oncoming vehicle on the major road, so the chances of the probability of happening of an accident will significantly increase. And the improper provision of the footpath facility on a particular road segment, that can also be a reason for for a road accident. And improper provision of the payment marking, this is also a major issues, like in most of the roads, like we found there were no proper pedestrian marking present on a particular road segment, or no edge line or no center lines. So this is also a major factor. And apart from that, the improper visibility and lighting condition is also a major factor, like due to which most of the road accidents happen like during the night time. And even like if there is uh, those conditions also, like they do not provide the proper service, so cannot properly the edge of the carriageway, and accidents can happen. So after analysis for factors like speed communication, improper speed communications, improper route signal and signages, and improper payment marking are the most common factors that were identified with most of the black spots. And apart from that, like the roadside presence of major activities and the side distance obstruction was the second most major factor, that second most common factor that was found in most of the black spots. And other than that, in improper visibility and lighting condition, the improper geometric features or improper designing of the roads, or improper pavement surface condition, these factors also were found in most of the roads. Not in a significant amount, but these factors were also present in some of the black spots. So what conclusions, what were the findings? Like most of the black spots were identified at the intersections, specifically at the T intersection. Like most of the black spots were located at a T intersection, and most of the black spots were located on a two-lane roads, and like two-lane road as well as on the state highways, and on the roads like having the undivided carriageway. And most of the black spots, like most of the accidents that happened on, or the most of the fatalities that happened were present in the either commercial or the agriculture area. And for divided carriageway, only state highways had the large number of crashes as well as the fatalities. And through RSA, like we identified 15 risk factors, but the only these three, these three were the most common in most of the black spots, like the insufficient speed calming, provision of insufficient speed calming measures, provision of insufficient road signal and signages, and provision of insufficient pavement marking. These are the these were the most common factors that we found in most of the black spots. And apart from that, the presence of heavy roadside activities as well as the side distance obstruction, these two factors were also the second most common factors which were like identified in the most of the black spots. Now these identified measures can be taken as a reference for future studies, like we can try to see how these how improving these measures can affect the happening of crashes on a particular roadside, or due to deficiency of these measures, like how they can that can affect the frequency of crashes on a particular roadside. And again, like suitable measures can be adopted to reduce the number of crashes in these particular on the spots that have these deficiencies, like providing the proper speed calming measures, providing the adequate number of signages, as well as in a proper position or location in proper direction, so that driver can easily see the road signs, and provision of proper payment markings, and for like taking special provisions for the like for the stretches that are having the schools or the other facilities like hospitals, and like properly maintaining the payment conditions on the roads. By taking these measures suitable, like by taking these measures, we can like suitable, we can significantly reduce the number of crashes like that might going to happen in the future. And with this, thank you. Like, is there any question? Hello.
Please go on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So. Yes, like one has asking like, did you consider the parameter related to visibility of signboards like reflectivity? Yeah, like those we considered inside the RSS factor, like the road signal and signages. If like there was no provision of proper road reflectivity, road reflective signages, then we considered it as a deficiency in the road signal and signages. And apart from that. Okay.
I think there are a few more questions. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Ankit.
Okay.
So this work has been done under my supervision. Okay, so we have got a project basically from the UPWD. So obviously one of the comment is talking about the geometric defects in the NH. Yeah, so we have already got the audit points for the state highways. Okay, so it is a PWD based project. So most of the audit points or the black spot points were only on the state highways. So whatever the comparison it has been given in the presentation is not the actual picture comparison of the NH versus SH. Okay, this is whatever the comparison of the data which has been given or the black spots which has been given to us. So some of the black spots like UPPWD has already handed over to the NH roads. So that is why we are telling that some are the NH, some are the SH. But it is not a good comparison of evaluating the NH condition with the SH condition. So please do not get confused with that kind of analysis. Okay, it is very specific to the data points or to the black spots which has been given to us. Okay, so most of the PWDs are normally dealing with the most of the state highways also. I can see one or two or more comments regarding with the DPR stages. Yeah, obviously DPR stages are at least very ignored, especially in the state highways, I can say. National highways, they have started, but I'm not sure with what efficiency or with what details it has been done. I'm not a correct person to answer that thing. I think after that, there is no more questions. Anything?
Can I?
Yeah, please.
Yes. So after submitting these reports to the PWD, what was the response from them, and what is the time schedule?
We have completed this because this has been given to us before the COVID time. So some time was obviously been disturbed due to the COVID. But we completed this work within a period of 6 months where we have audited the spots also, and then we prepared the report. After submission, what is the response? Sir, it is difficult for me to comment because our work was only limited to the submission of the reports. Now, the decision-making authorities have to make a decision. So I'm not a correct person in that direction to
It's
comment.
very much personal question, I know, but at least around, if you have submitted this report around 2 years back, and if there's no response, this means that PWD is trying to kill more persons on that road, waiting to other persons to be killed on that particular stretch.
Sir, many things, if you are talking personally, let me talk personally. Many things are coming because of this road safety issues reaching to the Supreme Court. Okay. So we
Yes.
are doing this 2015 and 16 black spots auditing in 2019, submitting the report in 2020. I can say based on certain priorities of the road, they have taken few steps because now again we are doing the similar work for almost like 500 black spots again in the UP state, which has been there from the 17 to 20. So that has been again assigned to us. So what I can see, because there are few spots which is again similar. So there are few spots there were not any changes, but there are few, especially near to the urban areas, they have developed it or they have redesigned the intersections or they have done some kind of the safety measures. They have employed the signs and the etc.
So one more additional question to that, like you have submitted the entire report. So have you submitted the design of the crossing also, or the design is basically the crossing is designed by the engineers of PWD?
Sample design, like we have not given a detailed design in terms of the dimensions, but we have given the recommended design because that was in the scope of our work.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now I think there are no more questions for Astos. And Astos, you have done a very comprehensive study, and your study has prompted the respondent to give a proper reply on that also. Means all the things have been cleared in this platform only. Thank you very much, Astos, for giving such a nice presentation. Now, further, we are moving for a presentation on safe infrastructure intervention for black spot ensuring road and user safety in India. That will be covered by Sri Anurag Kulsresht. He is President Tracks Traffic Reforms and Advocacy Expert. Sir, Anurag sir, you are there on the screen, I hope so.
Yes, sir, I am there. I
Sir,
hope
just
you
let
listen
me
me
have a brief
also.
introduction before you start, sir. Mr. Anurag Kulsresht is the founder president of Tracks Society, founder president of Indian Alliance of NGOs for Road Safety, and director HECSS Safety and Research Private Limited. He is passionate road safety advocate with an experience of more than a decade, with keen practical knowledge in safe infrastructure and planning. As a facilitator, have been engaged in capacity building training programs for different stakeholders on the road safety. Has explored various national and international road safety conferences as a speaker and as a participant. Now, sir, I hand over this form to you. Please go on, sir.
Thanks, Bridgie, and good afternoon to all. And hope screen is available now. It's visible. Bridgie, screen is visible now.
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir.
Okay. So basically, we have done some work intervention on a black spot, that is Hero Honda Chalk. It's, I think, biggest black spot of NHAI in Gurgaon. And according to us, I think in case of road audit, even United Nations has very much described that this is not much technical job, road safety audit and its implementation. It's like a job of interior decorator. So we tried for the same, and according to us, what may be the characteristics at a crossing? We have to provide the halt and go space to the vehicles at every leg of any crossing, because it is must. We must provide the pedestrian facility at every crossing as per IRC guidelines, and clear area at all legs up to 50 meters. That is a question of the clear visibility. That means no vegetation, no hoarding, no boards and all. And then basically you can see the no plantation basically up to 50 meters. And if road is widened, one side road is widened more than 10 meters, the age of the roads must be defined, because generally we have seen that we are not specifying the age of the roads. We are specifying by dividing the roads into two parts, but never we are focused on the age of the road, whether it's a left age or the right age. So I'm coming to the next slide. So this is a national scenario, friends. This model has been awarded by the central government. This is a Tamil Nadu model, and it is this crossing is designed by the NHAI. One can see there's no pedestrian facility provided on that crossing, and almost number of pedestrians are moving here and there. So this design has been awarded by the central government, and this is a national scenario. And Tamil Nadu government has got first prize last year. And this is the knowledge which we have. Even we don't know the concept of the zebra crossings painting on our roads. One can see how a pedestrian can cross this road. At one side, lane marking, and then another side lane marking. Can we cross it? And what type of infrastructure we are providing to them? This is the same. Again, crossing is almost designed, very well designed, around 30 to 40% in case of safety measurements. But again, the zebra crossings, how a person will cross these roads. If we are providing pro-killing atmosphere to our people, definitely they will be killed. So now I'm coming to the footpath. We all are discussing about the pedestrian facilities and all. Although we are not providing much more pedestrian facility to our pedestrians, and even if we are providing it, it's a 2 feet width for pedestrian movement. As per IRC, it must be 1.5 meter at least, but we are providing 2 feet. And then if we have provided more than 1.5 meter width for our footpaths, then it is encouraged by the police itself by placing one box over there. So somewhere and somehow we have to think on that. This is what the Hero Honda crossings. It was a black spot. We did the survey over there. The survey partners were Central Road Research Institute as well as IRAP also for this crossing. And then we provide the final design from at our end. And the most interesting thing, we arrange the funding for that, and we take the help of almost all the stakeholders like NHAI, GMDA, local administration, that is DC and ADC, and then of course the RTA also, as we make it the part of the road safety committee. Although we took almost 8 months to convince all these peoples to put them together at one platform. And this is a history of that black spot in 2019 and 20. There were 8 deaths and 10 injured, badly injured. And that was a design. If you can see, the arrows are there. At 3 sides, there are a pedestrian island, and then at one side, just a symbolic turning of the vehicle at left. So this is the previous design provided by NHAI. And then we did some intervention over there. And this is a normal survey, which anybody can do by just standing at one crossing for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, maybe in peak time or non-peak time. But especially it will be better if we are doing some observation at peak time. So that was a traffic movement. And what we found, the wrong side movement were there from right to left, and at the bottom from left to right. It just because of the extra widened road. It almost 20 meters widened road over there provided by NHAI at grade level. That's why the traffic were moving in only 3 directions, 3 lanes. But extra 4th lane is non-occupied road, and people were using for the wrong side movement. So coming to the next point, we identified that there must be a extra widened space for the pedestrian, because these island provided by the NHAI, it's fully covered or the fully fenced. At least no pedestrian cannot use that island for their safety, and no pedestrian facility was provided by them. So we identify these problems over there. So we increase the size of these islands. And if you'll see at the fourth side where there is no green area, there was no island provided by the authorities. So we did this provision, and you can see the dotted lines over there. Because as per the traffic movement, these dotted lines, these are the blank space. No traffic movement at this particular area. This dotted white lines. So we identified this space. Now that was the scenario. So what we did over there, because there was a great problem, there was no halt and go space for taxi and autos. This is a basic priority, must be given at any crossing at all the sites. Otherwise, it increases basically the work of our police person the entire day. Can you please mute yourself? Can you please mute Mr. Ankur A. Kumar? So this is a Hero Honda chalk, and what we did, extended islands, and then the pedestrian sheds, or you can say the auto or taxi sheds at all the legs. And this is separated from the traffic movement, so that there will be no hindrance for the running traffic. So this is the basic facility. We are providing the pedestrian islands at the big crossings and the halt and go space for the autos and taxis. So what we did over there, this was the before the condition of this island at one side, and then we extended it by more than 10 feet. That is, we have covered almost more than 2 meters. Or it's almost we have closed one lane over there. Previously, there were 4 lanes, we converted into 3 lanes only. 3 lanes opening. Other side, the same thing. We provided the pedestrian facilities, proper facilities. You can see the entire this before the intervention. This island was covered by the financing this by the, I think some fencing was there, you can see. So no pedestrian can move here. But now after the intervention, this is more than 10 feet. Pedestrian can move and stay over there and can move from one side to another side easily. So we have just stopped the pedestrian and vehicle collision over there. And by reducing the number of lanes, we have reduced the pedestrian traveling time or pedestrian crossing distance on a crossing. So it reduced the chances of accidents, pedestrian to vehicle accidents, by almost 30 to 40%. The same condition on another location, another side. You can see the island is fenced completely. Nobody can use this. Pedestrians are moving on roads. And in another, after the intervention, you can see the pedestrian facilities has been created. And even the zebra crossings were painted over there so that a pedestrian can use the proper facility. This is after the intervention. This is the condition over there. You can see the Google image over there. And after the intervention, when we hand over this project to NHAI back or the Gurgaon administration, there was a reduction in deaths. There was no death from April to December 2021. Only the injuries were there, that is 2. So we have reduced the deaths by 100% and injuries by almost 70%. This is basically the change of behavior also. If we are providing the proper infrastructure to our pedestrian, Hero Honda and other factories are having more than 30 to 40,000 pedestrian movement through these factories and the workers. And now they are using proper infrastructural pedestrian facility over there. So we have reduced the chances of the accidents or the crashes. But still, there is something more to do, because we were bound to take the help of the traffic police, local police also they were there. So we have compromised and we have reduced the size of the island by 20%. Even after that, we found some more problems over there, because if you see at the top left side, people are taking the wrong side, especially the two-wheelers, they're taking wrong side movement. And at the bottom also, you'll see from one end, even after creating the islands at the fourth side, people were taking the wrong U-turn and moving to the another side. And you must have seen this dotted line under the flyover, red dotted lines. Here the people, like especially the buses, city buses, that was the basically resting area for them. So again we suggested, now we are suggesting this, just see by providing some, it's called bulb out technology. It's a rounded area which we found it is unutilized place by anyone, because U-turn has been provided for three lane U-turn, which was, there's no need for that. So we closed almost one lane at every side. And if you'll see at the top from the left, the traffic were moving, opening of the traffic is in 3 lanes, and exit straight away. The exit after doing this intervention, it will be in 2 lanes. So that this rounded area, automatically nobody can stop over there, nobody can halt over there, and this problem will be removed. You see the crossed areas and especially the orange areas, which will stop the wrong side movement automatically. And by doing this, we are reducing the manpower of especially the police persons who are working on this particular location by 80%. The entire day police walas वहां पर एक साइड से ऑटोज को आगे भगाते थे, फिर दूसरी साइड ऑटोज आगे भगाते हैं, फिर तीसरी साइड भगाते हैं, अगेन पूरे दिन वही सिचुएशन वहां पर रहती है. So that was the final design which we did over there. You can see the proper lane marking, also the proper extension in islands, and this is the further suggestion. If there are 20 or 30% injuries still left, we can reduce these injuries by again up to maybe the 80%. So we can say we can expect 1 injuries this year. And on the same design which we proposed, you can see the traffic movement. 3-lane traffic movement at opening, under the highway, under the flyover, and it can be easily moved from any direction with proper turning angle, radii. So there will be no harm. And you can see that little design over there. And after that, one still dotted area is mentioned over there at the top. Because below than that, at this place particularly, we have given extra widen, we have closed 1 lane at the this end of the road where the traffic existing. So from the 3-lane movement, it will be just a 2-lane movement. Automatically, this stopping this vehicle, which is clearly mentioned. If you can see this right arrow over there, red arrow, that place automatically be used by the running traffic, and nobody can stop any vehicle over there. And especially at this crossing, the wrong side movement was there from the tractors, trucks, autos, and everyone. Every wrong side movement will be stopped, which is the main cause of the accidents. People are using this pedestrian facilities properly now because it has been marked, and Iceland, through the islands, we are providing the proper space for halting at the center of the crossings or center of the roads. So that is the some technology, and I think.
I beg your pardon. Please make it brief, sir.
Sure. You want little more brief or is to move it fast?
Time is over now, sir. Time constraint.
Okay. So that is the basically intervention, and you can see one more problem was found over there at the left top. Autos were stopping over there, and they were taking the right, this wrong turn from number 1 arrow to number 2 arrow side. By increasing these corners, by giving the shape to these corners, automatically this movement will be stopped. At number 3 arrow, you can see number 3 arrow, by just diverting, by giving a diversion, a little diversion by infrastructure intervention, this direction may be fixed. So by these interventions, we have stopped 100% this in deaths and 80% almost accidents. So that is the final shape in front of you by doing the further intervention, and I think we will be doing this intervention within a month with the help of the local administration and the fund arranged by us from the private sector. So this is the final things, and I think if somebody is having the question on that, because this is the stage when we did the audit, we submitted the report, and we finalized the design also of the crossing, and then we implemented it. And after implementation, we got the appropriate result, which is favorable by 80%. Thanks to you. And if something is there, you can ask the question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Sir, this is SP Traffic Ladakh, sir. Mohammed Rafi Giri, sir.
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. Please tell me.
Sir, in the year 2021, we carried on study of national highways, roads of Ladakh, UT Ladakh. By one, we hired one road safety engineer for that, and we did the study. So after the study, we on the basis of accident data which was available with the police stations, on the basis of their data, we collected the data. We collected the details of accident prone areas and black spots. So in UT Ladakh, we have identified 34 black spots, 34 accident prone areas, and 2 black spots.
Yes, sir.
As per MORTH and MORTH guidelines standards and IRC guidelines in this regard.
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, we want to hire one agency or any company or and any entity which is having expertise in the field, or which can suggest us engineering interventions for these 2 identified black spots, and what we can do as far as 34 accident prone areas are concerned. In the last 4 years, 202 people died in UT Ladakh because of these road accidents.
Okay.
So UT administration and Ladakh police and traffic police wing of Ladakh police, we want to hire any agency firm give us interventions both for black spots as well as for accident prone areas. If you can suggest anyone, sir, please.
Sir, I cannot suggest a number of experts are there, but I can assure you one thing. Just provide me the biggest black spot area with the latitude and longitude to me. Our team will design this free of cost for you, because we are giving the training, even the police persons and the engineers also, how to simplify road safety, because road safety is not a complex issue. I think all the speakers, they have mentioned the problems over there. And here, if you feel like Alkazi has given the mentioning about the low cost interventions over there, and especially this government of India, NHA is hiring the road safety auditors, and other speakers like mentioned the capacity building program of police persons. Especially this is a need. If finally the police persons are responsible for each death, then why don't the police develop its own capacity in case of normal road engineering? It's not engineering. We can help you. We can train the few of the police persons online or offline without charge. And it's a very normal audit which a police person is facing the problems every day on that crossing. He knows very much about the problems. Only the things how to rectify this thing, all the things with minimum budget. which police can do, and police make other departments accountable for the same by providing the design. Because right now in road safety committees and in other meetings, police is just giving the figures, and police is make accountable by other departments to do something on these crossings. But if police is providing the design of the crossings, authentical design of the crossings to the road safety committee meetings, definitely other civic departments will be accountable for this and problems will be removed. Right now there's a problem. All the departments are not accountable to each other. That is the main problem. Although we are together, we are doing the meetings. So just provide me the latitude and longitude of that particular one crossing. We will suggest the best design to you and consult with your local experts on that and do the simple implementation. Police is doing every job. Police is filling the potholes. Police is doing the barricading on the roads, diversion of the traffic, U-turns of the traffic. You people are doing everything. Yes, please.
Right, sir. I will require, sir, your email ID, contact number, whatsoever. I think it is available on the screen.
It's on
and
the
I have
screen.
taken screenshot of it. So I will,
Sure,
sir, contact with you, sir. Thank
Sure.
you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very
Anshuman
much.
this side, sir. Anurag sir, Anshuman Singh is this side from CAPT.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine, sir. It's
Sir,
great to see you.
you were excellent as always, sir. I was listening the discussion with Mohammed Rafi sir also. Anurag, we police officers are present, particularly traffic police officers, they are present on the road almost most of the time. And this is the only department which is facing the traffic issues maximum, being the first responder also. And many times we need to assess the spots, accident spots also, or we need to do the traffic management also. So
Yes.
just one thing has come in my mind, that can we design some small course or something with the help of you or the other experts who are present here, not to make the police officer a technical expert, but to examine the black spot with some technical, because he is a road user, he is practically using the road and managing the road also. If we can provide some technical input also to how to analyze the accident spot, and with some small technical intervention, he can improvise it at his own also. So can we think of something doing like that?
Yes, sir. We have already designed a 3 days course on that, and we are providing the training free of cost right now. And this is a first day course is for the if a person, we need some technical person who are the some graduate or having the knowledge of Coral and Google Map. Just a little knowledge of Coral and little knowledge of Google Maps and all. So how to take the design from the current location from the Google Map and how can it be shared? Because there's a very simple thing. We have to judge the traffic movement from one side to another side, all other sides. And then second day, we have the proper audit on the basis of the first day knowledge at one crossing, practical crossing, so that they can understand what they learned the prior day. 5 hours at one day, 5 hours training at the location, practical training, and on third day the implementation with the minimum possible resources, like maybe the cones, maybe the barricades and all. I think if you are in touch with the Indore police, you may ask something from them, what type of infrastructure or what type of knowledge we have given to them, and at least they have fixed the movement of the pedestrian at all the BRT line by just placing
Yes, sir.
2 or 3 cones over there.
Yeah, exactly. By clearing the left turn only, we can improve traffic quite a lot. Many times you will see. So it's a good thing. We will touch you after the conference also, and we will plan something together then.
Yes, sir. Like you have mentioned about the left turn by doing some barricading over there. So at one end, our police is having the problem, like we are diverting the traffic by putting some barricades, but we are not giving the proper arrangement for the pedestrian crossing. So it must be instead of diversion, it must be an island shape so that pedestrian can stay over there and we can fix the lane driving. Like if at a one crossing, it is 3 lanes, so in 3 lanes traffic must be there, not in 6, 7, 8 or 9 lanes.
Exactly.
We have to
Actually,
bound the traffic.
as a police officer, if we see the road in the night when the traffic is not there, we can clearly visualize the portion of the road which is not used by the traffic. उसमें आपको अलग से एक ट्रायंगल सा बना दिखेगा, वो जो जिसको कि आप इजीली जो है फ्यूचर में आप आइलैंड की तरह यूज कर सकते हैं, बिकॉज वो आइलैंड ट्रैफिक में व्हीकल्स के द्वारा यूज नहीं हो रहा है, एंड दैट कैन बी यूज फॉर द pedestrian crossing, for the safe crossing for the pedestrian. So
Sir,
thank you very much, Anurag. It was
sir,
nice
I have
listening to you
designed
again.
one crossing. I think in Bhopal you have SB Polytechnic something.
Yes, it's there.
I have designed that crossing. I'll share it with you, and just see the difference. I'll share it personally with you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. It has been a very good case study about this Hero Honda Chowk of Gurgaon, and you rightly had a very good observation, very good interventions, and thereafter with your great suggestions, not only the accidents has come drastically in a low counting, and moreover, this manpower has also you have reduced the manpower deployment on this job. Very good presentation, sir, and I hope all the participants they have benefited from this case study. Thank you very much to you, sir, for sparing your time and giving such a nice presentation. Now, our time is short. I will request our next participant, Sri Saurabh R. Deshpande, who is going to present on performance simulation of highway infrastructure using computer simulation as per global standard. So, Mr. Saurabh Deshpande, sir, you are there.
Yes, hello. Yes.
Yes, sir. Before you start, sir, let me give a brief introduction of yours to the audience. Mr. Saurabh Deshpande is a manager working with the Engineering Design and Simulation Center, ARAI. He has a vast experience of 12 plus years in the performance simulation of security and highway banners based on global evolution standard using computer simulation. Saurabh has a bachelor degree in mechanical engineering from Pune University, as well as master's degree in biomedical engineering from Wayne State University of USA. Now I request Mr. Deshpande sir to please carry on with this presentation. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. And I believe that I'll have a very quick presentation since I might be the last presentation before lunch, and I know all of you are hungry for knowledge as well as hungry for food as well. So I'll just go through my presentation. So just a brief, first of all, can you see my screen?
Yes, it's okay.
Sure. So just a brief about ARI. ARI is the Automotive Research Association of India based out of Pune. And we have been there for the past 56 years now, testing and evaluating vehicles, making them roadworthy before they come up on the Indian roads. And there are different departments which take care of different verticals of the automotive industry. And what we have done now is started doing a lot of computer simulations for the products, that is the road infrastructure and other barriers. Because since we understand vehicles a lot, we understand how they can get maneuvered through different lanes and how to bring back vehicles or control the flow of traffic and vehicle movement onto roads. So basically, highway and road infrastructure is useful for controlling vehicle movement on highways and roads and include many of the following products. W-beam and 3-beam safety barriers. You normally see them on any expressway or highways. End terminals, crash cushions, a lot of signage and street light poles, some energy absorbing bollards and planters. Now these are in used on grade separators and other locations. And for infrastructure, which is really sensitive, use of crash rated security products. There are different global standards which take care of the evaluation, the performance evaluation of these products. So for the high risk and security locations, we have the bollards and blockers. The standards for it are the US standard ASTM F2656, the UK standard PAS 68, and now there is a global standard ISO IWA 14. So I'll go through each standards in depth subsequently. For state highways and ring roads, you can see W-beam, 3-beam barriers, end terminals, and crash cushions. And these are evaluated as per European EN 1317 standard, the MAS standard as per the USA. In Australia and New Zealand, you have the 3845 standard, and we have a lot of Indian Road Congress standards, IRC, in India as well, which refer to these global standards. For the arterial road grade separators and parking structures, we have these energy absorbing bollards or planters, which are evaluated by the ASTM F3016, PAS 170, or the AS-NZS 3845 standards. And finally, for lighting poles, there's a European EN 12767 standard, or the AS-NZS NZS 3845. So just showing you a video about how products are evaluated for the high risk infrastructure crash impact bollards. So you can just see that the product is hit upon by vehicles of different sizes and weights. And here the main concern is the vehicle is ideally being driven by a hostile person or a terrorist who intends to create a blast at the location or going into a building. And that is why these products have to stop the vehicle at that location and ensure it doesn't go beyond the perimeter line. So these are also called as perimeter products. And you can see that there are different vehicles which are impacted onto such products to find out its crash rating or assessment. The different products include bollards and road blockers and barriers, tire killers, and so forth. As well as gates. Moving forward, for the W-beam, 3-beam terminals, basically, a test is done by using different sets of vehicles, buses, and cars for different velocity impacts and different angular impacts to simulate the real world condition wherein it can go on and hit the front of the product. So this product, what is being evaluated is end terminal, basically. So there are different scenarios which can occur while a vehicle can impact into it from the front or just hit it at the side, in which case it has to either stop the vehicle or then reroute the vehicle in a way that it doesn't again come back to the oncoming traffic and just takes it out in a linear kind of way and not basically causing any occupant damage, that is damage to the driver or any of the passengers sitting in the car. Then for the bollards, for the energy absorbing bollards, which are planted near the road grade separators or parking structures, it just needs to stop the vehicle. Again, not causing much damage to the vehicle, but it can happen in some cases that you have a car in a reverse gear and you suddenly accelerate, causing the car to come back. So it should not go on to the oncoming traffic and cause a bigger accident. And therefore, such products are placed. And while testing or evaluating these products, a trolley is used to simulate a vehicle impact and causing some deformation to the trolley, but ensuring that the trolley does not pass beyond the product. Lastly, for the lighting poles, it is impacted by vehicles of two types, a SUV and a small car. And these products either have to be very high absorbing, high energy absorbing. So basically in absorbing the energy of impact, or they should just break away, ensuring that ultimately the vehicle doesn't cause much, not much damage is caused to the vehicle or the occupants inside. So basically, what is computer simulation based performance assessment? So it is important to determine the specific requirement of a site, and it cannot be that one size or one design fits all the locations and all the areas where these products are installed. And assessment of these products need to be done on a structural level and not just on whether it's being produced in a right way. Then using the correct evaluation standard for the performance assessment. However, there is a lack of accredited physical test facility in India, or for that matter in Asia as well, which can test these products. And the nearest facilities are in Europe and Australia. So what ARI basically does is computer simulation assessment, which is a robust tool for evaluating the designs of these products before the prototype is created. It is cost effective than a physical test, while highly accurate once the correlation activity is achieved. And it can be also used to optimize the design, lightweight the products, so that you can still meet the structural assessment or the structural performance, but not ensuring that minimum material is used. Therefore, the costs go down for such products, and ensuring ultimately that a correct product is evaluated for the correct requirement. So you can see here, there are different computer simulations in which these vehicles are used to assess different products. So these are for the grade separator bollards as well as for the high risk products. Next, such evaluation is again done for the W beam, 3 beam, N terminals, or even jersey barriers, which are put on the highways. Then ultimately for the lighting and advertising infrastructure, which includes poles and fences. So basically, as a summary, some points to ponder: that road infrastructure products should not only be assessed for production conformity, that is to see if they are being manufactured as per design, but the design also should be evaluated for its structural performance. Recently, MORTH has also come up with a notification that for such products like the W beam and the 3 beam barriers, now the structural assessment is also equally important, and not only that they are designed as per a certain design, a finalized design, and only manufacturing aspects are checked and verified, but not the structural assessment. So that was a very major milestone by MORTH. And before finalizing technical specifications, the site assessment should be mandatory to freeze what kind of product installation is required and what should be the performance rating. So it should not happen that a product which can allow a lot of deformation is installed onto cliffs of highways which are going through hilly terrain, because if a lot of deformation occurs, then it can be possible that the vehicle just goes down the cliff, and vice versa. Computer simulation is a very effective tool for assessing design performance and optimization in the pre-prototype stage. However, performance assessment via physical test is equally necessary and mandatory. The accuracy of computer simulation is dependent on how good the methodology is for simulation and how much correlation or accuracy you find between the results of a simulation and its physical test. Standardization of tender technical specifications is possible up to 80%, that is majority. However, the balance 20% always needs to be site specific and needs to be changed every time a new tender for a different patch of road comes into picture. Always correct product and correct requirement is the key, while one size fits all does not work. So with this, I close my very short presentation, and I'm open the floor to any questions.
Sir, this is Manoj Kumar Jain from National Highway Authority of India, Regional Officer, Bhopal. May I ask you,
Yes, sir.
is ARAI working for roller crash barriers also?
Yes, so roller crash barriers are special kind of safety barriers, just that the geometry is in such a way that it impacts the vehicle and the vehicles are rolled away, thus causing lesser deformation or lesser working width of the barriers. So yes, we do assessment of such products as well.
Okay. Actually, we are planning to put some these pilot projects for on sharp.
Yes. So the main problem what is seen or what ARI has seen is that a lot of such highway tenders or road tenders by PWD are floated as a regular tender, but the technical specifications don't talk much about the structural assessment part of these products. What should be the exact working width allowed? What should be the strength of the products? How much the deformation or how much the occupant injury can happen because of installation of such products. Because if you make a product very stiff, the vehicle is going to deform and crash in such a way that the inner occupant can also die. So it should not be that stiff, but it should not be that flexible also that it will allow the vehicle to roll off or into the other lane, causing a much higher traffic accident. So the correct, the location-wise site assessment should be done to gauge what should be the correct performance rating of such products which need to be installed. And yes, using the correct evaluation standard, these products should be installed and assessed for its rating by accredited agencies.
Sir, actually, while this calling the bids for this roller crash, because manufacturers are not in India, so it has to be exported from some other country. So for this testing, we were very much worried. What should we keep for this testing? So can we put the condition that ARAI will go through this testing part of this?
Sure. So as I said, there is no physical test facility in India currently. ARI is on its way to commission it, but it will take some time depending on the availability of land and funds. But what we normally propose to all end users, especially because we see a lot of tenders from NHAI in different regions, is there are a lot of Indian manufacturers who have developed these products indigenously. It is not that all are exported or rather imported into the country. The problem is getting the physical test done. And since currently the physical test can only be done in Europe or Australia, as I showed in my map, it is a very high investment, a very high capital for such indigenous manufacturers to do a test without having any assurance of any awarded tender. So what we normally suggest to end users who prepare the tenders is allow simulations as a part of the first technical hurdle. They can cross that hurdle. If in case they come as L1 on the commercial side, then they can get a leeway of around 30 days, which is sufficient for them to get the product tested. But they can do so at that point because they know that there is some tender awarded and therefore they would be willing to put this capital in. However, this will now get over within the next maybe 15 months, wherein India will have its own test facility. ARI is planning to set this up with getting some funds from the government or other such institutions and getting the land for it. But yes, till the meantime, what we normally propose is allowance of computer simulation evaluation of these products because imported products, they have already, they are selling them in Europe and the US. So they have done physical tests there, but imports always cause a bigger problem and it defeats the purpose of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, which many of these indigenous manufacturers are trying to do. So we support them by doing these computer simulation assessments and getting a kind of a design confidence for them to proceed with these tenders or the physical test. So yes, not so computer simulation itself should not be the only source. Physical testing is also mandatory and also required, but it can be pushed or postponed to a stage wherein it can be justified that such a capital investment can be done.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
I have one question and one request. जो हमारा यहाँ का ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट है, इसके लिए भी कुछ आप कर रहे हैं?
हाँ, तो कैसे है, अलग अलग से प्रोडक्ट डिपेंडिंग ऑन वो जहां पे रिक्वायरमेंट है उस हिसाब से लगा सकते हैं. तो दैट मैनेजमेंट कैन बी डन बेस्ड ऑन लुकिंग एट द साइट, लुकिंग एट अगर फॉर एग्जांपल बाइसिकल लेन आप बना रहे हो तो उसके लिए जो ग्रेड सेपरेटर्स चाहिए वो किस हिसाब से इवेल्युएट होने चाहिए, कौन से टेस्टिंग स्टैंडर्ड से इवेल्युएट होने चाहिए. या हम जो देखते हैं कि नॉर्मली फुटपाथ पे लगाते हैं एल्यूमिनियम के बोलार्ड जैसे रहते हैं कि जो एक आदमी थोड़ा साइकिल या टू व्हीलर हिट करके भी उनको डिफॉर्म कर सकता है. तो दीज आर नॉट इवेल्युएटेड फॉर द स्ट्रक्चर. दे की जरूरत है इसलिए एक प्रोडक्ट लगाया है, पर वो स्ट्रक्चरली एडिक्वेट है कि नहीं ये कोई देखता नहीं है.
Okay, Mr. Deshpande, sir, thank you very much for covering your topic in a very nice manner. You have been discussed about this different type of barrier and their quality check before installation of those barriers for any purpose. It has been nicely covered, sir. Thank you very much to you. And thank you very much for spending your time.
Yes, thank you. And if anybody has any questions, I have my email address on screen, so they can always email me and I can get back to them offline.
Okay, right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Before
Sharma.
we break up for the lunch, actually, there are two more presenters who are waiting for presentation, but we will cut short and we will have a 10-minute discussion about one of the I-Raste project developed by this Nagpur Municipal Commissioner along with some technical institutes. So we'll discuss about that in a short manner. Mr. N. Pandey, Deshpande.
Yes, sir.
Along with Mr. Verma S. Kunala is going to take that, discuss about that project. Mr. Kunala and Mr. Deshpande, are you there?
Over here. Yes, sir.
Okay. Then before you start, I will give a brief introduction of Mr. Srikant Deshpande, Traffic Engineer, Nagpur Municipal Corporation. He is serving in NMC for last 38 years. He has a long experience in town planning department and thorough understanding of Nagpur city development plan and development control regulation. He has for many years been the OSD to the mayor of Nagpur and also to the municipal commissioner. So now over to Mr. Deshpande, sir. Please start on.
Thank you. Namaskar, sir. I, Srikant Deshpande, Traffic Engineer, Nagpur Municipal Corporation. Welcome the dignitaries who have attended and joined the 4th National Conference on Traffic Technology organized by Central Academy Police Training Center, Bhopal. Nagpur city, called also Orange City, it is one of the fastest growing 13th ranked city in the country and third in Maharashtra. City is second capital of Maharashtra and spread across 227 square kilometer. The 0-mile marker in city representing the geometric center of India. The central positioning has given strategic connectivity to the important cities of country. North-south and east-west railway corridor pass through the city. Presence of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar International Airport provides connectivity with various parts of the world. Within Nagpur Corporation region, road network spread around 1150 kilometers and presence of inner and outer ring roads provide the city a radial layout. With a vision for the sustainable development, Nagpur is preparing for mass transit system in the form of Nagpur Metro Rail. Along with this, promoting non-motorable transport through cycling and walking, and improvement of existing public transport system is also being implemented. Nagpur city is a major junction for important national and state highways in addition to an expansive city road network. Unfortunately, Nagpur also report high road crashes and fatality rates. Government of India driving the vision of 50% reduction in road fatalities on Indian road by 2030. Technology can act force multiplier in addressing the problems of road safety and mobility enhancement on Indian roads. Taking into account the above factors, holistic safe system approach has been implemented in the city for aspect of road safety and mobility by taking advantage of artificial intelligence. The Road Safety Committee has also been formed in Nagpur to plan measures for accidental prone areas. Honorable Central Minister Mr. Nitin Gadkari is chairperson of the said committee. Under his guidance and with the help of central government, Nagpur Municipal Corporation has taken in hand IRST project, that is intelligent solution for road safety through technology and engineering. For vehicle safety, mobility and infrastructure safety, the said IRST project inaugurated on 11 September 2021 by Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highway of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari. IRST project will be implemented in the Nagpur city for 2 years. In this connection, memo of understanding has been signed between Nagpur Municipal Corporation, CRRI, INAI, IIIT Hyderabad, Intel, Mahindra and Mahindra. IRST project has actually started and showing positive result. The project is expected to generate impactful outcomes. INAI CEO Mr. Verma Konala will give presentation on the same project. Thank you very much, sir.
Can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Deshpande ji. Let me just. You can see the full screen?
Yes, it's okay. Mr. Kunal, please go on.
Okay, thank you. So as you can see, right, this project has multiple partners and each one brings their domain expertise into this project. And as the title indicates, this project is trying to combine technology and engineering. And we have three major vectors as part of this project. The first one is vehicle safety, which is equipping the vehicles, in this case, the public fleet that plies in Nagpur, all the buses that ply in Nagpur. And we equip them with devices to actually give warnings to the drivers. That's the first one. The second one is mobility analysis, where we actually look at all this data being generated and try to come up with what we're calling gray spots, which can be potential black spots in the future. Right? That's the second aspect. The third aspect is actually infrastructure fixing, which is the black spots, which a lot of speakers talked about, right? And the countermeasures and the remedial measures we need to take to fix actual black spots on the Nagpur network. So the first thing is the devices. So here I'm showing the warnings that the driver get from the devices that we put on the buses. So the device is actually a camera that is looking at the road, and it looks at all the road conditions and make real-time decisions on what can potentially cause an accident, whether it is the vehicle in front of the bus or pedestrians or two-wheelers, right? All these things it takes into account and gives warnings to the driver, essentially 2 to 3 seconds before an actual accident can potentially happen, right? So you can see on the graph here the type of warnings from the 1 month, for the first 1 month data in Nagpur, you can see the type of alerts that are being generated for the drivers. So this is the first aspect. You can see actually pictures here, right? You can see the camera is fixed on the dashboard, and then the display unit that actually gives the warning to the driver, right? And the drivers are also and the drivers are also assessed. The CRRI or a partner has a good system for assessing the drivers. So we do that also when we install the devices. So this is the first aspect. So where we actually install the devices and give warnings to the drivers to improve their driving behavior. I mean, it's not just about the device, right? We also need to train them. Along with training them when we put the device on, we recently also trained almost 350 drivers from NMC on various aspects of driving, the regular driving, technology aspects, all these things, right? These go together. You can't just put a device and expect that to work without the driver completely understanding and adopting the device. That's the first aspect. The second aspect is the black spots, right? As a lot of the speakers talk, it doesn't matter how good the driver is if your road infrastructure is not good, right? So here again, the team has done a very thorough analysis. There were lots of different types of lists that we had. So we combined all the black spot lists from the various departments, and there were around 118. So we looked at all of them, did a analysis, and finally there were around 39 that conformed to the MOTH specification. So we took all these 39 spots within Nagpur and we did a detailed study of each spot, and we're doing a DPR for each one of the spots. Right? We already have 4 ready. In another 3-4 months, we'll finish the DPRs for all of them, and then we'll work with the agencies and we'll present all this to the Road Safety Committee headed by the Minister Gadkari ji himself and Mahatma ji. Right? So either we'll find the money from the ministry or other sources where we can actually not just do a DPR, but actually implement all these things in the city that will make a difference. So this is a second vector. The third vector is what we're calling gray spot. Now the black spot is something of a lagging indicator. I mean, some accidents have happened, some people have already died. Then you define a black spot, right? But what if we can actually do something before these things happen? That's where we're calling a new concept called gray spot. So we have around 50 buses today, and these buses are generating alerts for the drivers every day. So we're getting a lot of data. So this is where technology and artificial intelligence comes into the picture. And based on the data, we actually show hotspots and what we're calling gray spots for every hour on where are the potential accident spots in the city. Right? So this is real-time data which is generated on an everyday, daily basis, on an hourly basis actually. So we are taking the top spots from this, right, and doing measures in terms of what we can do, simple things on the ground, or even using NGOs to drive the awareness around those areas so that these gray spots don't become black spots in the future. Right? So this is sort of a leading indicator without people having to die and accidents having to happen. And also we took the entire data available and digitized them. When I say entire data, all the road network data, all the black spots, the gray spots, and all the FIR data for the past 3 years. So all of that PIN has been integrated into one single GIS database. So for any given spot, we have this comprehensive data of what is happening at that place in terms of the accidents, in terms of the alerts that will come getting from the buses, the black spots, all of it, right? So we did this over the last 4 months. So we're going to use this to do a lot of our analysis and recommendations. I'll just show a brief video summarizing all the 3 things I just said.
There is no audio.
Mr. Kunal, sound is not coming in the video.
Okay, from the comments, I see some of you could not listen to audio. Right, this video is public as well. If you search for iRaste, you'll see on the INAI website as well as YouTube, so you can see, right? So I'll summarize, right? First thing, we on the infrastructure safety side, we did a comprehensive analysis of all the black spots, and we have 39 black spots that conform to the definition, MOS definition, and doing DPRs for all of them. And we intend to actually do these remedial measures, not just stop at DPR. That's number one. Number two, from this mobility analysis of these gray spots, so these are the leading indicators of black spots. So we are planning on-ground activities and awareness campaigns, talking to the traffic police and other departments, on-ground activities that can actually we can do something around these areas. The last thing on the vehicle safety vector, we already have 50 vehicles, right? And we already have preliminary data from these drivers that that they're doing much better than they were earlier. Right? We have data to compare, and we're planning to put this in 200 more vehicles. So we actually have up to 300 vehicles from the NMC fleet running with this with these devices. Right? That will provide a much better database to see how effective these devices are in the Indian context. So that's the summary. Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Kunal, sir. It's been a very good innovation on the basis of artificial intelligence and making it appropriate use. And you have developed really a very good device for the safety of users and for the vehicles also. So with this, again, thank you very much, Mr. Kulala and Mr. Deshpande, for presenting this information with us. Now we are coming to the end of this morning session, and already I'm sorry that we are late by 15 to 20 minutes. I'm sorry for that. And I request to have a break of now only 50 minutes. Thereafter, again, we will assemble back on at 1500 hours for our next presentation. And it is you take it here. You be assured that the next presentation and the session is also very interesting, and it will be initiated by Dr. Colonel Pradeep Garola on some very interesting topics. So I hope that all of you are coming back after your lunch at 1500 hours in the afternoon. Thank you very much. By the time, please break off. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I request you be connected remotely, no need to quit permanently for today, for this session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
जी जी रंजीत बाबू ठीक बा
15 मिनट के बाद फिर मीटिंग में आना है
आना है 15 मिनट बाद 15 मिनट्स बोला कि 15 आवर्स चेहरा नहीं दिख रहा not visible your face
बंद कर कहाँ पे कैसे करते हैं? Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. Again, I welcome on this Cisco WebEx platform for the second session, afternoon session of this National Conference on Traffic Technology. So, in fact, we were quite a bit late in the afternoon in the morning session. So that's why I think some of the participants, they could not join so far. Garola sir, you have joined, I think so. Yes, Colonel Garola has joined. But sir, I request let's wait for 2-3 more minutes because there are near about many of the participants they haven't come as of yet. Please let's wait for 2 more minutes. Thereafter we will start, sir.
Sharma sir, can you see my slide? Good afternoon. So, can't hear. I think you are muted.
Yes, sir. Yes. Good afternoon to you, sir. Your slide is okay, sir. It's in it's a slide mode right now.
Okay, I'll just do the. Yeah.
Yes, sir. It is okay now, sir. It is in full mode, sir. It is in
Okay.
PPT mode right now, sir.
Okay.
So, sir, I think we should start now, sir. So again, I welcome all the participants and speakers for the second session of today's afternoon session. And right now, we are going to have a discussion on presentation on road safety audit and road safety awareness and community participation. So this presentation will be taken by Colonel Pradeep Garola, the GM, NHI-DCL. And before handing over this forum to him, I would like to give a brief introduction of him to you. Mr. Pradeep Garola is MTech in Highway Transport Engineering and BTech from MNIT Jaipur. Presently, General Manager Projects in NHI-DCL, that is National Highway and Infrastructure Development Corporation, a Government of India undertaking. Earlier served for 25 years in central government, including Border Road Organization and also in Uttarakhand State Government PSU. Certified Road Safety Engineer and Auditor accredited by MOR. He has vast experience in planning, tendering, monitoring, execution, and quality control of large number of highway smart city projects like smart parking and density-based smart traffic signal projects. Designed, monitored, and executed the work of 3 runway of strategic importance. Presented paper on several times in IRC annual sessions and other seminar on road and highway and road safety at IIT Roorkee, PWD Uttarakhand, and various educational institutions. Is a life member of IRC, ex-council member of IRC, presently a member H7 committee of IRC on road safety. So this was a brief about our profile speaker. So now I will request Colonel Garola to please start with your session, sir. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for a introduction. And I welcome all the delegates who are attending this very relevant seminar on road safety as well as the traffic management. I must compliment Director CAPT, Shri Pawan Srivastava, IPS, for choosing such a relevant topic. And also, I'm thankful to Chairperson NHI, Mrs. Alka Upadhyay, IAS, because she has taken her time out of busy schedule to that shows her interest in the road safety. Why I'm saying this subject is particularly very pertinent to each one of us, whether we are in service, whether we are students, whether we are in school, whether we are in job, in whatever stage of life are we. This particular road safety is one aspect which touches each one of us. So whether the moment you step on the road safety comes into play. So that is the relevance of this particular my topic. And I'm very happy that in this audiences, I can see there are various students from, especially from colleges, which is my focus area. Why I'm saying, because in subsequent slides, I can show that students are the most vulnerable class of people for the road accidents. So I can see there are students from MITS Gwalior, SGS, SITS Indore, then various IITs, Kanpur, Kharagpur, Ropar, BHU, Delhi, Tirupati, so many IITs as well NITs also. So this particular topic, I would request those younger generation that they should make a point to note the takeaway points from this seminar, because particularly that lot is mostly affected. Now, coming to the next slide. This is my brief introduction, which Mr. Sharma has already covered. Okay. This is has been covered. Now, coming to next slide. So this is the last presentation which I gave. My focus area, as I mentioned, is mostly this younger generation. So this is one of the presentation which I had done in Roorkee IIT. And this is, of course, for the engineers of the Uttarakhand government. Okay. So coming to the topic of my presentation, these type of news clippings, I have tried to show a few clippings from the daily newspapers. You'll be surprised that daily there are numerous such clippings in any news. And to that extent, that most of us, they have become so immune to this type of news that hardly we pay attention. I can be sure that none of us must be reading what the detail of the accident, what was the cause of the accident, what happened to the vehicle, what happened to the person who were involved in the accident, because this has become very routine manner. So we don't even bother to read them. Okay, that is the immunity which we have developed towards the road accidents. Okay, this is mostly from newspapers from Bhopal and MP, most of the news is. Sure. So this is the latest news which has happened on 2nd of March. So there was a vehicle which has overturned, and there was timely action, and police has held them and took them to the hospital. Like in morning, Chairperson NHI was also mentioning that first 15-20 minutes, half an hour is most critical. That is called the golden hour for any accident. If first aid or some help is provided during that time, the chances of survival of the victim increases manifold. So first few minutes is very critical for any road accident victim. Okay, so stop accidents before accidents can stop you. That is the basic, because all of us must have had a narrow escape during, because whenever we move from place A to B or from office to home to some place, invariably we can't say that we can be 100% alert during the travel. So we have to take precaution. And this slide that shows the stop accidents before accidents stop you. Okay, now coming to the global burden of disease. This is the data from WHO. they had said that road traffic accidents were at the number of deaths, if you see that were listed, were at number 9 in 1990. Okay. But over a period of time, due to various reasons, this number has gone up, and today the deaths due to road accident is number 3. So much higher than the tuberculosis, whatever war going on, whatever corona going on, number of casualties, fatalities due to road accident is number 3 cause of death. So this is a really worrying factor. Now this slide shows that globally, where do we stand? Globally, there are 1.5 million deaths every year due to road accidents. 1.5 billion, this is a major chunk of people. And I'll come in subsequent slide that this particular 1.5, why it is more taxing is because the age group. I'll tell you in the next slide. So in this slide, you see this malaria is less than 1 million people dying. Of course, tuberculosis, this is slightly more, but by now, this figure must have definitely taken over. So now coming to the road network. Okay, US has maximum road network, that is 6.7 million kilometers. Okay, now India comes second after that. And if you see the fatality here, if you can see, if you can see here, India has the largest, second largest network of roads. If you see this slide in center, it says the rural roads constitute 80% of the total road length in India. You can see in this figure. Now, when we come to the fatalities, the next slide is very interesting. If you see this slide, in this number of vehicles, in 1991, there were just 2.21 million number of vehicles were there. Okay. But by the 2015, it has gone 10 times and even more, even still counting. Okay. So like in morning, Dr. Baluja has mentioned that every day we are adding 20,000 heads in our population, in our traffic. Daily, there's an increase of 20,000 people that is adding to the traffic. So if you see this slide, it says the number of registered vehicles increased just 10 times, whereas road length has increased hardly 2.4 times. Okay. So all the natural congestion will be on increase if vehicle have gone 10 times. Now coming to this slide is interesting. When we compare India population as with the world, so India has just 1% of the total number of vehicles, whereas number of accidents, number of deaths, if you see, there is 10%. Our share of deaths is 10%. That is, number of vehicle is just 1%, and number of deaths is 10%. That shows that due to congestion, there's a heavy congestion on road, and probably not many other factors are there, due to which, in spite of having just 1% of the vehicles, our share in death is 10%. Okay, now this was the slide which I was mentioning earlier. This is slide because in this slide, it shows the age bracket of the people who are the fatality on the road. In this, see that less than 18% is just 5%, naturally, because their movement is restricted. They don't go out too much. But when we see this person, so this 18 to 25, there are 20% people who are affected. 25 to 30 age bracket, there are 23% people who are fatalities. And similarly, for 35 to 40, this is 19.3%. And rest, of course, it goes down after that. So if you constitute these three age bracket, 18 to 45, this almost constitutes 70% of the road fatalities. And why it is more pinching? Because this is most productive age for any organization, for any country, this is the most productive age, 18 to 45. Okay, and this is the where this number pinches. Now, this data I have taken from the Traffic Police of Chandigarh. They have compiled the data. Here I want to show the earlier slide where I was showing that maximum fatality is of the age bracket 18 to 45. This slide also talks about same 16 to 40 is this area. There's the person who are 51% people are affected 16 to 40, and few others are 40 to 61 and other 30%. So more or less it substantiates the data which we have seen in the earlier slide. Now this is again the slide which has been prepared by the data provided by Chandigarh Police. They are in the process of compiling all the data. Here also, if you see that two-wheeler, like in morning, again, NHI chairperson had mentioned that maximum fatalities are the pedestrians. We are not taking care, our roads are not being designed to take care of the pedestrians. If you see in this chart, two-wheeler and pedestrians, there are the chunk of the person who are being killed on road. 36 plus 46%. That is the huge number which we have. It's only two categories, four-wheeler, two-wheeler and pedestrians. So we need to have roads where we can save precious lives, whether they are on two-wheeler or they are on foot. In subsequent slides, we can see that how the mixed traffic is there. So we can have a look at this video. So we must be thankful to the driver. He was alert and he was able to bring the vehicle to stop due to its alertness. Otherwise, it was a short casualty. Now coming to India specific, like in 2018, this slide, of course, earlier speakers also they have discussed this detail. But only fact which I want to highlight is the 3%. Here it is written, 3% of the gross domestic product is being lost due to the accidents on the road. 3% of GDP. That's a huge data, I must say. That's a huge number. So this is really worrying. We could use the 3% of the GDP in much more constructive and some infrastructure development projects. Okay. So rest, of course, earlier presenters also have mentioned. Okay. Okay. This data is over the period of time. This data is being prepared. Okay. So over from 2005 to 2017, this data has been prepared. Okay. So you can see there is a number of accidents generally has been constant over the years. I must say that is a not an easy feat because the way number of vehicles have increased, the way the number of people, commuters have increased, still number of accidents are more or less same. Okay, so that is an encouraging figure, right? And I'll tell you the reason for what is the reason. Then fatalities, of course, is 1,34,000, but now it has gone up to 1,49,000. Okay, and this is the data of 2017. Latest data is slightly more. Okay, this particular slide shows the specific position of Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal, since this webinars, conference is being held at Bhopal, I thought that I must share some specific data of Bhopal. So it's very encouraging to see that number of deaths during accidents during last year has come down by 2,000 figure, and that is the maximum. Bhopal and MP, the credit goes to the administrators and the enforcers, that the number of accidents have reduced drastically. That is why 2,000 it has reduced. Whereas if you see the other states, where some places it has gone up, but at least Bhopal is leading in that way. And of course, the number of deaths is 529. That is the year-to-year basis. This is the data which I'm showing is the year-to-year basis. And this data has been compiled by MORTH in their regular publication. Okay, this is the figure which I was mentioning earlier. The 3% of GDP is lost due to the accidents, which is a very worrying factor. Now, Indian road, what is the accident? If you come to that specific point, what is the accident? The accident is collision of one road user with the other road user or with the fixed object lying within roadway or running off from the roadway is termed as road accident. So you can see the, in general, the type of scene of Indian roads is like this. There is a mixed traffic, two-wheeler, four-wheeler, three-wheeler, heavy traffic, bicycle, bike, pedestrian, cows, anything is on moving on the road. So unlike other countries where they have very streamlined thing. So basic road causes which we can attribute for the accident could be road engineering, vehicle engineering. Earlier speaker has very nicely covered about the vehicle engineering part. And road users could be drivers, pedestrians, passengers, animals, anything could be. And environment factors, maybe fog, maybe rain, okay, visibility is poor, and natural calamities can also be there. Okay. This is a quite common scene in Indian scenario. So as I was saying, that is a mixed traffic, everything you see on the road, right from the rickshaw puller, there's a elephants also moving, there's a small light vehicle, there's a heavy buses also, and pedestrians also, everything is there. So in fact, for as a road safety expert, is a nightmare to plan for Indian roads. Earlier also, Dr. Baluja has shared certain photographs. So it's so chaotic, Indian roads. So now coming to the safety is cheap and effective insurance policy. So that is if you take safety while driving, while crossing road, while walking on road, so it itself is as effective as insurance policy. Okay. Now simple audit, coming to this thing, audit. Every road has to be audited for opening and during maintenance or before at the time of the planning and designing also. That is a technical issue. Okay. Now coming to the road safety, when you talk about the road safety, what does it mean? So firstly, road safety is interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary activity. This is one activity which we can't say that it is only the road engineers, traffic people only are responsible for road safety. Because road safety is one that so many different faculties also involved, right from the, say, engineering, of course, one, enforcement is one, then education awareness, and then emergency care, and even psychological factors, psyche of the people, culture of the country. There are so many issues which contribute to the road safety. So one particular faculty cannot say that only it is the work of the enforcement people or it is the work of the planners. Nothing. It is the combined effort of everyone. So basically, it is ABCD: attitude, behavior, culture, discipline. Okay. Many countries, they have a culture, they have a discipline, they have a right from beginning. So like Sweden and Netherlands, they have almost zero fatality rate, almost zero. Okay, reasons could be many, but yes, they have worked for it. Okay, now those five things can again be seen on the slide. That engineering, of course, road engineering is a big factor. It cannot be denied. Roads should be well planned. Then education. Whatever you do, if people are not aware of the rules, if they are not aware of the the seriousness of the traffic, following the road signs. So nothing can be done. Enforcement has its own role. They have to enforce people should follow the rules, whatever has been guidelines laid down. And whatever, even in spite of doing everything, if some accident happens, so it is the emergency response system, another very important aspect, that the victims should be taken to the hospital, to the first aid at the earliest. That is the golden rule for saving. And evaluation. Every accident, now there is a fixed form to be filled up, and like it was mentioning in the earlier speaker was mentioning about that they have been provided with the tabs and this thing. That is the data collection part. But then analysis, there are specialized agencies who go on the accident site, they analyze the accident. Of course, in India, there are so many accidents, they cannot be analyzed. But other countries, they analyze each and every accident. Okay. Basically, road safety, what all it encompasses. There are various this is typically for engineering aspect of it, that during the construction stage, audit is done. Preliminary, when the designing is laid out or when the alignment is being fixed, the safety audit it takes place. Then second audit is at the stage of designing, so that the final intersections, the FOBs can be designed. Then during the construction stage, that whether what has been laid down in the DPR is being followed or not, that is at the construction stage. Then another safety audit is being done before the road is thrown open for the public. So that is the final safety audit. And then also after every 6 months, each and every road, there is a guideline by the MORTH and ministry that all roads are to be audited every 6 months, because road safety is not a static thing, it is a dynamic. Every 6 months there could be some change in the flow of traffic, there could be some change in the type of the traffic. So every 6 months all roads to be audited by the auditor, the qualified auditors. In morning, chairperson of NHI has emphasized the need of safety auditors, qualified safety auditors. That is very important aspect of safety. So this is generally what are the shortcomings whenever we go for an audit. Then these are the shortcomings which we find. Side distances are not there. We can see in few of the slides I will show subsequently. There are so many roadside hazards. Then signs are not there. Driver is not being informed prior of any turn, of the reduction of speed, anything. Vulnerable road users, so many of them, mixed traffic is there. Okay. Then causes of road accident. Okay. Then if you see this thing on the left-hand column, it is saying the good surface, loose surface, rutted pothole, like that. And second column, it talks about the number of accidents which have taken place on good surface. Okay. Loose surface, 30,000 accidents, fatalities and injured. One point which very relevant point which Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, ASP of Jabalpur, has mentioned, that he had shown a photograph of potted road and one with the good surface, and he was raised this very pertinent question that as per him, potted road should be more accident prone, but it is the other way, because when there is a good surface, when the riding quality is good, then all of us tend to speed up. Vehicles, they are very powerful vehicles, 3000 cc's, 2500 cc's. So vehicles are very powerful vehicles, so even 120 speed doesn't make you feel like that. So one has to be very cautious whether the road is good or not, but safety should be kept in mind. Okay. Ideally, the road should have been like this, just to prevent the driver in case he is not able to control vehicle. At least these type of roads are there. Like, so at least he is made aware that vehicle has gone out of the carriageway, main carriageway. Okay. So these are the few practices which are followed in other countries and few places in our country also. Okay. So this is another very important slide which I want to, especially the younger generation, I want this slide, they must see this slide very carefully. This slide says that if your vehicle is moving at this speed of 20 miles per hour, okay, And if somebody gets hit, then out of 10, there are only 10% chance. This 10 people are shown, only one person is there, or 10% can chances are that person will be fatal. Okay. Now coming to the second thing, there's a 30. If your vehicle is moving at the speed of 30 miles per hour, so in this case, the chances of fatality would be 50-50%. Okay. And same vehicle, when it goes to the speed of 40 miles per hour, the chances of fatality becomes 90%. If somebody is hit at the speed of 90, at the point of impact, if it is 40 miles per hour, so almost 90% chances that the accident would be fatal. So please keep this slide in mind, that speed is most dangerous thing. Other things can be tackled, but speed is one which is up to you, how you manage. Now, this slide again emphasizes the importance of speed. You see some hurdle there at this dot. If you apply brake, this yellow shown is the distance covered during the action time. If you apply brake, so it will 10 to 12 meter, about 8 meters, it will be the vehicle will travel by the time you apply the brake, and by 12 meters or so, vehicle will come to the stop when you are moving at the speed of 30 kilometers per hour. But say if you are moving at this 50 kilometers per hour, your reaction time by the time you put the brake, it will be already 12 meters by the time you start braking. And then another about 12 meters, it will drag by the time vehicle comes to stop. So here you can see that it is a fatal accident. If vehicle is moving at 50 and there is a hardly braking distance is less, stopping distance is less, then this accident is fatal. So again, the speed factor comes. So in world over, people have been advocating the speed of 30 kilometers as a safe speed in city area, in market area. You can have a look at the video.
Sir, I request to make it brief, sir.
Okay. So basically, that shows that had he traveled at less speed, would have been able to brake. So the next slide says, don't learn safety by accident. It should be before you meet with an accident, you should learn the safety. So these are the various safety provisions which generally are kept for vehicle to prevent the vehicle from flying over. Ideally, the road should have been like this. This is the recovery phase. This is called the recovery, so that vehicle can be brought back to the carriageway in case of it sways away. So these are I'll just skip this one, and these are the various type of thing. In spite of putting all these wire crash barriers, vehicles, such a heavy vehicle, they cross over to the other side. These are the various measures to prevent the accident. So I'll just run through the few slides where it can be like this is the situation without any marking, without any direction to the driver, whereas it should have been like this, sufficient reaction time to the driver. Then see, there is a no visibility, there is a sharp left turn, should have been marked like this to warn the driver. Same with the right turn without any thing. This culvert is again very dangerous, some vehicle can hit against it. So marking should have been there. Potholes on the roadside. Okay. Then hardly any visibility. You can't see more than 100 meters from here. So it should have been marked proper with the hazard marking on the either side. So this type of intersection which Chairman NHI was mentioning, they are just put the intersection without warning, without any funnel shape direction given. Okay. So visibility is very limited here in this case. Okay, these are the normal common scene wherever there is a construction going on. You can hardly see this lady standing on the left side due to the thick vegetation. This side type of the is very common, which can be cause of accident. Okay. So this what this poor pedestrian can do if there is a no crossing place, there is a heavy traffic moving on the this side, but she is coming from the service road crossing the broken barricade. So these are the vulnerable. These are the cycle track, so-called cycle track. So who can move on cycle on this type of track or footpath? So a lot of things depend on so many other factors. Okay. So this is this thing about then there is a block the other side. Okay. Just see the type of warning which their drivers for that there. This should have been at least 500 to 600 meters before, so that people are aware. This is the normal construction site, hardly any visibility of signs, nothing. Just imagine at night what will happen. These are the common scene which you can see. Now the pedestrian is forced to come on the carriageway with such a poor walking space there, hardly any footpath, which will lead to the accidents. There is such an opening there as a sharp turn, hardly any reaction time. Somebody coming from the right hand side, he can't hardly any see. In spite of doing everything, such accidents happen. As I said, it is a multidisciplinary field. So a license does not make you safe a driver, more like having a lottery ticket makes you a millionaire. So driving license does not guarantee that you are a good driver or you will be a safe driver. So that is the last slide which I want to highlight. Don't learn safety by accident. Learn it before. So though government has been doing a lot of things, there's the last slide about the MORTH has laid out the policy. There is a policy statement, and then there is established a road safety information database. And National Road Safety Policy emphasizes these points: safety for the infrastructure, safe vehicles, safer driver, ensure road safety infrastructure, safety of vulnerable road users, road safety education and training, that is very important, enforcement safety. So it is, you can see there are so many various factors all have to contribute to make a safe India. And ultimately I can say that no more traffic deaths on Indian roads. That should be our commitment towards safer roads. Thank you.
Anyone for any question, please? So by seeing your presentation, I can recollect the image shared by one picture shared by Mr. Anand Mahindra, industrialist of northeastern side. On in the picture, there was a traffic jam, a huge jam was there, but the people, road user, they were sticking to their lanes only. They were not scattering here and there. So that you rightly said, it is all about the attitude and the behavior of the road user. That definitely decreases the fatality rate, sir. Sir, your presentation was very nice, sir. Nice data you have compiled, sir. It is very interesting that, sir, that road vehicles we are having 1% in the world, but at the same time we are having suffering 10% casualty. Sir, very good presentation, sir, and thank you very much to you for sparing your time for CAPT. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for giving me this opportunity. And our basic idea is that especially the young generation should be aware each one of us is affected by this road safety. Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir. And now we are going to have one case study on integrated and intelligent traffic management system that will be given by Mr. Additional SP Prakash Reddy. He is in IPS Deputy Commissioner of Police in Commissionerate Telangana. So, Reddy sir, are you there on the screen? Reddy sir, you are able to hear me? Ready, sir. By the time you switch on your this presentation, I'll give a brief introduction of Ready, sir, to you. Nelakonda Prakash Reddy, IPS, is Deputy Commissioner of Police, Hyderabad Police. He is in Commissionerate, Telangana. He is B Electronic and Instrumentation, MSc Physics from BITS Pilani, and a PG Diploma in Cyber Laws. And he has been in various services, as he has been in Assault Commander Greyhounds, OHD. He has served as OHD Belampalli, and thereafter he has been Superintendent of Police Nalgonda District, and presently he is Deputy Commissioner of Police Traffic in Hyderabad. So this was the brief introduction of our next speaker. Sir, you can start with your presentation, sir. Sir, your voice is not coming. Please check, sir, your voice is.
Audible, sir?
It's okay, okay, sir, it's okay now.
Now you are able to listen to me. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
This is our presentation on intelligent traffic management system and e-challan system, which we are using in Hyderabad.
Sir, sorry for interruption. So before you start, sir, please, I'll request, sir, please abide by the timing, sir. You have got only 15 plus 5 minutes, sir. Please finish off your presentation in that time only. Please go on,
Yes,
sir.
I'll finish in 15 minutes. So this is the integrated traffic management system which we are using in Hyderabad Traffic Police. About brief about Hyderabad city, we have a population of about 80 lakhs. Now it has touched 1 crore almost, and we have vehicles of around 80 lakhs vehicles, and length 90 kilometers, and percentage of city area roads is 8.5%, which is less than Bombay, where it is 10%, and Chennai, where it is 18%. So these areas, importance is given to prevention than enforcement. Then most enforcement is non-contact and evidence-based. And we are moving towards more copless junctions, that is less number of policemen on the field. So these are some of the initiatives. One is H-Streams, that is signal management, Hyderabad Traffic Integrated Management System. Second is advanced integrated cashless e-challan system, automatic red light violation detection system, and laser gun cameras, then Hyderabad Traffic Live app, body worn cameras, and ITMS system. So our goals are 3 goals. That is, first is best average travel time point to point. Then second is best road safety standards, accident-free city. Third is citizen compliance of safety norms by following traffic rules. So these are generally the 4 E's of global traffic management. I'll skip through this road engineering. It is common in all the cities mostly. So this is our extreme signal management. I hope this is the same with many cities in India, where generally we see signals in 3 modes. One is manual mode, where some constable will operate the signal based on say VIP movement or ambulance movement or fire engine movement. He will give them green. Then second is vehicle actuated control movement, where there is a virtual loop camera placement. If there is no vehicle passing through this virtual camera for 3 seconds, then this side is shown red. And another is adaptive timer, where we have 5 or 6 signal timings. We can put those fixed timers. So generally, these are the 3 modes which we are using. These are the signal timing tables we have pre-programmed on peak hours and non-peak hours, and we are moving towards our HTMS project where we can operate the signals in all the 3 modes from our control room. And based on, we have this dashboard, live dashboard of Google Map, integrated with the Google Map. So any incident is there, like any traffic jam due to vehicle accident or water spilling over on the road, etc., etc. Immediately that flashed in our VMS board in the roads by accidents. As measures we have taken, due to which the fatalities have reduced. This is one signal which we have introduced, Pelicon signal, where for a pedestrian to cross, some fixed timer is given on both sides of the road, red is shown, and only for the pedestrian some time is shown by which he can cross the road. This is you can see how much our citizens are complying with the traffic rules. This is a nighttime compliance. At night around 1 o'clock also our cameras are functioning and our signals are functioning, and vehicles are stopped at the signals. We have done some re-engineering at some junctions. Wherever there is more pedestrian movement across the road, we have erected more these rails kind of things so that people can't jump over it. And we have opened U-turns instead of signals. We have opened U-turns mostly. And these are Ola cabs and RTC report we take from point to point, how much is the improvement in the time taken to cover point A to point B. So this is our feedback, Ola cabs report and RTC report. So this is a result of our efforts. You can see the accidents, the deaths, which were 405, it reduced to 311 in 2017. Subsequently, it is maintained at some level, and then again COVID years 2019-20 it is reduced, and again 2021 it is now 297. Then education and emergency care, this is common in all cities almost. Then we'll come to the enforcement, integrated cashless e-challan system. So we have 2 types of enforcement. In both enforcements, there is no collection of fine on the road. There is absolutely no person collecting any amount from public on the roads. Even if we stop anyone for violation on the road, we generate a challan. We have a tab with each of our mobile police personnel. They will have a tab and they will have a printer. Whatever is a violation, they print it then and there and they give it to him. And he can pay in any of the online platforms, or he can pay in the Mi Seva Center. E-challan data center. We have our own in-house databases based on Java database, and our software are developed, and we are using Android tabs. So this is like one tab, how it looks like. The application looks like we can do drunk and drive on the field, spot challan, vehicle history, reports, release documents, crane lifting, etc. we can do. And once we enter the driving license number and vehicle number, we get the details from the RTA database to verify whether it is correct information or not. So it is integrated with RTA database. So we get all such things like the driver information we enter, vehicle information we enter, and we get the alerts like vehicle based history. Then hot list, like any stolen vehicles or crime involved vehicles, we get the pop-up here, and any violations and penalty points are also reflected. And another form is non-contact based on our CCTVs, where we use a technology like red light violation detection cameras, handheld digital cameras, and speed laser guns. The compliance is up to 72% people are paying the challans, and it is based on the RTA connectivity which we have. And we have number plate recognition cameras and our command and control center. And we send the challan by register post and also by SMS. For example, this is one e-challan which has a photograph also, and this is a violation which is captured, and immediately e-challan web application is generated, and the number plate is also generated. So this is our e-challan system, where the person can go and he can pay through ICICI Bank, Paytm, or online only he can pay all these things. Then this is like I was explaining, this is our digital cameras, laser cameras, and this is automatic red light violation detection camera. This is a violation photo, and this is a surveillance control room. So this is a speed gun. We have day and night gun also. Night also we can capture the speed, and immediately the speed is seen. Then, so for example, this is the speed limit 80 km/h, but the current speed is 106. So immediately challan is generated. So this is our payment systems, where you can go to Paytm app or Jio Money app or net banking, ICICI, SBI, etc., and you can pay they can pay the challan. So we have now extended it to entire Telangana state since last 2 years. And all violations are being recorded, and we have 2 servers, one at CP office and another at Cyberabad. Daily, for example, around 41,000 challans are generated, and about 0.4 crores are collected. This is drunk and drive enforcement. This also, we have breathalyzers and we have tabs. So the challan receipt is generated, and they have to attend the counseling, and then repeated violators are being given jail also. For example, in drunk and driving enforcement, around 237 cases in 2021, they were given jail, 1 or 2 days jail. With this, there is a lot of awareness, and a lot of people don't drink and drive. They resist from drinking and driving. We also have this penalty point system, where in a block period of 24 months for various violations, there is a point detection. And if points exist 12 points, then the driving license is suspended for 1 year. And for every drunken driving also, the driving license is being suspended. So our database is integrated with RTA database for penalty point generation. And this is our body-worn cameras. All SI and above are asked to wear these body-worn cameras, so that we also behave well and public also behaves well with us. So that is just one video where we see that once body-worn camera is on, then public also behaves well and police also behaves well. It is live recorded and streamed to our control room. This is our ITMS project. In this, you can see these are the different modules in the project. This is being developed by IBI and L&T Group. Incident management, traffic junction management, VIP emergency vehicle priority, intelligence traffic routing, hot list or crime vehicles tracking, top violation management, etc. We have all these things also, variable messaging boards, ATCC, ANPR cameras, public address system, CCTVs, etc. And these are the different agencies which we deal with: ambulance, fire, RNB, NHA, etc. And we also have integration with e-challan software, signal software, and social media, web SMS, and TSCOP, traffic live apps, and FM channels. So at any point of time, we can visualize our junctions, how many vehicles have passed at each junction. Also, we can see, we can guide the VIPs or emergency vehicles on priority from our control room. So this is a typical out of incident management live video, where any new incident, like any hazard or anything, we enter that, like any water logging or any traffic jam, any festival, whatever causes jam, VIP movement, etc. is entered. And this is being given to Facebook, Twitter, and in FM channels for streaming. So this is our violation management and hotlist tracking. Any stolen vehicles from CCTNS we are taking, and if they are seen in any of our cameras, then the alert will come, and we'll be able to track them in various cameras where they are moving, etc. For example, this is one violation of helmet, no helmet. So immediately that it is captured, the vehicle number is captured, and it is matched with the database of RTA database, whether it is correct number plate or not. And the challan is generated and sent to his home. This is another violation of wrong side driving, which is captured. This is our command and control center. We have here traffic management, non-contact enforcement, live updates, and surveillance camera monitoring. This is our daily paid cases of enforcement. Around 40,000 challans are being generated daily. Then what we are working now, we are working on these initiatives. That is, first is on drugs driving. Now many people are consuming drugs. So we are in the process of getting some devices like breath analyzers to see who are driving under the influence of drugs. Then secondly, we are also procuring some drone cameras for live traffic monitoring, and these will be connected to our control room. Then we are also developing an app for our self-driving performance test. Within our app, they will have a how am I driving, so they can self-correct their driving skills. Also, we are also integrating WhatsApp technology. Business API is being taken so that each challans can be sent online. Apart from registered post and SMS, we'll also send the challans by WhatsApp. Also, we are in talks with Google so that we can use their data, and we can publish a map, a layer map of police, where we can give live information to the public on traffic diversions, road closure, etc. Now also it is being given, but it is less real time. So we are in talks with their third-party software so that we can give more live updates to the public on the lines of New York City. So this is our this thing, but we are working, and we have reduced the accident by 37% in the last 3 years, and manpower is reduced by around 25% in the traffic being using technology. These are the various awards Hyderabad has got. So any questions I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Yes, questions please from the audience. I have unmuted you all. You can please unmute yourself and ask your questions.
Sir, can you hear me? I'm Swatantra Kumar from 3M India Limited.
Yeah, please tell me.
Yeah, sir, it is really very nice presentation, and few inputs, sir. I saw few of the locations where you have shown during the presentation, where I can see some of the signboards and some cautionary mandatory kind of signs were placed. But it was surprise to my knowledge to see that it is not in accordance with our Indian Roads Congress standard, IRC standards. So there is a code, that is IRC 67, which talks about guidelines for traffic signs. So there is a one sign placed, I think it was in a slide number 24 or 25 for the U-turn, and that U-turn was given in the circular shape. But circular shape is generally a kind of regulatory signs, and U-turn is a kind of it's a information sign. So it should not come in a circular shape. So as per IRC 67, it should be in a triangular format. So these kind of things should be that awareness is needed, sir, for that. So that is one point from my end.
Here, municipalities, they do these road signs, sir. So we'll speak to them and we'll see that IRC standards are being followed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Anyone else, please?
Sir, good afternoon, sir. So, मैं DSP ट्रैफिक सर छत्तीसगढ़ रायपुर. सर DSP ट्रैफिक छत्तीसगढ़ रायपुर से सर. सर एक क्वेश्चन है सर. सर रायपुर में भी ई चालान सिस्टम है. यहाँ भी हम लोग ई चालान जनरेट करते हैं. तो जो हैदराबाद में ई चालान जो जनरेट होता है उसको तामील कैसे कराते हैं सर? किस प्रकार से उसको तामील का प्रोसेस है सर?
हेलो.
You mean budget? Budget for चालान?
जी सर, उसको चालान का तामील कैसे करते हैं सर? रोज 4000 चालान जनरेट होता है तो उसको कैसे तामील हो पाता है सर?
तामिल मतलब थोड़ा हिंदी थोड़ा उतना. So anyway, see, हमारा इधर e-चालान for every 100 rupees चालान, we are collecting 35 rupees from the public. 35 rupees goes to the postal department. 5 rupees to the Me Seva centers, and then another 50 rupees will be getting police department to maintain this software and all. And day-to-day basis, directly we have links with banks. So online payment is only made and directly to gateway banks and other agencies, we are depositing in the government treasury directly. There is no handling of cash.
So the question is there: how many challan you generate and how many executed?
So around 40,000 challans we are generating per day in Telangana.
40,000 at Hyderabad only?
No, in Telangana. In Hyderabad, around 20,000 challans.
And the execution part? How many executed?
Execution around 72%.
So all through the postal department, is it?
No. We send the challans through postal department. They pay online. They pays online through Paytm, ICICI Bank portal.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
सर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही.
Sorry, I could not unmute myself. Thank you very much, Mr. Prakash, sir. You have covered it in a very nice manner, and it has been a quite interactive session also. Means the officers, they have interacted with the technology what you are following over there in Hyderabad. Thank you very much to you. Now let's have our next session, next presentation. That is a research paper presentation plus case study on need of integrated traffic management practices for Indore city, particularly for Indore city. And this is being taken by Assistant Professor Vivek Tiwari of SES ITS Indore. Vivek Tiwari, sir, are you there, sir?
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, Satyawari sir, you are audible.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, yes, you please start sharing your screen. So by the time I'll give you a brief introduction to the audience. Engineer Vivek Tiwari, he is ME Structure, Honors BE Honor, and he is pursuing Doctorate of Philosophy in Civil Engineering, and he is postgraduate ME in Structural Civil Engineering, and the research paper he has done studies on the fly ash brick masonry under monotonic, cyclic, and fatigue loading, and thereafter development of software on cutting and filling and its manual evaluation. He is a young scientist, fellowship awardee for the year for 2 years for PhD research work by MP Council of Science and Technology, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh in 2014. Over to Mr. Tiwari, sir. Please carry on with your presentation, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, CAPT.
Sir, my humble submission to you also, please stick to the timing, sir.
Yeah, I am strict to time. Thank you for CAPT for such a golden opportunity. और सभी को मध्य प्रदेश और भारत के सबसे स्वच्छतम शहर इंदौर की तरफ से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. My topic is need of integrated traffic management practices suitable for Indore city. This topic includes introduction, need of this study, research objective, literature review, research methodology, conclusion and references. For the work of this topic, I would like to go through some newspaper cuttings. जैसा कि हम लोग देखते हैं कि चूंकि इंटरनेशनल और नेशनल स्पीकर सभी हैं, तो हिंदी इंग्लिश दोनों का यूज करूंगा. लगभग न्यूज़पेपर में आप इस तरीके की खबरें पढ़ते हैं कि बॉटल नेक है या आपको ऐसा लगता है कि जाम में फंसे रहना पड़ा. अभी भोपाल के साथ में मध्य प्रदेश में एक चल रहा है कि किसी धार्मिक आयोजन के लिए लोग नहीं पहुंच पाए या 8 घंटे में इतने ज्यादा 8 घंटे जाम रहा. तो लोगों के मन में क्यूरियोसिटी रहती है कि क्या स्टडी होनी चाहिए, किस तरीके का ट्रैफिक सेफ्टी का अपना एक एजम्पशंस होता है, क्या ट्रैफिक रोड के लिए डिजाइन है, क्या आउटलुक्स है. तो एक छोटा सा इंदौर शहर के लिए एक सर्वे परफॉर्म किया जीएसआईटीएस इंदौर ने और उसका पब्लिकेशन ऑफ स्टडी किया. ये एक रिसर्च वर्क था जिसका पब्लिकेशन हुआ. तो ये किस तरीके से एक न्यूज बनती है और इसके सॉल्यूशंस क्या है, इस पर हम बात करेंगे. हमने सॉल्यूशंस पर काम किया कि बॉटल नेक सिटीज क्या है. हमें इंदौर प्रशासन की तरफ से बिल्कुल पूर्णतः सहयोग मिला. मैं अपने को ऑथर आदरणीय एएस चौहान सर डीएसपी इंदौर का आभारी हूँ. लगातार शहर इस दिशा में काम कर रहा है और अच्छा है और लगातार हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं. तो कोशिश है कि आप लोगों के सामने उस बात को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से रख पाऊँ. इट इज माई ट्राई लेवल बेस्ट टू प्रेजेंट दिस व्यू in this my presentation. As you all aware about the traffic conflict, but in our old cities we are already having the 15-minute city box concept. Nowadays हमारे साथ में होता है कि हम अपने ऑफिस जाने के लिए 1 घंटे का समय लगा देते हैं. ट्रैफिक का कंजेशन है, इसमें मिस हैपनिंग होने के चांसेस होते हैं. कभी किसी ने सोचा था कि हमारा ऑफिस पास में होना चाहिए, ज्यादा दूर नहीं जाना पड़े. बिल्कुल इंदौर शहर के साथ में ऐसा था. इट वॉज द ओल्डेस्ट मास्टर प्लान सिटी where Patrick Geddes was called by the Prince Holkar in 1914 and asked him kindly make a master plan for Indore city. So we are the oldest city having the master plan. Sir Patrick Geddes come to Indore itself in 1914 और we are having the oldest master plan. कई बार जैसा हमारे साथ ऑनलाइन बहुत सारे कंसल्टेंट जुड़े हैं, उनके मन में एक डाउट भी रहता है और मोस्टली वो लोग अपने बातों को कहते हैं कि आज के समय में कंसल्टेंट पर हमारी रिलायबिलिटी बढ़ गई है. इंदौर के साथ में भी ऐसा ही हुआ. कुछ सालों से ये रहा कि बीआरटीएस का प्रोजेक्ट आया तो लोगों ने कहा कि यू शुड गो विथ मैक्सिको सिटी मॉडल. अब मैक्सिको की तादाद कैसी बढ़ रही है, किस तरीके की उनकी लाइफस्टाइल है, आपने इनिशियली 10 साल 15 साल की ग्रोथ के आधार पर उस फॉर्मूले को जनरेट किया. जबकि आपको पूरी सिटी की अपनी कल्चर है. जैसे इंदौर एक फूडी सिटी है और स्वच्छता में नंबर 1 है, तो ऐसे ही इसका मास्टर प्लान का एक अपना एक अनूठा फॉर्मूला था जो रहा. और आप लोग जानना चाहते हैं व्हाट इज द की सक्सेस बिहाइंड द स्वच्छता में नंबर 1 इंदौर का. तो आप देखेंगे सर पैट्रिक गिडीज का मॉडल था. इन्होंने सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के लिए बात की और अब इंदौर प्रशासन इसको लागू कर रहा है. तो वी आर ऑल्सो गोइंग फॉर सेम ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मॉडल दिस दे हैव प्रपोज्ड इन देयर 1980. This was the oldest city map which I gathered from his book, and these are the master plan of traffic management. As you already seen, this is the oldest one. they already makes the 15-minute city walks and the city parking facilities and other activities. Some of the peoples will say कि उस जमाने में तो गाड़ियां नहीं होती थी, उस जमाने में गाड़ी बिल्कुल नहीं होती थी, तो घोड़ा गाड़ियां होती थी, हाथी वगैरह हुआ करते थे, प्रॉपर मैनेजमेंट होता था। तब इस बात की संभावना रहती थी, लोगों के प्रति सम्मान रहता था कि जो पैदल चल रहा है उसके लिए भी हमको सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करना है। आज के समय में पेडेस्ट्रियन वॉक पे बनाए तो जाते हैं, लोग फॉलो नहीं कर पाते। जेब्रा क्रॉसिंग है, किसके लिए, कहाँ तक हमें खड़े रहना, तो इस सेंस का बड़ा इशू रहता है। तो हर पैदल चलने वाले यात्री का भी सम्मान हो, ये हमारी भावना रहती है। तो इसी आधार पर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं इंदौर शहर में। Need of this study. Past study and data shows that there are various methods that can be used as a traffic management practices, but are old, poorly assessed, not revised yearly as per present scenario. DPR, जैसा कि मैंने अपनी बातों में कहा कि these are the major causes DPR के साथ में। Some of the consultant are calls from outside MP और outside India, और उनके लिए एक सिटी को स्टडी कर पाना पॉसिबल नहीं है। आई एम ऑल्सो गिविंग द एग्जाम्पल ऑफ पैट्रिकिटिस, व्हेन पैट्रिकिटिस वाज कॉल्स फ्रॉम फ्रांस इटसेल्फ। तो यहाँ होलकर स्टेट ने उन्हें करीब 4 सालों का पूरा समय दिया कि आप आराम से हर लोगों की वेशभूषा, उनके व्यवसाय को समझिए, उसके आधार पर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मॉडल, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट मॉडल, इवन ड्रेनेज गैलरी, ये सब प्लान मॉडल उन्होंने बनाने का मौका दिया। मैं अपने साथ आपको शेयर भी करूंगा। उन्होंने बाकायदा रोड इन्वेंट्री, ट्रैफिक स्टडीज, ओरिजिन डेस्टिनेशन सर्वे कि कहाँ से इंदौर शहर में लोग आते हैं, किस तरीके का व्यवसाय है और भविष्य में कैसा होगा। तो 100 साल का एक मास्टर प्लान उन्होंने बनाया। दिस इज द लेटेस्ट मास्टर प्लान ऑफ इंदौर सिटी, जिस पर अभी काम हो रहा है 2021 में। और इस सस्टेनेबल मॉडल में प्रॉब्लम आती है कि राजवाड़ा इंदौर, जैसा कि आप सभी लोगों को विदित है कि इंदौर में जब भी कोई जश्न का माहौल होता है लोग राजवाड़ा पहुंचते हैं। इट इज द मेन सिग्निफिकेंस, पीपल वांट टू चीयर अप और चीयर्स देयर एंजॉयमेंट। तो ये प्रॉब्लम आती है। अभी जैसे हमारे यहाँ गेर का आयोजन होता है तो इतनी भीड़ आती है, भारत के उत्कृष्ट आयोजनों में से एक है। 2 सालों बाद सरकार फिर से गेर के लिए प्रस्तावित है, तो उस पर लगी हुई है। तो फिर रोड जाम, ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल, इस तरह की एक्टिविटी होती है और सबसे ज्यादा हमारे ट्रैफिक के जवानों को मुस्तैदी से मैनेजमेंट करना होता है। तो इट इज माय सॉल्यूशन टू प्रेजेंट देयर वर्क इन माय स्ट्रीम वर्क। तो हमने इंटीग्रेटेड ट्रैफिक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट कैसे किया और क्या हमारे साथ था, तो हमने किया है इंटीग्रेटेड ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम। और रिसर्च के ऑब्जेक्टिव, क्योंकि जब भी हमने कोई रिसर्च परफॉर्म करनी है तो उसके हमारे ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या होंगे, तो प्रोवाइड सेफ्टी फॉर एवरी रोड यूजर। मैंने जैसी बात कही कि हम पेडेस्ट्रियन के लिए भी काम करेंगे। मिनिमाइज हिंड्रेंस और डिले टू रोड यूजर, ट्रैफिक जाम में फंसने से जो हमारा समय जाता है। आज आप गूगल मैप की मदद से देख पाते हैं कि आगे ट्रैफिक में किस तरीके का पोजीशन रहेगा, इज इट क्लियर और नॉट। जहां पर हैवी ट्रैफिक होता है वहां पोजीशन नहीं करते। इज माय स्क्रीन इज विजिबल टू ऑल?
Sir, your screen has gone off from there, sir. Please share it again.
Okay.
ठीक है।
Is it visible, sir? Okay, sir. Provide safety for every road users and workers. Minimize hindrance or delay to road user. Provide clear and positive guidance to road user. आज सभी ने बात की कि कंसल्टेंट होना चाहिए, सेफ्टी ऑडिट होना चाहिए। What are the things related to the actual judgment? कोई व्यक्ति गलत है, सही है, उसका ज्ञान उसको कब कराया जाए, किस स्टेज में है। What are the course curriculum और being academician are responsibility। और पब्लिक रिलेशन की बात जैसा भी ई चालन में किया कि बिल्कुल सभी का सुन रहा हूँ, बहुत अच्छा लगा। और इस पर मैं फोकस नहीं करना चाहूँगा। व्हाट आर द नाइट कंस्ट्रक्शन एंड अदर एक्टिविटी। तो इस चीज की शुरुआत इंदौर में हुई आफ्टर द कमिश्नरी प्रणाली जो रहा मध्य प्रदेश में लागू हुई। और शहर में लागू होते से ही सबसे पहले ये पेपर में पूछा गया कि 5 जनवरी को ही लागू हुई हो, और लोगों से कहा कि आप लोग अपने अच्छे बेस्ट सुझाव दिए जाए। People have provides their wide suggestions to this already email address, and after that people are working on that activity. Air quality is also a key features to study the traffic volume survey. अभी तक ये होता था ट्रैफिक कैलकुलेट करने के लिए हम व्हीकल काउंट कर देते थे, पर एयर क्वालिटी के इंडेक्स के आधार पर भी हम लोगों ने एक एम्पिरिकल फॉर्मूला किया। What are the literature review we have gone through? We have also performed IRC study, the Samaj says Indian Road Congress. We also gone through T. Krishna Prasad These all studies are performed for Indore city itself for integrated traffic management, which is coming under Smart City Indore. So it is a joint collaboration of traffic management academicians and traffic department, MP traffic police also. They are performing well. And what are the conclusions we have drawn? Suppose for IRC, relief to pedestrian, shopkeepers and police for improper traffic flow. तो हम लोगों ने इसके रिसर्च पेपर्स उसके आधार पर कैलकुलेशन करा कि कौन कौन से मेजर इश्यूज लोगों ने पास्ट में भी यहाँ कंक्लूड किए और हमारा मास्टर प्लान क्या था और कैसे हम कर सकते हैं. तो राजवाड़ा के लिए भी हमने एक सॉल्यूशन प्रपोज किया जो लुबाना एंड शाह के पेपर में था कि मोस्टली राजवाड़ा तक लोग पहुंचना चाहते हैं तो एक अच्छा पार्किंग सिस्टम हो, वहां से इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल की रिक्वायरमेंट मिले और वो वहां तक गंतव्य तक पहुंचे, फिर वापस से इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल के माध्यम से अपने स्थान तक जाए पार्किंग पर. तो वी आर प्रपोजिंग 7 to 8 पार्किंग फॉर डिफरेंट हाई ट्रांसपोर्टेशन लोकेशन जहाँ पर हाई ट्रैफिक जाम है, ताकि हमारा सिटी का ओल्ड मॉडल रेस्टोरेंट रहे. बीइंग अ स्मार्ट सिटी, अभी जैसा कि आपने देखेंगे भारत के नंबर 1 स्मार्ट सिटी के लिए भी दावेदारी कर रहा है इंदौर. वी आर ऑन द फर्स्ट नंबर राइट नाउ इटसेल्फ. मार्च में एक और रेटिंग आएगा, उसके आधार पर पता चलेगा. तो कोशिश यही है कि ऐसा ना हो कि सिटी का एसेंस अपना चला जाए. आज हम लोग पुराने राजवाड़े के साथ में हैं, तो नया जो कल्चर है, आपने अभी कुछ समय पहले देखा होगा 19 फरवरी को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यहाँ बायो सीएनजी प्लांट का भी उद्घाटन किया. तो हम लोग इस पर भी लगातार काम कर रहे हैं. तो दिस आर द सॉल्यूशंस की हमारे व्हीकल्स के साथ में क्या है और हाउ आईटीएस प्लेस इंपॉर्टेंट रोल. तो हम लोगों ने 2019 में भी रिसर्च स्टडी की परफॉर्म की और उनको कंक्लूड किया. टाइम बहुत कंस्टेंट्स है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा चीज़ों को दिखाना चाहूँगा. जो पेपर्स और स्टडीज़ हैं, जो रहा किसी ऑब्जेक्टिव स्टडी का कि पेडेस्ट्रियन रोड एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं उसका कैसे कर सकते हैं. और मोस्टली जगह ये देखा जाता है कि शहरों के लिए तो सड़कें बनाने के लिए विभाग कई सारे हैं. देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट्स दोज हु आर कंस्ट्रक्टिंग द रोड्स इन सिटी इटसेल्फ. भोपाल की बात करते हैं, सीपीए का मर्जर ही इसी आधार पर हुआ क्योंकि कई परियोजनाएं इंदौर के साथ में भी है. इंदौर में आईडीए है, नगर निगम है, जन भागीदारी समिति से लोग सड़क बनाना चाहते हैं. देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ एजेंसीज जिनका लक्ष्य है निर्माण करना, सड़क निर्माण करना, पर क्वालिटी एसेस क्या करें, किस तरीके का. सबसे ज्यादा अगर देखा जाए तो हाईवे पर इतने रोड एक्सीडेंट नहीं है जितने सिटी में रोड एक्सीडेंट्स देखने को मिल रहे हैं. तो किस तरीके का ड्राइविंग है, क्या कोर्स करिकुलम है, किस तरीके से सेफ्टी इंश्योर करना चाहिए. दिस आर द बेसिक बिहेवियर. अभी यूसीएड एक फंड प्रोजेक्ट है विच इज प्रेजेंटली वर्किंग इन इंदौर इटसेल्फ और वी आर प्राउड enough that our old alumni and students of AGS Indore are working on this project itself. और इस पे स्पॉटलाइट कर रहे हैं कि रोड सेफ्टीज के लिए कि किस तरीके के पैरामीटर्स हैं और क्या हम लोगों के लिए. फिर AICTL साइकिल्स और उसकी स्टडी कर रहे हैं कहाँ पर कर रखना है. तो ई व्हीकल्स आर ऑल्सो प्रमोटिंग, ई साइकिल्स आर ऑल्सो पॉपुलराइजिंग डे बाय डे. और स्मार्ट सिटी के साथ में ये नहीं कि कुछ लोग स्मार्ट हैं. स्मार्ट सिटी का मतलब है पूरी सिटी के हर लोग स्मार्टली बिहेव करें ऑन दैट एक्ट. तो वी आर परसिंग ऑन दैट टॉपिक. और ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट स्टडीज का प्रेजेंटेशन है. तो हम लोगों ने किस तरह किया कि 2019 में और एडवांसमेंट है स्टडीज के साथ में हमने किया. खलीफ साहब का भी पेपर है और 2020 में व्हाट आर द अप्रोचेस वी आर डूइंग राइट नाउ. हम बीइंग अ एकेडमिशियन, बीइंग अ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी CSR एक्टिविटी के अंतर्गत जिस तरीके से बात है, तो इंस्टीट्यूट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इज ऑल्सो सीकिंग इन दिस एक्टिविटी. और वी आर वर्किंग इन आर कैपेसिटी. हम साइट विजिट करते हैं, सर्वे करते हैं, डेटा कलेक्शन आता है, इसका इवेल्यूशन होता है, एनालिसिस होता है. क्लास में स्टडी करने के लिए एक अच्छा फीचर होता है. आप जितना लाइव क्लास में सीख पाते हैं उतना कभी नहीं सीखते. अभी किसी ने कहा था कि एक्सीडेंट के पहले सीखे, एक्सीडेंट के बाद नहीं. बिल्कुल सही बात है. कई बार हमें किसी के एक्सीडेंट के अनुभव भी सीखने को मिलते हैं, तो हम लोग उसको अपना गैदर करते हैं. और क्लासरूम टीचिंग्स का माहौल भी हम लोगों ने इस तरीके से रख रखा है ताकि हम लोग कर पाए. वी आर ऑल्सो हैविंग अ सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कि एमटेक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के स्टूडेंट्स हमारे साथ काम करते हैं, तो उनके साथ दाओ माई फील्ड इज स्ट्रक्चर इंजीनियरिंग बट आई एम ऑल्सो हैविंग पैशनेट टुवर्ड्स आर सिटी. इट इज आर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इस सिटी के लिए काम करना. तो बीइंग अ सिविल इंजीनियर वी शुड फोकस ऑन आर स्टडी. तो हम लोगों ने एक ट्रैफिक मॉडल जनरेट किया है और उसके लिए हमने स्टडी परफॉर्म करी. हमने इंदौर के ट्रैफिक को स्टडी किया. व्हाट आर द इंट्रा सिटी ट्रैफिक, व्हाट इज अर्बन सिटी ट्रैफिक, तो कौन कौन से मेन हाईवे, विच आर द मेन हाईवेज आर कनेक्टेड टू द इंदौर इटसेल्फ, इंदौर अहमदाबाद, इंदौर देवास, इंदौर उज्जैन, इंदौर खंडवा, इंदौर नेमावर highways are listed here below. We are also performing is integrated traffic management study. We also perform the indoor urban traffic. What are the city transport? अभी जैसा हमने देखा था कि इंदौर का मास्टर प्लान बन चुका है. What are the key features of this master plan? आप ये भी देखेंगे अगर अच्छी सड़कें होती है, लोगों की कनेक्टिविटी मिलती है, तो भविष्य में लोगों की बसाहट बनती है. अगर आप बहुत अच्छी कॉलोनी डेवलप कर रहे हैं पर रोड वर्क्स नहीं देते हैं, तो भी कनेक्टिविटी कम होने के कारण लोग वहां आने में डरते हैं. तो दिस आर द की सक्सेस कि जिस तरीके से नदियां किसी शहर की जीवन धारा थी, वैसे सड़कें आज शहर महानगर में रहने की ताकत बनती जा रहे हैं और आपका बिजनेस इस पर जाते हैं. तो इंट्रा सिटी ट्रैफिक उस पर हमने स्टडी किया. दिस आर द पीक आवर ट्रैफिक जिस पर हम स्टडी कर रहे हैं. हमारे मास्टर प्लान में हम फोकस कर रहे हैं कि जिस तरीके का ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम हमें डेवलप हुआ है, हम उस पर जा रहे हैं. वी ऑल्सो वर्किंग ऑन इनर पैरामीटर रूट्स, जो कि हमारे रिसर्च स्टडीज का एक हिस्सा है और उस पर भी हम फोकस कर रहे हैं. और दिस आर द फीचर्स, जैसे इंदौर उज्जैन अगर पीसीयू देखें तो किस तरीके का हमारा है.
सर माफ कीजिए, थोड़ा रिक्वेस्ट है आपसे, निवेदन है
जी
कि
सर.
जल्दी खत्म करें.
जी जी सर. We also perform origin destination survey. Traffic studies are also performed. These are the latest data we gather from RTO. How the traffic counts volumes are increasing day by day. और हम लोगों ने साइट लोकेशंस पर LIG, लोटस स्क्वायर, जवाहर मार्ग और पलासी इंदौर इसको भी स्टडी किए. दिस आर द कंक्लूजन वी आर ड्राइंग आर ऑन ट्रैफिक स्टडीज. चूंकि अभी पब्लिकेशन स्टेज में है, इसलिए मोस्टली चीजें हमने डेटा बेस इतना ज्यादा शेयर नहीं किया. हाउ वी परफॉर्म, तो हम लोगों ने वी आर इनकॉर्पोरेटिंग इन मास्टर प्लान इटसेल्फ. वी आर डेवलपिंग आर ओन ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ट्रैफिक मास्टर प्लान. आप लोगों के घरों की बसाहट के हिसाब से तो होता था, ट्रैफिक काउंट के हिसाब से कैसा हो, तो वी आर डेवलपिंग ऑन दैट मास्टर प्लान इटसेल्फ. इज माय स्क्रीन विजिबल टू ऑल?
Yes, sir.
We also having the right now we are having the population of 36 lakhs. We are also planning for our upcoming master plan for 25 years. So we are having the roundabout. In future, population growth is of Indore itself comes to be 1 crore. So it is almost 3 times of that present scenario. We are also studying our old historian monument and their significance in our study itself. These are earnest suggestions. टाइम ड्यूरेशन कंस्टेंट था. सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हम किसी व्यक्ति को अगर चाहते हैं तो ट्रैफिक संस्कार की जरूरत है. जिस तरीके से आफ्टर 10th माँ बाप चाहते हैं कि हमारे बच्चे को व्हीकल मिले, कोशिश करना चाहिए कि चाहे स्कूल का है कि भाई 10th 12th के नंबरों के साथ में ट्रैफिक के नियमों को भी सीखें. वहां पर नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के साथ में आपने कहा स्किल डेवलपमेंट, उसको गाड़ी चलाना जरूर सिखाएं प्रॉपर ट्रैफिक रेगुलेशंस के साथ में. इट इज द सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ स्कूल इटसेल्फ. पहले के जमाने में आप स्कूल्स की बात करते हैं तो वहां पर घोड़े चलाने और घुड़सवारी वगैरह के कोर्सेस मोस्टली कुछ आज से 10 से 15 साल पहले स्कूल्स की डिमांड होती थी कि वहाँ हॉर्स राइडिंग ऐसी फैसिलिटीज की जरूरत. आज हॉर्स राइडिंग नहीं, हमें ड्राइविंग की फैसिलिटीज की जरूरत है कि आफ्टर 10 स्टूडेंट शुड बी टॉट वेल हाउ टू वेल ड्राइव द व्हीकल्स, क्या रूल्स रेगुलेशंस है. इसमें हमारी मदद शहर के रिटायर्ड पुलिस ऑफिसर्स, आर्मी पर्सन्स कर सकते हैं क्योंकि उनको एक अच्छा नॉलेज होता है और एक अच्छा ड्राइविंग स्कूल्स वगैरह इनके साथ में कर सकते हैं. जिस तरीके से सरकार आर्मी पर्सन्स को एक प्लेटफॉर्म दे रही है, हमें कोशिश करना चाहिए कि पुलिस के साथ में भी कि जो लोग सेवा में हैं, सेवा के बाद में चले जाते हैं, उनके लिए भी एक माहौल मिले. तो वी आर ऑल्सो वर्किंग ऑन कि रिटायर्ड पुलिस ऑफिसर्स को भी सम्मान मिलता है, स्कूल कॉलेजेस उनको रिकॉग्नाइज करते हैं. देखिए पुलिस बल बहुत कम है और आने वाले समय में हम इंटीग्रेटेड ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम्स उसकी बात करते हैं, पर हमें कोशिश करना चाहिए कि पुराने पुलिस अधिकारी जो है हमारे बीच में उनकी पूरी सेवा का लाभ ले, तो हमारे ड्राइविंग लर्निंग सेशन सेफ्टी है उसके लिए. एक और बात इस मंच के माध्यम से कहना चाहूँ कि NHAI और दूसरी एजेंसी जैसे MPRRA है, MPRDC है, दे आर कंट्रीब्यूटिंग वेल फॉर नेशनल स्टेट हाईवे। पर सिटी के रोड के लिए अभी भी कई जगह इस बात का डिस्प्यूट है कि किसको बनाना चाहिए और उसके लिए क्वालिटीज का एश्योरेंस नहीं मिलता। तो यही है, और दिस आर द कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस जहाँ से मैंने अपना रिसर्च पेपर लिया। आई एम थैंकफुल टू रंजीत सिंह सर। जैसा कि आप देख सकते हैं गिनीज बुक में नाम भी है कि फील्ड ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट का एक जीता जागता उदाहरण। तो चाहूंगा कि आप लोगों की तरफ से कोई क्वेश्चन आ रहा हो जो इस मंच के माध्यम से पूछे जा सकते हैं, तो उस पर बिल्कुल जवाब देना चाहूंगा। थैंक यू सर।
हेलो,
जी सर।
मैं दिलीप केशरवानी, छत्तीसगढ़ रायपुर लीड एजेंसी असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर, ये जानना चाह रहा था
जी
कि
सर।
आपने ये एक अच्छी जानकारी तो दी कि संस्कार ट्रैफिक के आना चाहिए विद्यार्थियों में। इस नई पीढ़ी में जो भी हम संस्कार डालेंगे वो हमारे लिए निवेश होगा। तो
जी
इसके लिए एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में कॉलेज और स्कूल को मिला के मध्य प्रदेश में कोई जो किया गया हो उसकी जानकारी हमारे लिए लाभदायक होगी।
बिल्कुल सर, मैं एक्नॉलेज करना चाहूंगा। मध्य प्रदेश सरकार में एक सेवानिवृत्त DSP महोदय हैं, राम सिंह राणावत उनका शुभ नाम है, और उन्होंने स्कूल लेवल पर जो आपका ट्रैफिक सेफ्टी सप्ताह जिसको लोग एक सप्ताह के लिए मनाने की बात करते हैं, उन्होंने साल भर इस तरीके के आयोजन किए। स्कूल लेवल पर प्रोग्राम अलग था, कॉलेज लेवल पर प्रोग्राम अलग था। तो अभी लगातार गार्जियन के तौर पर, चूंकि 2 सालों से अभी ये प्रोग्राम मुहिम बंद रही क्योंकि स्कूल कॉलेजेस बंद रहे, पर इस शैक्षणिक सत्र से हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि लोग हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे और इस तरीके के ट्रैफिक संस्कार पर हम फोकस कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि प्रॉपर कोर्स मॉड्यूल हमारा बना हुआ है। छोटे छोटे कॉमिक के हीरो जो हमारे हैं, जो लोगों में ट्रैफिक का क्या है, किस साइन को देख के, जैसे आपको समझ में आ सकता है कई बार लोगों को साइन ही नहीं पढ़ पा रहे। ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस बनवाना इसेंशियल रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है, ड्राइविंग समझना और आना एक इसेंशियल रिक्वायरमेंट है। मेरा मानना है कि हर व्यक्ति को ड्राइविंग आना चाहिए। अब ये आना चाहिए तो कैसे? जरूरी नहीं कि घर पे व्हीकल है, हम में से कई लोग ऐसे होंगे जिसकी ड्राइविंग पास पड़ोसी से स्कूटर या व्हीकल लेकर सीखने को मिला होगा। तो आज हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कि व्यक्ति को गाड़ी ना पकड़ा है, जिम्मेदारी पकड़ा है कि किस तरीके से काम कर सकते हैं। जी
जी, मैं इसी प्रश्न को आंध्र प्रदेश में जो प्रयास हुआ है वहां से भी जानने की मेरी इच्छा है। आंध्र प्रदेश और तेलंगाना में जो इस तरह के प्रयास हुए हों स्कूल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट या कॉलेज डिपार्टमेंट के द्वारा, एजुकेशन में किस तरह से उसको लाया जा रहा है संस्कार, ट्रैफिक संस्कार के लिए। मंच यदि बता सकें तो बड़ी मेहरबानी होगी।
सर मैं कुछ बताना चाहूंगा। मैं प्रदीप गरोला हूँ। इससे पहले मेरा भी प्रेजेंटेशन था रिगार्डिंग द रोड सेफ्टी। मैंने एक अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में बात करी थी कि नीदरलैंड्स और स्वीडन में ऑलमोस्ट जो एक्सीडेंट का रेट है जीरो के है, ऑलमोस्ट जीरो है। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि उनका पहले दिन से रहा है, लेकिन अगर 90s में देखें तो उनके कंट्री में भी बहुत ज्यादा फैटेलिटीज का रेट था। लेकिन दे स्टार्टेड कंसर्टेड एफर्ट राइट फ्रॉम स्कूल। सेकंड थर्ड के बच्चों को जैसे मॉरल साइंस और बाकी चीजें पढ़ाई जाती है, ऐसे ट्रैफिक रूल्स और उसके रोड के बारे में जानकारी दी जाती है। तो हम लोगों के उसमें भी ये शुरू करने की जरूरत होगी कि हम लोग बच्चों को, जैसे मैंने कहा था कि कल्चर एक हर एक इंडिया में भी आप देखेंगे कुछ एक राज्य है, कुछ एक शहर है जहाँ पे कल्चर है कि कोई ओवरटेक नहीं करेगा। अगर लाइन में है, जैसे शर्मा जी ने भी एक बार रेफर किया था कि अगर सेंटर लाइन है, अगर क्रॉस नहीं कर रहा तो नहीं करेगा, खाली भी है तो भी नहीं करते हैं। दैट इज द मैटर ऑफ कल्चर। सिक्किम है, मिजोरम है, जैसे मैं इन राज्यों में रहा हूँ तो पर्सनली देखा है, शिलोंग है, कोई ओवरटेक नहीं करेगा। अगर आगे कोई गाड़ी खराब हो जाए तो बात अलग, अदरवाइज कोई भी एक दूसरे को ओवरटेक नहीं करता। दैट इज द मैटर ऑफ कल्चर। अनलाइक मे बी यूपी में, मे बी दिल्ली में, यहाँ पे ये कल्चर नहीं है। तो हम लोगों को एजुकेट करना है अपने यंगर जनरेशन को, लोगों को। हालांकि बहुत कठिन काम है, लेकिन करना पड़ेगा। धीरे धीरे शायद उसका रिजल्ट अच्छा आएगा।
नहीं सर,
स्वीडन
कठिनाई
में भी इसी तरह किया गया है।
बिल्कुल इस मंच के साथ मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि कठिनाई किसी चीज में नहीं होती। हमने इंदौर की स्वच्छता के मामले में अगर देखा जाए तो हमारे स्टूडेंट वॉलेंटियर्स ने जितना अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है, घर तक पहुंचे हैं और जिम्मेदारियों के साथ किया, तो आज हम लोग यहाँ पर नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हैं लगातार 5 सालों से, और हम 6वीं बार भी इसी मुद्दे के साथ हैं। हमारा ट्रैफिक मॉडल भी हम लोग इसी तरीके से काम करना चाहते हैं, और प्रयास है सड़कें बनाने के लिए भी मानक हो, अच्छे हो, व्हीकल चलाना भी एक अच्छी तरीके से, और व्हीकल्स भी अच्छे इस्तेमाल करें। ये तीनों तरीके के हैं, क्योंकि फर्स्ट पार्टी, सेकंड पार्टी और थर्ड पार्टी का इंश्योरेंस की बात हम करते हैं। तो फर्स्ट पार्टी व्हीकल इटसेल्फ है, तो व्हीकल भी अच्छे आए, रोड अच्छी बने, और जिम्मेदारी हमारी अच्छी तरीके से निभाए। धन्यवाद सर सीएपीटी को। और भी कोई क्वेश्चन है तो मैं पूछना चाहूंगा, बाकी
जी थैंक
सर विवेक तिवारी सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। आपने बड़ी अच्छी केस स्टडी का डिस्कशन किया है यहाँ पर, और जो कि वाकई इंदौर के लिए और आगे आने वाली जो प्लानिंग जो आपने बनाई है उसके लिए बड़ा संभावनाओं वाला शहर बनेगा, वो बहुत अच्छी आपकी रिसर्च रही है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। और हमारे साथ में आपने जो शेयर किया, अपना टाइम दिया,
नहीं,
उसके लिए
धन्यवाद पुलिस प्रशासन इंदौर के लिए भी सर, धन्यवाद, उन्हीं की वजह से ये सब संभव हो पाया सर।
Okay, now two more speakers are there now, and I will request all the participants that they are both the students, they are from ITs, and your presence on screen means your videos. So if you switch your videos on, then those students will feel very good, definitely, that somebody there who is watching them. So without wasting time, I'll invite Yotuma Mukherjee, a research scholar from IIT Delhi, to present a paper on research on pedestrian safety near bus stop, a case study about the Delhi bus stops. Jyotima, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Jyotima, you please start sharing your screen. By the time I'll give a brief introduction to the audience about you. Jyotima Mukherjee is BTech Civil Engineering from Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad University of Technology, West Bengal. She's MTech Transportation Engineering from Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur, West Bengal, and pursuing PhD from Civil Engineering Department, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. And her supervisor is Dr. K. Ramchandra Rao and Dr. Geetam Tiwari, under whom she is working, and she is presenting the paper. Please, Jyotima, carry on.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. I'm Jyotima Mukherjee. I don't think I need to give my introduction further. I'm extremely grateful to the organizers of this conference for giving me the opportunity to present my research. And my topic is on pedestrian safety near bus stops, and my case study is in Delhi. So I will directly go to the research outline and then to the research objectives instead of giving the introduction part, because already a lot of presenters have given a lot of information regarding the necessity of going for research related to pedestrians and vulnerable road users. So my research objectives are to develop safety performance functions for vulnerable bus stops and identify built environment and traffic characteristics affecting the pedestrian safety. And the second one is to evaluate attributes impacting the perception of pedestrians at high crash bus stops. So to give a brief background of the count data models, firstly, we have to consider the fact that there are around more than 3,500 bus stops in Delhi NCT, of which 766 bus stops have multiple pedestrian fatalities between the period of 2014 to 2016. So it can be well understood that the condition near bus stops with related to pedestrian safety is not that good at this moment, and improvement, identifying problems and improving those issues is mandatory. So safety performance functions are basically crash prediction models designed to evaluate the statistical association between any kind of road characteristics and the crash frequency. In general, when we do these kind of studies, we are considering count data model because the data which we have are in as counts, not random figures. We have it in digits. So these are called count data, and to do any kind of statistical analysis on the count data, we classically use Poisson regression or negative binomial regression to handle the situation. In our case, we have considered hurdle negative binomial model so as to handle the concept of excess sampling zero. Now, what is a sampling zero? Generally, when we undertake any research based on count data models or any fatality data model, we only consider the fatality data, that is number of fatalities that have occurred over the period of time, or the locations which are fatal. So as I've already mentioned, that there are 766 bus stops which are fatal bus stops, multiple fatal bus stops, and furthermore which have encountered at least one fatality over the time, more than 1,000 actually. But it is not mandatory that just because the bus stops which have not encountered any kind of fatality between the period of 2014 to 2016, which we have considered the data for, there's a provision that there might be accidents that have occurred after 2016 in those locations which were non-fatal or had encountered no fatality between 2014 to 2016. So for this, we have designed a data set in such a way that we have the data set that designed that has the same proportion of available fatal and non-fatal locations in our sample. So approximately there are around 49% of the bus stops in Delhi have fatalities and the rest are non-fatal. So keeping that in mind, we have chosen 148 bus stop locations and segregated our data set into two parts based on daytime and nighttime fatalities. So for the daytime fatality locations, we have selected 28 fatal and 35 non-fatal bus stops. And for nighttime data set, we have 38 fatal and 47 non-fatal bus stops. So the purpose of doing this study into two elements, that is daytime and nighttime, is basically we have taken into account built environment factors by doing both videographic survey and safety audits around these 148 locations. And from the data that is available through the FIR reports, the raw FIR reports, we have found that there is a good share of accidents which have taken place after sunset, and there is a good share of accidents which have taken before sunset. So that's how we have demarcated the locations into daytime and nighttime fatality zones. In case of the built environment factors, we have chosen 17 categorical variables, of which 15 variables are related to normal conditions which can be prevailing for both daytime and nighttime, and 2 of the built environment factors are related to lighting conditions near bus stops. So since we are considering lighting conditions to be one of the risk factors here, like probable risk factors here, so we have not used those 2 factors when we are modeling for the daytime data set, because lighting conditions should not be a impacting factor for pedestrian fatalities during the daytime. So through the videographic survey, we have actually found out the hourly pedestrian volume, vehicle volume, then bus commuter, total frequency of bus commuters who are boarding alighting at these locations, and also the frequency of bus stops per hour. And we have used application programming interface, that is API, here maps API to be specific, for finding out the mean vehicle speed at these locations. So these are the summary of the variables included for the study. So these are sidewalk characteristics. These are broadly divided into the characteristics of the sidewalk, characteristics of the crosswalk, and characteristics related to the bus stops. And there are other continuous variables like volume, speed, etc. So we have conducted a hurdle model, and from there we have found out for the daytime models, we have considered 63 locations for the daytime model, where we have found out that the quality of the bus stop, if we improve the quality of the bus stop, sorry, not the quality of the bus stop, quality of the sidewalk, the percentage of fatalities reduces substantially. Similarly, locations which have medians, but there are no barriers, they are hazardous for the pedestrian safety. Medians with barriers, they have provided better safety for the pedestrians. And also, if we increase the width of the sidewalk to more than 1.8 meters or more, then it improves the safety aspect. Also, the parking near bus stops, like in close vicinity to the bus stops, they have affected the safety of pedestrians. And also, locations with more number of commuters have more number of fatalities, pedestrian fatalities. Similarly, for the nighttime location, the quality of the sidewalk, height of the sidewalk, way of crossing, that is zebra crossing, they have effects on the safety of pedestrians. It has been observed that the if there is a zebra crossing, it is much more beneficial to improve safety of that bus stop as compared to locations which have nearby grade separated facilities like footover bridges or subways. And also locations without seats, they have more number of fatalities as compared to locations with seats, bus shelters with seats. And also good lighting conditions obviously improves safety of the pedestrians. So the inferences here are that a broader sidewalk has more effective width, which can eventually accommodate more number of walking pedestrians and thus reduce the interaction with other modes of transport, especially during peak traffic hours. Also, bus stops with higher bus commuter frequency addresses more number of fatalities for night locations. Mid-block crossings are more safer as compared to intersection crossing. This can be attributed because of the free intersection left turns, which are very frequent in Delhi and mostly in other parts of India as well, which makes it very difficult for the pedestrians to judge the status of the incoming traffic at night. On-street parking actually increases the visual obstruction for both pedestrians and the approaching vehicle. Plus, if we have on-street parking very close to the bus stops, this gives the bus drivers an opportunity, an excuse rather, to halt in the middle of the road and conduct boarding and alighting, which increases more chances of collision between the pedestrians who are trying to board or alight the bus and other modes of traffic, especially two-wheelers who are trying to just find the gap and move on and cannot wait. Similarly, at-grade crosswalks with zebra marking reduces crash probability as compared to grade separated or unmarked at-grade crossing. Higher sidewalks reduces the chances of bike riders at night because this reduces the chances of these bike riders to invade the pedestrian spaces, and also with the higher sidewalk rise, there are less chances of this illegal parking on the sidewalk itself. Also, proper lighting conditions.
Jyotma, sorry for interruption. Sorry for interruption. Please be brief. Come to the main points of discussion. Otherwise, you are overshooting the time. Thank you.
Okay.
Carry on.
So the next part is based on the safety perception of pedestrians near high crash locations. So for that, we have selected the top 10 fatal locations in Delhi, and we have conducted a survey based on questionnaire. And we have asked pedestrians certain questions which can be visible from this questionnaire. And we have rated the questions, around 8 questions on the basis of Likert scale method from 1 to 5. So the worst conditions, they will say 1, and the best condition, they will mark as 5. So these are the basic infrastructure condition for those 10 bus stops. From the survey, we have found out that more than 65% female pedestrians prefer to use subways, while a higher ratio of male participants are willing to use at-grade crossings. Moreover, the females are more sensitive towards the risk, safety risk associated at level crossings. Functional improvement, in case of functional improvement, female pedestrians are more prone towards the convenience of, more inclined towards the safety over convenience, which is not the case with male pedestrians. And also, about 80% of the pedestrians in the age group of 50, 75% in the age group of 40 to 50, and some below 20 years prefer at-grade crossing. Okay, so next we have actually gone for a small statistical analysis, for which we have conducted principal component analysis. And from principal component analysis, we have got 3 different kinds of scores: one for the safety perception, one for the built environment perception, and one for the service quality perception. And with this and the data which we have gathered from the questionnaire survey, we conducted this analysis using linear mixed effects model, from which we have found out that age of the commuter, their travel frequency, purpose of the trip are factors related to the commuters which affect the safety, their safety perception, and also divided medians without barrier, number of lanes, sidewalk quality, etc. impact the safety perception of the commuters who are already using those facilities. So the results also indicate that most of the pedestrians are willing to go for at-grade crossing. They are not willing to go for grade separated crossings like subways or foot over bridges. And majority of the pedestrians consider convenience to be the most desirable improvement, with especially with the elderly people. They support convenience because of their physical health conditions. Crossing facilities have scored very low scores in most of the cases, and there should be improvements needed for the convenience and safety of the pedestrians. Waiting space and safety while waiting scored relatively more, which shows that most of the bus stops have adequate waiting space and do not need much improvement in this context. Waiting space along with crossing facility and bus stoppage time had showed higher variation for different bus stops. And this bus stoppage time and crossing facility scored a minimum of 1 score, which indicates that there is not enough time that has been given for the bus stoppage for proper boarding alerting of the commuters. Also, commuters between the age of 30 to 40 and those who mostly commute for personal reasons seem to have a positive attitude towards the service quality, built environment, and safety perception at these locations. A very interesting find out is that pedestrians consider those locations to be better, which has more number of traffic lanes. However, more number of traffic lanes is actually causes more number of fatalities in reality. So their perception is kind of different from the actual conditions. And also, unmarked crosswalks reduce safety perception of commuters, while medians without barriers reduce their service quality perception. So for the future research scope, this study has actually considered quite less number of bus stops. So if we can increase more number of bus stops, and if we can include even those locations which have just one single fatality bus stops instead of multiple fatality bus stops, that can give some better results. Also, the attributes which we have considered, most of them are categorical. So it is a good idea to get quantitative measures of those things, especially the distance from bus stops or signal duration, land use quality. These were not included. So this can give valuable insights. And another thing is that we have conducted this survey during 2019-2020. However, the data that we have considered is from 2014 to 2016. So there might be some built environment changes which have already occurred between this time gap. So getting more recent fatality statistics and accordingly doing the survey can give better results. And also, we did not consider certain things like the victim information like age, gender, and their mental or physical status. And also, we have considered fatal injuries. We have not fatality data. We have not considered severe injuries or minor injury data. So if we can include all these aspects, maybe it can be a good way forward for future research. So thank you, and questions, please.
Audience, wish to put our questions here.
Can I?
Yes, please.
As you mentioned, the data to be collected nearby a bus stop or exactly at bus stop. And what do you mean by this fatal bus stops or anything like this?
So basically, we had the FIR data over the year 2014 to 2016. From there, we have sieved out all the pedestrian fatalities that have occurred during that period. And using GIS tools, we have plotted these fatalities on the map of Delhi, along with the existing coordinates of the existing bus stops in Delhi. And within a buffer of 200 meters around each bus stop, we have found the count of the number of fatalities that have occurred in the vicinity of all these bus stops. So from there, we have found out that around 766 bus stops have multiple fatalities, like more than one pedestrian fatality that has occurred between the period of 2014 to 2016. So we have projected these bus stops to be fatality prone bus stops, or our fatal bus stops. And those bus stops which had no pedestrian fatality within 200 meters of buffer within 2014 to 2016, we have considered them to be our non-fatal bus stops or no fatal bus stops. Is it here?
Anyone else, please?
Okay, sorry. Like you have mentioned, this vicinity of 200 meters. So mostly, almost all the bus stops are nearby this crossings or cuts or roundabouts within 200 meters. So you have included the entire pedestrian facility nearby the crossing, including bus stop, or only nearby bus stop?
No, see, we have considered bus stop, and most of the bus stops are already associated with some sort of crossing area nearby them. So that's why we have included factors which are related to crosswalk and factors which are related to the adjacent sidewalk, along with the factors that are directly related to the bus stop conditions. So these are the 3 layers of data, built environment data, which we have considered apart from user data like flow, speed, etc.
And one more suggestion: in the next study, you may include the height of bus stop also, because I have seen the height of bus stop is around 1 feet, 2 feet, 3 feet sometimes.
Okay. I have included height of sidewalk, but okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
A very good presentation. It was a very good data collection and research work done from your side regarding the total pedestrian classes near the first stop. It was a really useful, effective presentation from your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now, before we finishes up this session of evening, there is one more research scholar with us. She is Deepa Sharma from IIT Kharagpur. She is going to present a paper on planning and designing strategy toward improving bicycling safety in Indian cities. So now I'll request Deepa Sharma to come on the screen, please. Yes, Deepa, you are audible but not visible.
Hello. Am I okay? I have from my end, my video is turned on.
Devasma, you please start.
Okay, I'm connecting with it. It's just taking a bit of the time. I'm connecting. Is it visible?
Deepa, I'll say that your voice is breaking. Please,
Hello.
have you got good connectivity? Network problem is not there. I hope so.
Oh no, there is no network problem. Uh, is it? Is, hello, hello, hello.
Yes, please go on. Please go on. Go on, please.
Is my screen visible? Hello, is my screen visible?
No, your screen is not visible. You are trying to share it, but it's not coming up.
Yeah. Is it visible now? anyone confirm? Is my slide visible?
No, Deepa, your slide is not coming. I'll say that you quit from this platform, again rejoin, re-login.
Hello. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವಾಗ ಸೈಟ್ಗೂ ಸರ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ
Let me try it again. I'm trying. Just give me few seconds.
Deepa, try to share your presentation. You're trying it, but it is
Sir,
not.
I'm trying to share actually. I don't know what's the problem. What's the technical problem here? Is the screen visible?
Yes, your colleague
Now
next is trying to do something.
I'll share the presentation, sir. Just a moment.
Yes, Nitya is here. Nitya, make it in PowerPoint mode. Present as this PPT mode. It is in slide mode. Make it in PPT mode. क्या दबा था और Yes, now it's okay. Deepa, it's okay now. Nitya, it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's coming now. It's coming now. Let me present it. Good evening, everyone. I would like to present on planning and design strategies towards improving bicycling safety in Indian cities. So this study has been done in collaboration with Niyata Balan and Professor Devapatam Pandit. Niyata, can you go to the next slide? Okay, so now as we all know, bicycle is a transit mode is associated with several benefits. But even then, the share of bicycles in India is continuously declining. The and it might continue to do so in future also. So the reason of it is in the increased road accidents and fatalities. And you can see out of 100 cases, 50 to 80 cases are involved bicycles and every mode. Uh, so these accidents are a result of lack of proper planning and design strategies. So this also affects the its social acceptability also. Now, if we see Indian cities, they lack well planned bicycle infrastructure. Now again, whatever Indian guidelines are present, they do not provide detailed solutions to address these issues. They provide generic solutions only. Well, some guidelines need revision also. As far as international guidelines are considered, uh, we cannot adopt them blindly, as it might raise safety issues because they have been designed considering different traffic conditions. So this is one issue. Thus, we need to consider context-specific interventions, which has to be specifically designed for Indian conditions. Next slide. Okay. To devise context-specific solutions, we need to understand various factors uh, that affects the safety of bicyclists. Okay, so there is a so we need to see how road users, bicyclists, and built environment interact. Then there are road network elements. Then there are street elements, travel demand, land use, demography. Then type of traffic. Then what is the present infrastructure. So these are different types of factors that we need to consider. Near the next slide. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So first we'll explore present planning and design guidelines. Then we'll talk about context-specific solutions. Okay. So now, as far as network planning is considered, it must be done considering the various types of users, like captive users and potential users. Then we have to see like we need to plan for lesser junctions, and we need to keep the trips short. We also need to see segregated lane has to be provided to to promote to for better safety. So all these things has been already mentioned by IRC and different guidelines like IUT. Uh, but we need to see like provision of segregated lane. Although the segregated lanes are safer, but designing them is pretty challenging in Indian context because there are various constraints are involved. Like there are various physical constraints and there are various financial constraints also. We do not have like required ROW. We do not have proper road geometry. So these are various constraints. So here the next slide. Okay, so we need to see what is the existing road network. What are the existing traffic conditions? How is the built environment? So we need to consider different conditions, and then we can propose different solutions like traffic calming measures, then speed reduction measures, then we can also plan for different types of bicycle friendly markings and signage, and also restripping can be done. Restripping in the sense we can reduce the number of lanes, or we can reduce the width of the lanes, or we can also we can also replan the on-street bicycle parking. So these types of measures could be undertaken. Uh, Near the next slide. Okay, so we'll now talk about how design strategies uh, minimizes various conflicts and ensures better safety. So regarding sideways conflicts, it can be reduced by designing various types of buffers and verges. As you all know, it's a simple thing, but it tries to reduce sideways conflicts between motorized vehicles and bicyclists. So these can be designed by considering various traffic volume, speed, what is the available ROW, and operation in different aspects needs to be considered. Now buffers can be of various types, like there can be spring posts, there can be bollards, and like we sometimes medians can also be raised, and then there are different types of verges also. So there's the next. Next slide. Next. Yeah. Okay. So now cross traffic conflicts. How do we avoid them? At crosswalks, what we can do, we can minimize the speed differentials between motorized vehicles and bicyclists. So it can be done by maintaining proper side distances, and we can also place bollards. So it would reduce the cross traffic conflicts. Okay, so like how do we maintain proper side distances? We can restrict the on-street parking when on-street parkings, and we can maintain a proper distance so that motor vehicles can properly see if there is a bicycle coming from the other end. So this is one thing. Then we can also raise the junctions also. It also helps to reduce the speed differential. We have shown two ways here, so this can be done. Then suppose we have a case where there is a bus stop, a pickup drop of bay at mid block, as we have shown here. So the conflicts between whosoever passes the bicycle track and the bicyclist, how can we reduce that? We can raise the entire crosswalk, and we can provide various types of markings, like pedestrian marking can be provided, yield markings can be provided, and necessary signage can be provided. So this is one thing. Next. Okay, so when bicycles are about to approach the intersection, so this is the most vulnerable spot. Okay, so so how do we reduce the conflicts? So this can be done by restricting turning movements and segregating both type of traffics. Restriction of turning movements or controlling the turning movements. How can we do that? We can do lateral shift to the bicycle lane. We can design a lateral shift of the bicycle lane. We can design mixing zones, then bend in lanes or bend out lanes. These are different types of design solutions that can be provided. These all depend on like what is the existing traffic condition, like what ROW is available, and so these type of factors are considered, and then a suitable solution can be designed. Next. Next. Okay. Now at intersection, the both type of traffics needs to be segregated. So how do we do that? We need to plan for parallel bicycle. We can do parallel bicycle track. So and then a forward stop bar can be designed so that approaching so that when there is a motor vehicle that is taking a right turn, uh, bicycle can stop uh, for that vehicle to cross. So it avoids conflict. Then we can design a bicycle box. Then we can design two-stage turn boxes in case there is no signalization in intersection. Then there is a Dutch protected intersection. Though it is safest, but it needs a lot of space. So we need to see if it can be, in what conditions it can be designed. It reduces all types of conflicts. So these are different kinds of design solutions to avoid to reduce conflicts between motorized vehicles and bicycles. Next. Okay, suppose if there is an intersection with high traffic volume and high speed turning movements and limited side distances, then the spatial segregation won't work. We have to do temporal segregation of both types of traffics. So we need to do signal phasing. which is bicycle friendly. We can do a leading bicycle interval. We can provide an exclusive bicycle phase. Okay, so these type of things we can propose. Then apart from all the planning and design considerations, uh, its implementation and enforcement is quite crucial, because if we are not going to properly enforce the design regulations, every attempt would go futile. So we need to see
Deepa,
how
sorry for interruption. Deepa, sorry for interference. Please be brief. Be brief. We are overshooting our time.
Okay, yes, sir. Here the next slide. Now now we'll talk about context specific solutions. Uh, Regarding context specific planning, we must see there should not be inconvenience to any type of road user. That's where BLS or bicycle level of service comes into play. It prioritizes route segments based on satisfaction ratings that concerns bicycle use and different types of factors like traffic and road conditions. And this model is quite effective in improving the overall level of service. Next slide. In India, we can see there uh, there are roads which have very limited ROW, and there are various types of vending activities that happen and that encroach the bicycle track, and there are on-street parking that encroach the bicycle track. So we have to consider, we have to see if these type of things are properly planned, like proper vending spaces has to be provided and proper on-street parking spaces has to be provided so that they do not encroach the planned bicycle tracks. Near the next slide. Okay, so at mid block, like due to space constraints, for example, there is a low bus frequency. There is a transit stop and the bus frequency is very low. So what we can do, bicycle tracks can be integrated with the bus stop. And suppose if there is a high bus frequency, this can be designed at the opposite end of the street. Or we can design other design measures. So this can be done. And regarding bicycle friendly intersections, if there is a space constraint, uh, the standard solutions cannot be provided. So we can provide necessary markings and signage, like we have talked about how two-stage turnkey boxes and stop boxes can be provided. Next. Okay, to conclude, the present Indian and international guidelines cannot be provided as such. And moreover, the present Indian guidelines are not that comprehensive, and those guidelines do not cover all the aspects in detail. So we have to see how internationally they have done, and then we can modify those guidelines and provide it in our case, depending on the context. Thank
Audience is welcome for the questions if there is any. Nitya, please stop sharing this.
Any questions?
I think from the morning itself, from 9:30 or 10 o'clock, we are continuously running this session, and but I can judge that participant, they might have also gone a bit tired of this session. But you must that these our students of research scholar, they have really done a hard work in collecting the data, different types of data, and presenting they have mustered the courage to present this data amongst the officials those who are in practical field. Gender is there, amongst whom they are present in their study work, research work. We must appreciate them. Deepa, it has been a very nice presentation by you. This bicycle safety is really a most ignored part in the traffic routine. Means nobody is bothering for the pedestrian and for the bicyclist. You have come up with a really good bicycle level of service model. You have collected the data and you have worked on it, really appreciable. And the presentation you have given is a really fine one. Anybody having any sort of questions or doubt? Otherwise, we are going to close this session here itself.
Sir, this is Swatantra. So I have one inputs. So though it was discussed about the bicycle lane, but it's not related to the design aspects. But yes, I would like to insist upon here that bicycle is one of the most important vulnerable road user, and there is a very good, because safety of the bicycle is equally important, because Deepa just not talked about the design aspects, but what we see right now on the road, that lots of bicycle accidents happens, and we have great data available across the country. And what I believe, during the night time, the visibility of the bicycle is one of the challenge, because it doesn't have its own lights, and when it is mixing with the fast traffic on the road, so there is a very high chance from the rear collision or the side collision. I just wanted to, because so many executive authorities are here right now. So I just wanted to update, lots of work has been done across the globe. And there is a one BIS standards also available with us, Bureau of Indian Standards, which is talking about the number of that BIS standard is BIS 10613. It was published in 2014. So it is talking about retroreflective tapes to be used on the bicycle. So there is a very small investment. Maybe I think it's around 20 to 30 rupees cost to be incurred per bicycle. And if that stickers are to be pasted, so there is a very high chance that visibility can be highly improved in the night time, and the safety can be increased for those vulnerable road users. We have a document in place, but as this forum will be working closely to different part of the country, so if by referring that document and such a small investment can be made, so it will help to improve the safety of the bicycle users. So that's all from my side, sir. I'm from 3M India Limited. My name is Swatantra Kumar.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. I agree with you, sir. Actually, though different types of solutions are already present, but those are not properly enforced. So enforcement is one thing. So that has to be taken care of. We have reviewed various types of designs and design solutions and planning specifications, but those are not properly implemented. So we have to see those are being enforced properly. Moreover, there are different guidelines are not properly updated, and they don't provide proper solutions also. So we have
We need to wear. So now I hope there is no more questions from any side. Now let's conclude this session of today's. Today we had really discussed it was a very educative session throughout the day. We have with us a very eminent and known personality and the students of IITs and NITs, those who presented research paper, and some experts as Dr. Rohit Balucha, Colonel Pradeep, and many others. They have given a very good they have shared a very good experience about this traffic technologies and road safeties. So I thank you all of the participants to being with us from the morning and attended this session in a very patientfully. And you really participated a lot by encouraging this participant. You have put up your question, you have given your views, you have shared your views also. It has been a very interactive one. Thank you very much to you all. And now I'll request that tomorrow also we are going to have this one day more session. By tomorrow evening, our chief guest is Dr. Sanjay Kumar Nirmal. He is General Secretary of IRC. He is the invited guest for the closing ceremony. Please hold on, please mute yourself. And tomorrow also we will be having a very good speakers and very good research work discussion over this platform. So please join tomorrow in time. 10 o'clock we will start correct this paper presentation, but I'll request you join it before 10 o'clock, means 9:45, so that there is no any technical issues from the side of anyone. And I wish all of you are there again tomorrow at 9:45. Thank you very much to you. By the time, goodbye to you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Bye, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
जैन सर
कैमरा ऑन कर ले
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
थैंक यू
Jai
सर
Hind, sir.
थैंक यू सर
Jai Hind, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Jai Hind, sir.
on the last
Jain sir, see you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
जैन सर
Jai Hind, sir.
Thank
Thank you, sir. Jai Hind.